Chapter 639. As time passed, Fang Yuan no longer had the chance to smash the formless fists. Under the pursuit of the formless hands, he was exhausted from running for his life. Quickly return my goo worm. By coincidence, He Lulan finally arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered and activated windflower goo. A translucent wind flower immediately appeared on his body and rapidly changed direction. Whoosh! With the help of windflower goo, Fang Yuan's speed did not change, but he changed direction and avoided He Lulan. He Lulan, however, was overjoyed. My time has come. Why did you have to go in this direction? Fang Yuan had not flown far when his speed suddenly fell. His expression changed as he sensed that he had fallen into a dark whirlpool. This was a trap set by He Lulan using expendable goo, specially used to trap enemies. The formless hands behind him were already less than 100 steps away. Fang Yuan snorted and did not panic in the face of danger, activating Flash Bug Goo. Flash Bug Goo suddenly disappeared along with his body, and the next moment he appeared 500 steps away. Fang Yuan escaped and immediately increased his speed, but in less than a few breaths of time, he once again fell into a dark whirlpool. He activated Flash Bug Goo once again to escape, but immediately after, he fell into a third dark whirlpool. True Inheritance secluded domain was originally filled with darkness, and the dark whirlpool was extremely well concealed here. Before it was activated, it was calm without any clues. But once it was activated, it formed an entangling force, as if he had fallen into a quicksand swamp. You can't escape. This place has a circumference of 100 li. I have scattered countless goo worms and set up countless traps. He Lulan shouted as she rapidly approached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan suffered a loss due to his poor scouting. He was furious. You are courting death, don't blame me. Saying so, he activated 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King killer move, exerting strength and breaking free from the whirlpool, charging towards He Lulan. He Lulan's heart trembled, and then she was overjoyed. He was not afraid of Fang Yuan's attack. He was afraid that the other party would flee, not giving him a chance to fight. The two of them had new and old grudges, and they both wished they could kill each other, but they had yet to fight. He Lulan was the first to make a sharp turn to avoid the attack. After that, Fang Yuan's expression changed as well, and he retreated with all his might. It was too scary. A large group of formless hands whistling down from the sky. There were 500 to 600 of them. The pale blue radiance was continuous, illuminating the surrounding space in a pale blue color. The group of non-phase hands divided into 2 groups, respectively chasing after Fang Yuan and He Lulan. Fang Yuan immediately fell into the most dangerous situation he had ever been in. He absolutely did not dare to fly between the formless hands. There were so many formless hands, with just a slight movement, they could easily seal off all the routes. Fang Yuan had no choice but to fly quickly, with a large group of giant light blue hands chasing after him. No, don't come over, Yi Lui Seng shouted in panic. He and the other 3 goo masters moved together, helping each other. Only then did they barely manage to keep their fire path immortal goo intact. But now he suddenly saw Fang Yuan flying towards them. He saw the group of non-phase hands behind Fang Yuan. Yi Lui Seng's heart almost stopped beating. Fang Yuan not only flew extremely fast, but also attacked quickly. Long-range attacks blocked the best escape route for Yi Lui Seng and the others, and greatly slowed down their speed. Next, Fang Yuan slightly changed his direction, bypassing them and continuing to fly. Yi Lui Seng and the others fled with all their might, but how could they make it in time? No. This unlucky Yi Lui tribe leader let out a mournful scream, as hundreds of non-phase hands filled his vision, becoming bigger and bigger. It was like a gust of wind blowing, or like a swarm of locusts passing through. The giant light blue hands continued to fly, not letting Fang Yuan go. As for Yi Lui Sang and the others, they blankly stayed on the spot. There were too many non-phase hands. In just a few breaths of time, all the goo worms on their bodies were captured. In the blink of an eye, they had become completely broke. Although there was still primeval essence left in their apertures, it was useless. How will I explain this to Lord Supreme Elder when I return? Yi Lui Sang's heart was filled with fear and bewilderment. The fire path immortal goo on him was specially lent to him by Yi Lui tribe's Supreme Elder, Yi Lui Lai. It was to help him become the Lord of the Imperial Court. The preciousness of immortal goo was self-evident. Yi Lui Sang lost the competition, and in order to protect his immortal goo, even though he was also a tribe leader of a super tribe, he could only endure the humiliation and side with He Lulan. Now, because of Fang Yuan's misdirection, the fire path immortal goo that he protected with all his heart was lost in the end. Fang Yuan flew all the way, and when he turned around, he saw that the number of non-phase hands behind him had decreased slightly, and was slightly happy. This was all Yi Lui Sang's contribution. Fang Yuan also saw the hope of getting rid of this group of non-phase hands. That was to divert the trouble to someone else. He had flying master attainment, but others did not. That is. While escaping, Fang Yuan finally found traces of Ma Hongyun. The Luck Path Supreme True Inheritance was enveloping Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, dodging and flying all over the place, with many non-phase hands chasing behind them. Of course, compared to the group behind Fang Yuan, they paled in comparison. Without any hesitation, Fang Yuan immediately flew towards Ma Hongyun. Sensing an even greater danger, the Luck Path True Inheritance's light lump instinctively changed its flying direction. But Fang Yuan chased relentlessly, and with extraordinary agility, he gradually got closer to the Luck Path True Inheritance. "Let us go, please let us go." Within the Luck Path True Inheritance, Ma Hongyun's pleading voice could be heard. "Don't come over, don't come over." Zhao Lianyun's delicate body was also trembling in fear. Fang Yuan's heart was like steel. How could he be shaken? His figure was like lightning. His speed suddenly increased as he flew past the Luck Path True Inheritance in a beautiful arc. The non-phase hands behind him were immediately attracted by the Luck Path True Inheritance's aura and immediately flocked towards it. "We are finished." Ma and Zhao Lianyun's expressions were pale. They could only watch as hundreds of non-phase hands blocked their path and rushed over. "Ha ha ha! Supreme Luck Path True Inheritance! Supreme Luck Path True Inheritance!" Fang Yuan flew around before flying back. "The immortal aperture is about to take shape. Wonderful! Wonderful! It can be used to store Luck Path immortal goo." Looking at the Luck Path True Inheritance covered by the non-phase hands, Fang Yuan's gaze was burning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, many non-phase hands left their original spots and flew out. Fang Yuan quickly rushed over and used all his methods to snatch goo. 1, 2, 5, 6. Soon, there were more than 10 of them. It was impossible for Fang Yuan to snatch all the Luck Path goo worms, but he was able to obtain so many. He was already satisfied. Wait, a six-fingered formless fist. Suddenly, Fang Yuan found an important target. This meant that this fist was holding a rank 6 Luck Path immortal goo. Fang Yuan's eyes were bloodshot. His breathing was rough. He chased after it with all his might. He turned into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King and directly pounced on the 6-fingered formless fist. 8 fists burst out with intense fist shadows as they smashed down. The formless fist shattered, revealing a Luck Path immortal goo as expected. Ha ha! Fang Yuan was overjoyed as he quickly grabbed it. But right at this moment, a six-fingered formless hand flew over and grabbed Fang Yuan. The timing was perfect. Fang Yuan's mind relaxed slightly, but extreme joy turned to sorrow. Fang Yuan felt his heart go blank. He cried out in alarm. Time became extremely long at this moment. After 2 breaths of time, the six-fingered formless fist flew out of his body, and Fang Yuan regained his mobility. Fang Yuan flapped his 6 wings and flew away immediately. He glanced behind him and saw 50 to 60 formless hands colliding at the place where he was just a moment ago. If he had hesitated just now, cold sweat poured down Fang Yuan's forehead. He quickly inspected his body, and his heart sank. What was taken away was not the immortal goo he snatched, nor was it spring autumn cicada, but that fixed immortal travel. This damned luck! Fang Yuan cursed. Fixed immortal travel was his first method to leave this place and return to immortal blessed land, but he lost it. He had to get it back. Fang Yuan temporarily suppressed the luck path immortal goo and stored it in his pouch. Next, he stared fixedly at that 6-fingered formless fist and chased after it. How could one's shoes not get wet when walking by the river? Fortunately, during the process of chasing, his immortal aperture finally took shape. Fang Yuan took a risk to ascend to an immortal and finally succeeded. At this moment, he had become a genuine strength path goo immortal. The strength path immortal aperture had a huge area of 5,180,000 square kilometers. The sky was orange-yellow, and there were mountain peaks on the ground. The mountain peaks were tall and straight. There was not even a blade of grass growing on them. They were all made of white rocks of all shapes and sizes. A formless tributary of the River of Time was drawn into the immortal aperture blessed land, supporting the normal operation of this small world. Compared to the outside world, the flow of time here was 1 to 16 times faster. Most importantly, there were 22 beads of green grape immortal essence. This is a middle grade, blessed land. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. When a goo master ascends to an immortal, there are 3 grades of immortal aperture and blessed land. Small blessed land had an area of 3 million square kilometers, drawing in a tributary of the River of Time and producing more than 10 beads of immortal essence. Middle grade blessed land had an area of 4 to 6 million square kilometers, drawing in a tributary of the River of Time and producing more than 20 beads of immortal essence. High grade blessed land had an area of 7 to 9 million square kilometers, drawing in a tributary of the River of Time and producing more than 30 beads of immortal essence. Heaven and earth chi interacted and refined mortal goo into immortal goo. After Tai Bai Yunxing ascended to goo immortal, he refined to immortal goo. It was no doubt a high-grade blessed land. And Fang Yuan's strength path, immortal aperture, was a middle-grade blessed land. Although my human chi is higher than Tai Bai Yunxing's, he obtained the help of human chi goo, and his human chi greatly surpassed mine. I received the protection of 88-point Xinyang Tower and giant suns. There were gains and losses. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi were isolated outside. Only a portion of heaven and earth chi seeped into true inheritance secluded domain. In the end, I absorbed it. All sorts of thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind at lightning speed. After all, giant suns will have no choice but to help Fang Yuan resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. He would not be so kind as to let heaven and earth chi seep in, so that Fang Yuan could accumulate his goo immortal potential. Besides this, there is another important reason, that is spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada absorbed the water of the tributary of the River of Time. It was akin to cutting off the nutrients. This greatly reduced the success of the strength path immortal aperture. Chapter 640. Fang Yuan, however, had no regrets after becoming a middle-grade blessed land. This was for the best. In the first aperture, spring-autumn cicadas pressure had already reached its limit. The first aperture's walls were already full of cracks. If this continued, the aperture might explode at any moment. If it was a high-grade blessed land, it would refine immortal goo and create heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations in the blessed land. Fang Yuan's situation was already in a precarious situation. He was facing both internal and external problems. If the immortal aperture's heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations were to cause trouble, Fang Yuan would definitely lose focus and suffer a huge loss. He might even lose his life. No matter what, after becoming a Strength Path Goo Immortal, I have the qualifications to interfere in the battle. Fang Yuan gave a long cry, first throwing all the goo worms on him, be they immortal goo or mortal goo, into the Strength Path Immortal Aperture. The Immortal Aperture was huge. It was easy to store immortal goo. Next, Fang Yuan willed and used a bead of green grape immortal essence without hesitation. Immediately, the green grape immortal essence canopy spread out and filled the whole immortal aperture, turning into an endless amount of primeval essence. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. From now on, he no longer had to worry about primeval essence consumption. He could use mortal goo without any worries. This was one of the biggest differences between mortals and immortals. At the same time, I have truly become a goo immortal, absorbing all the heaven and earth chi. I will no longer have to worry about any backlash. Fang Yuan's aura surged, his eyes shining brightly. His body shook slightly. A pair of eagle wings grew out from his back. The 8 wings flapped. Fang Yuan's speed increased by a level, chasing after fixed immortal travel. Just as he was about to catch up to his target, Tai Bai Yunxing's cry for help could be heard from behind. "Junior brother, help me!" That hand snatched away my immortal goo landscape as before. Fang Yuan turned around and saw a 6-fingered formless fist flying towards him from the left. Tai Bai Yunxing was dragging the supreme true inheritance light lump. It was rushing over from even further away. Fang Yuan hesitated. This 6-fingered formless fist was near him. If he did not make a move, it would be inexcusable. He immediately activated the wind flower goo and barely managed to change direction. His speed was too fast. The wind flower goo in his immortal aperture could not hold on any longer. Many flower petals fell off. Fang Yuan caught up with the 6-fingered formless fist and smashed it fiercely. He smashed it open and successfully rescued landscape as before. When Tai Bai Yunxing saw this, he was instantly overjoyed. "That's great. Junior brother, if it weren't for you," Fang Yuan's pupils constricted as he cried out involuntarily. "Senior brother, dodge." Too late. An 8-fingered formless hand. He flew down and grabbed Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing was unable to move, and his face was filled with terror. Taking advantage of this opportunity, several hundred formless hands flew over one after another, surrounding Tai Bai Yunxing. At the same time, there was a large number of formless hands. It flew over from afar. Damn it! Tai Bai Yunxing isn't the only one who's in trouble. He also has a peerless true inheritance. This is bad. 88-point Jinyang Tower is about to be destroyed. I need to quickly take back fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan did not dare to help. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he placed landscape as before goo into his immortal aperture. He then turned around and left. Fixed immortal travel goo was the best method to escape. To the current Fang Yuan, it was much more important. It was more important than other immortal goo. Fang Yuan flew all the way and was about to catch up to the formless fist. I will run after getting fixed immortal travel. I don't care about this Tai Bai Yunxing anymore. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. He had already made up his mind. True Inheritance Secluded Domain was the deepest part of 88-point Xinyang Tower, but there were already so many formless hands. Not to mention the outside world. He had already obtained enough benefits, and he had also successfully advanced to Gu Immortal. If he continued, he might lose his life here. Fang Yuan had thoughts of retreating, but just as he was about to succeed, He Lulan blocked in front of him. Don't think I am afraid of you just because you became a Gu Immortal. Return my Gu worm to me, and I will immediately give way. He Lulan screamed, You are courting death. Fang Yuan stared angrily. He wanted nothing more than to chop He Lulan into pieces. But reason made him change his direction and go around He Lulan, continuing to chase. He Lulan sneered. He could not catch up to Fang Yuan, but he was proficient in long-range battles and had many methods to obstruct Fang Yuan's pursuit. Fang Yuan was obstructed by He Lulan time and again. He had no choice but to change his direction. Why are you doing this? Quickly return my Gu worm, and you will be able to catch up to this formless fist. Don't forget, once the formless fist reaches a certain distance, it will disappear along with the Gu worm in its hand. He Lulan urged loudly. He was extremely anxious in his heart. His vital Gu was in Fang Yuan's hands, but he had no choice but to endure and conceal it. Fang Yuan shouted in anger. His expression was grim. He naturally could not return the Gu worm to He Lulan. The more anxious He Lulan was about this Gu worm, the more it showed how important this Gu worm was. Moreover, He Lulan was a great enemy. Even if the Gu worm was returned to him, what if he did not fulfill his promise and continued to obstruct Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan had no choice but to change his direction again, taking a longer route to chase after his target. Boom! Right at this time, a loud sound erupted in the world. True Inheritance Secluded Domain completely shattered, instantly exploding. Glaring white sunlight suddenly filled everyone's vision. For a moment, Fang Yuan and the others were caught unprepared. Their eyes were filled with a vast expanse of white. In such a situation, who would dare to truly close their eyes? Even if their eyes were filled with tears, they still had to squint a little. The white light gradually faded, and in their hazy eyes, everyone found that the sky was high and the earth was wide, and they were in the air. Save me! Many Gu masters cried out for help. They were the unlucky ones who had all their Gu worms snatched away. Without their Gu worms, they would fall to their deaths at such a high speed. No one went to save the others. The Gu masters who were barely floating in the air could not even look after themselves. They could only watch in shock. In the sky, there were thousands of formless hands circling around, densely packed together. On the ground, there was smoke everywhere, and the ruins of 88-point Xinyang Tower could be seen everywhere. These broken walls continued to decompose, turning back into Gu worms. There were too many Gu worms. Even a piece of tile could decompose into Gu worms, as many as an ant colony. Oh my God, 88-point Xinyang Tower collapsed. Longevity heaven above. How could this happen? Everyone was panicking. A golden rainbow suddenly shone in their vision. Leave the immortal Gu behind. The remaining giant suns had been accumulating power and finally exploded at this moment. The golden rainbow was like lightning. With lightning speed, it destroyed a formless fist and seized the immortal Gu within. Divert disaster Gu. Giant suns poured into the Gu body and immediately activated it. Divert disaster Gu burst out with beams of light shooting everywhere. The formless hands that were hit by the beams of light immediately shrunk, and their speed fell sharply. The formless hands that were hit by the beams of light melted at a visible speed. The Gu worms inside were freed. At once, giant suns regained several immortal Gu. Otherworldly demon. Luck path true inheritance. Giant sons will immediately saw the luck path true inheritance that was trapped by the formless hands, as well as Ma and Zhao who were inside the light lump. Without any hesitation, he immediately flew over. My fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He had lost his target. The formless fist that was holding fixed immortal travel had already disappeared. Carrying fixed immortal travel, it flew away. Fang Yuan had completely lost fixed immortal travel. Damn it! Fang Yuan endured the pain and regret in his heart, calming down. Without fixed immortal travel, he could still use the Stargate to return to a mortal blessed land. But the Stargate needed to be opened continuously. Fang Yuan first needed to leave this place, and then find a safe environment. Ancestor is here. You have nowhere to go. Hand over my goo worms, and I can still plead for mercy for you. He Lulan flew over, shouting loudly. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. He Lulan's words reminded him that the greatest threat now was the formless hands. Next was Giant Sun's will. Right now, Giant Sun's will was suffering from many attacks. There was less than 100,000th of it left, but it was still not something Fang Yuan could resist. Giant Sun Immortal's will was too vast and vast. Even after such a severe weakening, even if Fang Yuan became a Gu Immortal, he was not its match. More importantly, right now, it was seizing immortal Gu from all over the place, activating them one by one. Its battle strength was rising rapidly. Ordinary Gu worms need primeval essence or immortal essence to activate. No matter how strong Giant Sun's will is, it is only a will. It needs to rely on the rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan's gaze was like an eagle's as he looked at the distant Giant Sun's will. Just as he glanced at it, a formless hand flew over. Fang Yuan flapped the wings on his back, successfully dodging. Damn it! He Lulan cursed fiercely. He was also obstructed by 3 formless hands along the way. After true inheritance secluded domain was broken, the number of formless hands in the air had increased by at least 10 times. The attacks of these formless hands caused Fang Yuan, He Lulan, and the rest to be exhausted from dodging. They could no longer pay attention to other matters. Bam, bam, bam. Wind blades danced and spiraled, slicing apart the formless hands. The captured Gu worms were freed. Giant Sun's will was like a golden dragon, pouncing forward. It had a lot of Giant Sun's immortal essence. It was full of confidence. Once it obtained a Gu worm, it would instantly refine it. Its battle strength rising steadily, its aura soaring. Otherworldly demon. Luck path true inheritance. Soon, Giant Sun's will discovered Ma and Zhao. They were surrounded by layers of formless hands. The huge true inheritance light lump had already shrunk to 1/3 of its original size. Giant Sun's will roared. Several immortal Gu and hundreds of rank 5 mortal Gu were activated at the same time. Divert disaster light shot out. Over 1,000 wind blades formed into a group, and a bright red giant fire crow screeched as it spread its wings and soared. All kinds of attacks were like flowers wrapping around Giant Sun's true inheritance. Once a formless fist flew out, it would be instantly struck down, and the Gu worms inside would be seized by Giant Sun's will. Oh no, this luck path true inheritance originated from Giant Sun Immortal. Now that Giant Sun's will has obtained them, it is like adding wings to a tiger, a dragon returning to the sea. Fang Yuan, who was flying at extreme speed, took a glance at this scene, and his heart immediately turned heavy. He looked around and found that to leave, he had to rely on Stargate Gu. Chapter 641. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the number 1 blessed land in Northern Plains. It had a deep foundation and great fortune. However, after Fang Yuan entered, the Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, and Giant Sun's will fought intensely. Next, It was Tai Bai Yunsheng and Fang Yuan's immortal ascension, continuously extracting the blessed land's heaven and earth qi. Furthermore, it was ravaged by the 10-year blizzard, and also the terrifying heavenly tribulation that fused with Tai Bai Yunsheng and Fang Yuan's immortal ascension. It was already very rare for Frost Jade Peacock to last for so long. Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction was already a foregone conclusion. The wind veil that formed enveloped Imperial Court Blessed Land into a sphere. The sphere's walls were vast and deep, over 100 feet in diameter. Even if formless hands flew in, they would be minced into powder and assimilated into wind, nourishing the power of the winds of assimilation. Even if Fang Yuan had flash bug goo, he would not be able to break through. However, this wind veil also temporarily isolated the inside from the outside, preventing external forces from interfering. At this moment, 10,000 feet above the ground, 3 goo immortals had ashen expressions as they looked down at the majestic wind veil of assimilation, like a huge dark green bowl that was upside down on the ground. The wind veil looked extremely calm on the surface, but no one dared to underestimate the power of the winds of assimilation. Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction is already a foregone conclusion. What happened inside? How did it end up like this? One of the elderly goo immortals frowned deeply, anger accumulating in his bewilderment. 88-point Jinyang Tower, Imperial Court Blessed Land, was arranged by Giant Sun Immortal to benefit his descendants. As descendants of the Huang Jin bloodline, they had already recognized Imperial Court Blessed Land as their own territory. Now that their home with precious treasures was destroyed, the righteous path grew immortals of these super tribes. They were like suppressed active volcanoes that were about to explode. Evidently, this is a huge scheme. According to the current investigation, the most suspicious person is that Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. There is sufficient evidence. This proves that this person is in disguise. The real Chang Shan Yin is already dead. Another young goo immortal said, solemnly. After pausing for a while, he continued, of course, it is not just Chang Shan Yin. Other than him, Tai Bai Yunsheng, Bian, Si Xian, and others are also suspects. This matter is very deep. It involved the forces of Zhongzhou State. According to the current investigation, at least 3 ancient sects in Zhongzhou State have been secretly plotting against 88-point Jinyang Tower for hundreds of years. Central Continent's goo immortals secretly planned. He had spent countless resources and effort to set up an ambush. In the end, these arrangements were all activated by Fang Yuan in advance, and everything became a wedding dress for others. Northern Plains goo immortals were not to be trifled with. Imperial Court Blessed Land, 88-point Jinyang Tower, was the spiritual symbol of Northern Plains, of utmost importance. Something happened to Royal Court Blessed Land. The phenomenon attracted the attention of all Northern Plains forces. It was a pity that they were on the outskirts, and things were developing too quickly. By the time they wanted to save Imperial Court Blessed Land, it was already too late. Sigh. The leading goo immortal sighed deeply. His lips were red, and his teeth were white. For some reason, he had the appearance of a young child, but his aura was surging and vast. He was the leader of the 3. The most important thing right now is not to pursue this matter. Instead, it was how to recoup the losses. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was arranged by Ancestor Giant Sun. A rank 8 immortal goo house is mysterious and profound. It has great power. It is not something you and I can estimate. Although the winds of assimilation are fierce and formed a wind veil, they might not be able to destroy True Yang Building. We will wait here and act according to the situation. The child goo immortal's words made the elderly and young goo immortals beside him breathe heavily. Lord Tongzu, you are right. Our Chanyu tribe has an immortal killer move, Winged Blade, As long as we activate it together, we can forcefully break the wind veil of assimilation. The young Gu immortal said this. His tone could not conceal his pride. The winds of assimilation are no small matter. Even Winged Blade can only attack once. I have calculated the wound created on this wind veil of assimilation will only need 8 breaths of time to heal. The elderly Gu immortal was a wisdom path Gu immortal. He could make deductions and predictions. The leader of the 3, Chanyu Tongzu, nodded. Right now, He tribe, Yu Lui tribe, Dongfang tribe, and other righteous path superforces have sent Gu immortals here. Also, the number 1 demonic path force, Snowy Mountain, has sent 6 Gu immortals to try to fish in troubled waters. Don't underestimate them. We have our methods, but that doesn't mean they don't. When we activate Winged Blade, we need to prevent them from taking advantage of us. The luck path true inheritance cannot fall into the hands of otherworldly demons. These are all mine. Giant Sons will roared, his voice reverberating throughout the battlefield. He turned into a golden dragon, gathering and dispersing at will. At times, he split into 17 or 18 small dragons, and, at times, he fused into a giant azure dragon. It carried Giant Sun's immortal essence and used it without holding back. Over 10 immortal Gu were embedded in the dragon's body, 2 on the coral and dragon horns, 1 in the dragon eyes, and 6 or 7 on the dragon scales. Scorching flames, diverting immortal light, freezing air, they formed a frenzied attack that covered the sky and earth, attacking unceasingly. With the situation like this, Giant Sons will finally have the chance to exert his strength. The anger that Giant Sons will had been suppressing for a long time was finally vented at this moment, because he had to eliminate the otherworldly demons first. And because of the importance of the luck path true inheritance, Giant Sons will mainly surround Ma and Zhao. Large numbers of formless hands wrapped around the luck path true inheritance. And from time to time, formless fists that captured luck path Gu worms would fly out. Giant Sons was like a golden dragon, circling around the luck path true inheritance's light lump, destroying the formless fists that flew out. There were many formless fists. Even Giant Sons could only choose from among them and attack heavily, trying to free up more immortal Gu to strengthen his own battle strength. But around the giant dragon, there were also large numbers of formless hands wreaking havoc. Giant Sons will snatch back Gu worms, and these formless hands snatched them back. The 2 sides fought fiercely, occupying the highest area. Below this battle was the struggle between the surviving Gu masters and a small number of formless hands. Even though Giant Sons attracted most of the formless hands' firepower, the Gu masters were not in a better state than before. True inheritance secluded domain was destroyed. The Gu masters were completely exposed to the world, and were attacked by even more formless hands. The formless hands were almost unaffected by any method, flying and piercing through rocks. They were unobstructed. Only after obtaining the Gu worms and tightening into a fist could they be broken. But the formless fists were extremely fast. Not all Gu masters could catch up and destroy them. Fang Yuan, He Lulan, and the others were the minority. They were heroes among heroes. Ancestor, please, A mournful scream was suddenly heard. Everyone could not help but raise their heads. They saw a Gu master of a super tribe with a pure bloodline was being chased by the formless hands, and had no choice but to fly into the sky to seek help from Giant Sons But in the end, he was immediately destroyed by the immortal Gu activated by Giant Sons Such power! He Lulan looked up at the sky. Even with the great strength, true martial physique, he did not dare to get close to Giant Sons Giant Sons completely erupted. His attacks were grand and majestic. He was wholeheartedly fighting against the formless hands for the luck path true inheritance. He did not care about Giant Sons' bloodline descendants. so painful. At this moment, Yi Lui Sang drew in a breath of cold air. He crawled up from the ground with difficulty. All the goo worms in his body had been plundered, and he fell from the sky. Fortunately, his body had been tempered by goo worms, thus only his bones were fractured, but his life was saved. Seeing the unlucky guy die and his soul vanish, he suddenly felt lucky. Compared to this unlucky goo master, he was at least alive. As long as he was alive, it was better than anything else. Fang Yuan felt an extremely heavy mental pressure. Damn it! He gritted his teeth. He wanted to escape, but he had no ability to change this predicament. Fortunately, Giant Sun's will did not target me first. Instead, he went to deal with the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun, and he is wholeheartedly trying to protect the luck path true inheritance. Fang Yuan was clear that once Giant Sun's will got rid of the problem in front of him, he would not let him go. By then, he would be like a lamb in a tiger's mouth or a rabbit in a python's body. Giant Sun's will alone cannot activate most immortal goo. Even if I become a goo immortal, I am still not Giant Sun's will's match in a direct battle. Unless I can sever the connection between it and Giant Sun's immortal essence. Fang Yuan's heart was clear. Unfortunately, there were too many formless hands. He was tired of dealing with them. Other than Giant Sun's will, he had the most immortal goo. There was a lot of remnant aura that attracted the pursuit of many formless hands. At the same time, He Lolan's continuous attacks were also quite a problem. He had the great strength, true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques, a true heaven's favored child. He could be considered the matured version of Bai Ningbing. Be it battle talent or accumulation, he was extremely outstanding. He had heaven-defying battle strength. Even Tai Bai Yunxing was not his match in a direct battle. The power of his self-detonation could definitely slaughter an immortal. After being almost disrupted by He Lolan's attack from afar, Fang Yuan's gaze towards him became even more unfriendly. At the same time, Fang Yuan was inwardly shocked. He Lulan has an unimaginable number of goo worms. Many of his goo worms were taken away, but he still has so many goo worms on him. There was naturally a reason for this. He Lulan wholeheartedly wanted to obtain a strength path immortal goo at 88-point Xinyang Tower, then undergo immortal ascension in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Thus, he had made ample preparations. Especially with his father's help, he had accumulated many goo worms on him. He had considered the backlash of heaven and earth chi during the process of immortal ascension, causing damage to his goo worms. Thus, he had prepared many goo worms. The number was beyond imagination. "Junior brother, save me." After dodging for a while, Fang Yuan heard Tai Bai Yunxing's cry for help. It turned out that Tai Bai Yunxing was trapped by a large number of formless hands and had been floating in the air bitterly. Finally, all his goo worms were taken away. Without the support of goo worms, even as a goo immortal, he had no choice but to fall to the ground. Tai Bai Yunxing was his only ally. He had no choice but to save him. Fang Yuan immediately changed his direction, taking the risk to rush to help. But halfway through, he heard Tai Bai Yunxing's anxious shout, "Quick, junior brother, quickly take back my immortal goo man as before." Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He saw a six-fingered, formless fist flying out. If Fang Yuan wanted to save Tai Bai Yunxing now, he would lose the best opportunity to take back immortal goo man as before. It was very likely that after he saved Tai Bai Yunxing, man as before would be taken away by the formless fist. Save Tai Bai Yunxing, or take back immortal goo man as before. Chapter 642. Save Tai Bai Yunxing, or take back man as before. At this moment, Fang Yuan could not help but hesitate. Man as before, when it was immortal goo, Fang Yuan had heard of its great name. Now that it had advanced to an immortal goo, its power was naturally higher. According to Tai Bai Yunxing's words, when it was a mortal goo, man, as before, could return a mortal goo master state to a certain moment in the past. After becoming an immortal goo, man, as before, could not only affect others, it could also affect oneself. This oneself was naturally referring to Tai by Yunsheng. Tai by Yunsheng was a goo immortal. It was not hard to deduce that man, as before, could be effective on goo immortals. A goo worm that could restore a goo immortal state. The value of man, as before, was self-evident. It could even be said that its value far surpassed ordinary immortal goo. Thus, Tai Bai Yunsheng was so anxious, he forgot that he was in danger and wanted to remind Fang Yuan to take back man, as before. But Tai Bai Yunsheng's words were said in a moment of desperation. He blurted it out without thinking it through calmly. If Fang Yuan truly abandoned him and tried to take back man, as before, then Tai Bai Yunsheng would be in danger. Even if a goo master ascends to goo immortal, the essence of their life would be raised. At such a high altitude, if Tai Bai Yunsheng fell, he would at most suffer heavy injuries, but would not fall to his death. But don't forget, there were still other goo masters on the ground. Taking back man, as before, will definitely waste time. Even if I take back man, as before, Tai Bai Yunsheng will have a conflict with me. What should I do? Tai Bai Yunsheng's words were hot-headed words. Once he was in danger and his life was hanging by a thread, he would definitely wake up. Compared to immortal goo, his own life was more important, if it was at this moment. But he saw his junior brother chasing after an immortal goo and giving up on him. What would he think? The human heart was fickle. It was also fickle. Even if these words were said by Tai Bai Yunsheng himself, at that moment, thinking about it in his shoes, he would have doubts and suspicions. If I control fixed immortal travel, then so be it. The key was that he had lost the fixed immortal travel, and the wind veil of assimilation was constantly shrinking, isolating him from the outside world. I want to get out of here. The only way is to open the Stargate and connect to who immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan was in a difficult position. If he opened the Stargate, he would have to use starlight goo. The formless hands flew everywhere. He was in the limelight, suppressing all other existences. Once the starlight goo appeared, it would definitely be snatched by the formless hands. Fang Yuan was a goo immortal, but under the formless hands, he had no way to escape. There was no guarantee that he would be able to protect them. But now, the wind curtain of assimilation has been formed. Without the support of heaven and earth chi, although there were many formless hands, there would be no new ones. Furthermore, the fragments of 88-point Xinyang Tower are breaking down and turning back into goo, flying everywhere. Formless hand was like water without a source. It could not last long. Fang Yuan was an old devil with 500 years of experience. He was definitely not a short-sighted person. After the formless hand seal weakens, giant suns will definitely become the master of the battle. At that time, it would deal with Ma and Zhao. After taking back the luck path true inheritance, they will definitely deal with me first. At that time, giant suns will have giant sun's immortal essence and possessed many immortal goo. He was definitely a strong enemy. As the weakling, Fang Yuan's best choice to deal with a strong enemy was to ally with the weak and resist the strong. Looking at the battle situation, Tai Bai Yunsheng was the only choice. Even if he was a healing goo immortal, he was still a goo immortal. Even if his goo worms were all snatched away, Fang Yuan could still lend them to him. Moreover, these bloodline descendants of He Lulan were the natural allies of giant sun's will. No matter how glib Fang Yuan's tongue was, in such a situation, in such a short time, he could not convince them to change sides. After thinking so much, only a short moment had passed. Fang Yuan's body moved like lightning without hesitation. He flew towards the falling Tai Bai Yunsheng. Junior brother, you sigh? Seeing Fang Yuan's choice, Tai Bai Yunsheng, who had calmed down, had a moved expression as his gaze flickered. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he only heaved a long sigh. Along the way, there were many formless hands interfering, but Fang Yuan turned left and right. He was agile like a bird, rapidly closing the distance between him and Tai Bai Yunsheng. But right at this time, a faint figure suddenly appeared beside Tai Bai Yunsheng. "Old thing, you have finally fallen into my hands." The figure quickly turned solid. He Lulon grabbed Tai Bai Yunsheng's collar and captured him. Even though Tai Bai Yunsheng was a Gu immortal, he did not have a single Gu worm on him. He Lulon easily captured him. He Lulon immediately activated a Gu worm, restraining Tai Bai Yunsheng's limbs and causing him to faint. Looking at the captive in her hands, He Lulon was overjoyed. Being able to capture Tai Bai Yunsheng in such a chaotic situation was largely due to luck, but the result was already set in stone. He Lulon's mind was filled with ideas on how to threaten Fang Yuan and use him as a hostage to take back his vital Gu. But just as he raised his head, before he could speak, he was shocked to see Fang Yuan's body suddenly rise up and fly towards the sky. He Lulon captured Tai Bai Yunsheng. "He is definitely trying to threaten me and ask for that Gu worm." Fang Yuan immediately guessed He Lulon's plan. His heart sank, but he was still as calm as ice. Since He Lulon had such a goal, she was not afraid of him endangering Tai Bai Yunsheng's life. That is to say, Tai Bai Yunsheng had no worries for now. Since that was the case, the first thing Fang Yuan needed to do was to take back the immortal Gu man as before. He dodged left and right, avoiding the formless hands. The 8 wings on his back flapped with all his might, using Windflower Gu and Flash Bug Gu alternately. Finally, after 15 minutes, he used all his strength and barely broke the formless fist, taking back Man as before immortal Gu. Because he had obtained Tai Bai Yunsheng's trust, Man as before immortal Gu did not struggle in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan did not use his will to suppress it. He directly placed it into his strength path immortal aperture. "Your senior brother's life is in my hands. Hurry up and return my Gu worm." He Lulon finally found the opportunity to threaten him loudly. He was drenched in sweat. It was not easy to chase after Fang Yuan. It was especially so since he couldn't move fast enough, and he was carrying Tai Bai Yunsheng. He could understand Fang Yuan's actions and was full of confidence. Just as he finished his words, a formless hand shot toward him. He Lulon did not dare to take it head-on and had to retreat to dodge. As a result, the imposing manner that he had painstakingly built up disappeared. It immediately weakened. Fang Yuan's figure was like a phantom as he moved between the formless hands. He approached He Lulon. He was expressionless, but he sighed inwardly. Fang Yuan knew that he could not resist Giant Sun's will alone. He needed to rely on Tai Bai Yunsheng's help. But now that Tai Bai Yunsheng was a hostage, Fang Yuan's hands were tied. Although he had Man as before immortal Gu, he did not have Tai Bai Yunsheng's permission to borrow it. Even if he could borrow it, He Lulon would kill him. If Tai Bai Yunsheng died, Fang Yuan could use Man as before to revive Tai Bai Yunsheng. However, there was also an extremely important problem in this. Using immortal Gu Man as before, immortal essence would be expended. Reviving a mortal was not an issue. Reviving an immortal would definitely expend a huge amount of immortal essence. Fang Yuan only had 22 beads of green grape immortal essence in his possession. He used 1 bead. It turned into limitless gaseous primeval essence. Only 21 beads were left. This was his greatest confidence in contending against Giant Sun's will. As for reviving Gu immortal Tai Bai Yunsheng, he needed at least 10 beads of green grape immortal essence. Unless he had no other choice, Fang Yuan did not dare to use force. He Lulan was indeed a formidable person. It was not a coincidence that he became the victor of the imperial court contest. He had extraordinary aptitude and talent. Once an opportunity appeared, he would grasp it in time. Don't tell me, I really have to return his goo worm? This thought appeared, but was forcefully suppressed by Fang Yuan. He Lulan was so anxious about this goo. It was definitely different from others. Fang Yuan was not willing to return it like this. More importantly, He Lulan was not worthy of trust. Time passed, Giant Sun's will and the formless hands were fighting intensely. Giant Sun's will was inherited from Giant Sun, immortal. He was experienced and ruthless. His original strength could finally be displayed to the fullest, displaying his unparalleled might. He used the Luck Path True Inheritance Light lump to attack the formless hands while retrieving the only copy of the Luck Path True Inheritance. After persisting for so long, the Luck Path True Inheritance Light lump was still intact. This true inheritance contained an astonishing number of goo worms, as well as many types of goo worms. In this short period of time, the formless hands had seized as many as 6 Luck Path Immortal goo. No wonder it was the only copy. Immortal goo were unique. Even if Giant Sun Immortal used all his strength, he could only refine this true inheritance to such an extent. 3 of the 6 Immortal goo were successfully retrieved after Giant Sun's will broke the formless fists. As for the other 3, Giant Sun's will could only watch helplessly as they were taken away by the formless fists. Damn it! Damn it! Giant Sun's will was getting angrier as he fought. He already hated Zhao Lianyun to the bone. Now he no longer cherished Ma Hongyun's talent. I want to see how long the Luck Path True Inheritance can protect you for. Giant Sun's will gritted his teeth. If not for him wanting to preserve the Luck Path True Inheritance, he would have already broken the light lump and killed Ma and Zhao. Ma and Zhao hugged each other tightly. They were powerless against this situation. They could only wait for death. The huge pressure and mental torture caused their feelings to heat up rapidly, but it was useless. The frost jade peacock that recognized them as its master was already dead. The Luck Path True Inheritance Light lump's volume was already less than 1/3 of its original size. Seeing that the moment of death was approaching, Ma and Zhao lost all hope of survival. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were in a deadlock, haggling. Both sides did not trust each other. This made this negotiation progress extremely slow. Roar. Right at this time, from outside the wind veil, the sound of a blade could be heard. The blade's sound was clear and intense, resounding in everyone's ears. What? This is... Everyone raised their heads, attracted by this sudden change. Even Giant Sun's will's attack was halted. In the sky above them, the thick wind veil of assimilation had already been cut open by a long blade. From inside the wind veil, everyone could see the sky of northern plains through the blade. In the sky, Chanyu tribe's 3 goo immortals were gasping for breath. This was the immortal killer move they had activated, Winged Blade. Beside them, there were more than 10 other goo immortals. It turned out that not long after the 3 of them had plotted, the other righteous path goo immortals came to find them. Because He tribe's goo immortals were very sincere and pushed for it, after the 2 sides negotiated, they quickly reached an agreement and attacked in advance. Once the blade was cut open, it penetrated inside and outside. It would have a huge impact on any existence in the battlefield. What reacted faster than Fang Yuan, and the others were goo worms. 88-point Xinyang Tower had become an ownerless object. After it was destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, large numbers of wild goo were produced from the broken walls. At this crucial moment, relying on their instincts, these goo worms immediately flew up and charged towards the blade. Along the way, formless hands clawed wildly. This is the best chance to break through the wind veil. and escape this desperate situation. The Goo Master's eyes shone. Chapter 643. Originally, in this wind veil of great unity, the goo worms were lifeless. Now that the wind veil of assimilation was slashed open, connecting to the outside world of northern plains, these goo worms seemed to have gone mad as they rushed towards the wound. The formless hands swarmed over, making a big grab along the way. Almost half of the goo worms fell into formless hands and were then taken away by formless fists. But most of them managed to charge out of their wounds and escape the hopeless situation of the wind veil of assimilation, entering the northern plains. Collect for me. So many goo worms. That is an immortal goo. Stop. Don't fight over it. Just follow the previous agreement and don't mess around. Northern Plains goo immortals looked at the vast goo group surging out like a tidal wave. They were shocked and overjoyed. They immediately took action, continuously shouting, competing with each other, displaying all types of methods. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw the scene of the goo immortals frantically snatching goo worms. Over 20 goo immortals. It should be the work of the immortal killer move Winged Blade. This killer move is the #1 offensive method in Northern Plains. In the 5 regions war, many Central Continent goo immortals died under this move. His expression was solemn. His eyes flickered with uncertainty as the memories of his previous life surged in his mind. The wind of assimilation was the strongest wind in the world. It could assimilate everything, and few methods could restrain it. But Winged Blade, immortal killer move, was extremely powerful. It was a rare super method that could break the wind veil of assimilation. Of course, this is also because the wind curtain of assimilation has not been formed for long, and the wind wall is not very thick. After a period of time, even the winged saber can't cut through it. Winds of assimilation were winds that blew when immortal apertures were destroyed. Once the wind picked up, there would be enough wind. Even rank 8 goo immortals could not resist it. As for rank 9 goo immortals, they could dominate the world, invincible in the world. No matter how strong the great unity wind was, it couldn't do anything to them. This shocking turn of events was beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. To him, this was definitely not an escape route. He was framing Giant Sun's will, the culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower and the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land. In the outside world, he was captured by the furious Northern Plains goo immortals. His ending would definitely be extremely miserable. At that time, death would be a luxury. He immediately focused his attention on He Lulan. If He Lulan was distracted because of this, Fang Yuan would launch a surprise attack. Strive to snatch Tai by Yunsheng. But He Lulan's eyes were bright. His eyes were fixed on Fang Yuan, and he was not distracted at all. His goal this time was to obtain a Strength Path Immortal Goo and become a Goo Immortal. However, he was not good at moving, so he could not break the Formless Fist. However, he had an agreement with Giant Sun's Will before this. As long as he helped to the end, Giant Sun's Will would give him a Strength Path Immortal Goo as a reward. This was also the reason why they had been fighting for so long. The main reason why He Lulan followed Giant Sun's Will closely and was always on the same side. This guy, Fang Yuan, had no chance to take advantage of. He could only grit his teeth. Right at this time, a voice could be heard from above the wind veil. He Lulan, my son, father is here. I have come to receive you. He Lulan's father was the supreme elder of Northern Plains super tribe He tribe, a legendary figure of Northern Plains, the male lead of the most famous love story, Su Xian's Night Elopement, He Cheng. He was rank 7 and cultivated dark path. His eyes were like paint, his face was like jade. He was handsome and elegant. At this moment, he was floating in the air, casually collecting some goo worms. His expression was anxious and worried as he shouted He Lulan's name. Don't worry, father has found a strength path immortal goo for you. But when He Lulan heard his father's call, he snorted coldly. Not only did he turn a deaf ear to He Cheng's words, he was even angered. His face was filled with hatred, filled with vengeance. He shouted at Fang Yuan, "My patience is running out. Do you still want your senior brother's life? Quickly give me my goo worm. Otherwise I will kill your senior brother immediately." Tai Bai Yunsheng naturally had to be saved. This was the only external help Fang Yuan could rely on to resist Giant Sun's will. Thus Fang Yuan shouted, "Of course I can give you the goo worm, but you have to wake my senior brother up first and make him run 1,000 steps away." His suggestion was rejected by He Lulan. "Impossible! You have to give me the goo worm first. Otherwise I will directly crush your senior brother's head." Both sides did not have any trust in each other. Fang Yuan wanted He Lulan to release Tai Bai Yunsheng first, but He Lulan was wary of Fang Yuan's movement method. He Lulan wanted Fang Yuan to hand over the goo worm first. Fang Yuan was naturally afraid of He Lulan's tricks. Of course, there was the most common solution. That was to let go at the same time. One side would release Tai Bai Yunsheng, while the other side would release the goo worm. But in this environment, where the formless hands were flying everywhere, who would dare to let the goo worm fly around randomly? It was not that Fang Yuan did not want to save Tai Bai Yunsheng, but negotiations were always stuck at this point. Fang Yuan raised his head and took a quick glance. The scene before him made his heart sink. Oh no, after the formless hands capture the goo worm, they will tear through space and vanish. The number of formless hands will sharply decrease. At that time, Giant Suns will become the leader. Not only was He Lulan anxious, Fang Yuan was also gradually becoming anxious. Giant Suns was a special will. Exterminating the otherworldly demon was his first priority. This choice was even more important than survival. The Will Dragon roared again and again, disregarding the passage above its head and circling around the luck path true inheritance. The remaining luck path goo worm was the true inheritance's core. Giant Suns did not dare to be careless. "Are we going to die?" Seeing that the true inheritance light lump was only left with a thin layer, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's hopes turned to dust. But right at this time, the true inheritance light lump suddenly burst out with a dazzling radiance. The light was extremely dazzling. With a swoosh, the true inheritance light lump carried Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun and rose up, turning into a rainbow of light as it shot towards the blade. The luck path true inheritance was also ruled by a wild will. It naturally had an intense survival instinct. Don't even think about it. The dragon of Giant Suns roared furiously without hesitation. It immediately chased after it. The true inheritance light lump was extremely fast. Giant Suns could not catch up to it for a while. The true inheritance light lump was about to leave the wind veil of assimilation. After escaping into northern plains, Giant Suns finally let go of his worries. Killing the otherworldly demon, Zhao Lianyun, was the first priority. This was the number one priority that Giant Sun, immortal, had given to the special will. When he could not have his cake and eat it too, Giant Suns could only give up everything to achieve this goal. Giant Sun's immortal essence crazily poured into all the immortal goo, as the dragon of Will shone with dozens of bright spots. Within 3 breaths of time, the light spots expanded rapidly. It was ready to attack. The Will Dragon's aura surged. Its might was awe-inspiring. An earth-shattering attack was about to be unleashed at the next moment. But, right at this time, from the goo worm group, a true inheritance light lump suddenly appeared. This true inheritance light lump was the size of an adult. It was a supreme true inheritance. This supreme true inheritance light lump, its whole body was emitting a layer of faint light. This layer of light, It was not dazzling at all. It was constantly changing, forming all sorts of colors. Moreover, the light was very condensed and had a huge range, forming a huge halo of light with a radius of over 100 feet. The supreme true inheritance brought along a huge halo as it fiercely struck the dragon of giant suns, Will. Crack, crack, crack. Under the cover of the halo, giant suns will rapidly expanded and self-detonated like a series of firecrackers. With the supreme true inheritance as the center, a huge spherical halo of light appeared. It struck the dragon of giant suns, Will, and actually cut it in half. Giant suns will roared loudly. It fell into extreme anger and shock. It broke into two, the dozen or so immortal goo that were ready to attack, and were about to burst out were instantly silenced. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart shook. From the moment this supreme true inheritance suddenly appeared, its true identity was clear. In true inheritance secluded domain, there were only 3 supreme true inheritances. One was the 88-point Jinyang Tower itself. It had already been snatched by the Formless Hands group. This was also the main reason why 88-point Jinyang Tower completely collapsed and broke apart. One was the Luck Path Supreme True Inheritance. It had once created the glory of Giant Sun Immortal. Right now, it was running for its life towards the wind veil of assimilation. The last one was the rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Fang Yuan had once encountered it in True Inheritance secluded domain. If not for Mo Yao's will's timely reminder, he would have almost lost his life under the influence of Wisdom Goo. As a rank 9, Wisdom Goo was recorded in the Legends of Renzu. It was naturally extraordinary. It could emit the light of wisdom. Under the illumination of this light, the lifespan of living beings would decrease rapidly. Thoughts would be born and destroyed in their minds, colliding and creating sparks of wisdom. When a person thinks, countless thoughts would be born and destroyed, colliding with each other and obtaining a result. Wisdom Path was one of the Goo Master Paths formed based on this principle, and the light of wisdom would increase the number of thoughts to the limit, increase the speed of movement to the limit, and increase the intensity of collisions to the limit. It would greatly shorten the time taken to think and increase the results of thinking. This was the true effect of Wisdom Goo. Right, Wisdom Goo is also a wild will. It had been hiding all along. When the wind veil of assimilation broke, it instinctively wanted to escape. It's just that it hasn't been used until now. Fang Yuan came to a sudden realization. Fang Yuan was not surprised that Wisdom Goo could easily injure giant suns' will. It had already been mentioned many times. Wisdom Path was divided into thought, will, and emotion. What were wills made of? Thoughts after thoughts. Under the illumination of Wisdom Goo, these thoughts collided and expanded rapidly before being destroyed. If it shone on a person, new thoughts would appear in their mind. But Giant Sun, Immortal, was already dead. Only a will was left behind. This special will was the same as the Formless Hands, water without a source. Under the light of Wisdom Goo, these thoughts collided to the limit and were destroyed at lightning speed, but no new thoughts were produced. Thus, the dragon of will was easily cut in half. One could say Wisdom Goo countered Giant Sun's will. But this counter cannot make Giant Sun's will go silent, unless Fang Yuan's gaze was like an eagle's. He endured the dazzling light of Giant Sun's true inheritance and looked up. As expected, he saw over 100 beads of immortal essence falling from the sky. These yellow immortal essence were huge and full. Their aura was restrained. Fang Yuan's rank 6 green grape immortal essence could not compare to them. This was rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence. Chapter 644. Ordinary immortal Goo needed immortal essence to activate. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to activate a Goo worm with just willpower. Even giant sons will had to follow this rule. Earlier, the reason why the dragon of giant sons will could activate the immortal goo was because it contained giant sun's immortal essence and used it. But now, Wisdom Goo's sneak attack had succeeded, cutting the dragon of giant sons will into two, and actually exposing giant sun's immortal essence. As expected of the Wisdom Goo, Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly, and he praised in his heart. He had previously thought of severing the connection between Giant Sun's immortal essence and Giant Sun's will, but he lacked the strength to do so. But the Wisdom Goo did it. Wisdom Goo was not afraid of formless hands, because even the most powerful formless hand only had 8 fingers. Wisdom Goo was a rank 9 immortal goo. Only 9-fingered formless hands could capture it. However, even though Wisdom Goo was rank 9, it was still fragile. It was not an offensive weapon, so it could still be destroyed by attacks. If Wisdom Goo wanted freedom and wanted to escape, the Dragon of Giant Sons with many immortal goo was the main obstacle. From Wisdom Goo's perspective, dealing with the Dragon of Giant Sons was the most important task. Thus, it hid itself and waited for an opportunity to strike. It was fine if he did not make a move, but the moment he made a move, it was truly earth-shattering, hitting the weak point of Giant Sun's will and successfully cutting off its connection with Giant Sun's immortal essence, causing the dozen or so immortal goo under his control to go silent. Giant Sun's will suffered heavy injuries and let out an earth-shattering roar. It did not turn around to deal with the Wisdom Goo. It was still charging forward without a care for its own safety. He charged towards Ma and Zhao, who were enveloped by the luck path true inheritance. Giant Suns condensed at lightning speed, forming a large golden hand that seemed to blot out the sky and earth. Like a shooting star, he grabbed towards Ma and Zhao. For a time, the entire battle situation was like this. The wind veil of assimilation isolated Imperial Court blessed land from the outside world of Northern Plains. In the outside world, there were many Northern Plains goo immortals. Inside was the battlefield of the Royal Court ruins. The wind curtain of assimilation tore open around. Countless goo worms gushed out from inside, causing the goo immortals to fight over them. Inside the wind curtain, in the sky, the luck path true inheritance turned into a rainbow. He flew at high speed and was not far from the wind curtain of assimilation. In the middle was the giant hand of Giant Sons, that could no longer use immortal goo. Below it was Wisdom Goo. Below them, Fang Yuan and He Lulan were in a stalemate. On the ground, at the very bottom, dozens of goo masters were still alive. The formless hands were attracted by the group of goo flying in the sky. They were in a good position. Giant Sun's hand that was going all out was extremely fast, rapidly closing the distance between it and the luck path true inheritance. Pa pa pa, the hand of Giant Sons continued to explode. Wisdom Goo was not far below. Giant Sons was illuminated by the light of wisdom. His thoughts were colliding and destroying each other. One could see with the naked eye that Giant Sons' will's hand was rapidly shrinking. However, the light of wisdom not only consumed Giant Sons' will, it also caused his thoughts to collide violently. This caused Giant Sons' will's hand to explode with even greater speed and power. Finally, at the last moment when the luck path true inheritance was about to charge out of the wind veil, Giant Sons' hand arrived and blocked the luck path true inheritance. None of you can escape. All of you die. Giant Sons grabbed down with his hand. His killing intent was extremely fierce. He actually no longer cared about the lucked out true inheritance. He wanted to directly crush Ma and Zhao to death. Are we going to die? Ma and Zhao hugged each other tightly, looking at the descending hand in extreme shock. Boom! The intense attacks were like a torrential storm, fiercely smashing onto Giant Sun's will's hand. You unfilial descendants. Giant Sun's will's hand collapsed, letting out a furious roar. The luck path true inheritance carried Ma and Zhao, flying into the sky and out of the wind veil of assimilation, arriving in the outside world of northern plains. This is an immortal goo. Quickly catch the immortal goo. It's all mine, it's all mine. The righteous path goo immortals who were filled with greed did not know the identity of this will hand. Even if they knew, were they going to watch as the will hand crushed the immortal goo? A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The luck path true inheritance was brimming with an intense immortal goo aura, causing the northern plains goo immortals' eyes to turn red. Kill. Courting death. Who dares to snatch the immortal goo from me? Shameless. Have you forgotten our previous agreement? Verbal agreements between goo immortals were fragile to begin with such great benefits in front of them. Who would abide by their previous agreement? At once, the northern plains goo immortals shed all pretenses of cordiality, attacking together to snatch the luck path true inheritance. Vast goo immortal auras collided and competed with each other. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's vision darkened. They almost fainted on the spot. They had truly left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's cave. This aura and radiance, there is no mistaking it. It is definitely related to luck path. Everyone, attack! Suddenly, a loud shout could be heard. Another dozen or so goo immortals appeared. The leader was an old goo immortal. He had a long snow-white beard that reached his toes. The righteous path goo immortals saw this person, and their pupils shrunk. Among them, someone exclaimed, revealing this person's identity. Old Ancestor Shui, who you actually came personally. Old Ancestor Shui, who was the leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. He had rank 8 cultivation. He was the #1 demonic path goo immortal in northern plains. Those following behind him were all great Snow Mountain Blessed Lands Devil Dao cultivators. They were all experts and legendary figures with reputable reputations. Imperial Court Blessed Land is about to be destroyed. I naturally have to take a share of the loot. Stop talking nonsense. Attack. Old Ancestor Shui, who shouted. He was very direct as he led the people behind him into the battle. The scene became even more chaotic. Righteous path and demonic path fought. All kinds of goo worms flew around. The luck path true inheritance had changed hands several times. Ma and Zhao were in great danger. They were on the verge of death. Stop fighting. There must be more immortal goo inside the wind veil of assimilation. A goo immortal shouted in the chaos. 3 Chanyu immortals quickly attack. The wind veil of assimilation is about to close. Another goo immortal reminded. 3 Chanyu immortals gathered together, with goo immortal Tong Zhu as the leader. They quickly looked down. Sure enough, they saw. The wound on the wind veil of assimilation had already closed. Only a small crack was left. The wound caused by the winged blade could be said to be huge, but the wind veil of assimilation was closing even faster. Earlier, goo immortal Tong Zhu had estimated that the wound would close in 8 breaths of time. Now, it seemed that the entire process had taken around 8 breaths of time. If they activated the winged blade now, they would definitely be able to open another wound. But the 3 goo immortals of Chanyu tribe did not make any move. This immortal killer move had terrifying offensive power, but the price was huge. It consumed a lot of immortal essence. In such a chaotic situation, the 3 Chanyu immortals did not dare to use it. They had to leave this method to intimidate the enemies. Brother Hei Chang, what should we do now? What should we do now? Hey tribe goo immortal, Heibai asked. Seeing the wind veil of assimilation close completely, he lost his sense of propriety and quickly asked goo immortal Hei Chang. Hei Chang was silent, his expression extremely unsightly. Heibai wanted Wooden Chicken Immortal Goo wholeheartedly. Hei Lulan had sent a message saying Wooden Chicken Immortal Goo was already in his hands. But now that the wind veil of assimilation closed, He Lulan could not escape. He Bai's plan failed. He Chung did not have the ability to break the wind veil of assimilation. His voice was extremely gloomy. Brother He Bai, you still have a chance. Those formless hands in the wind veil are extremely likely to capture your wooden chicken goo. Then, they will break through the air until their power dissipates. The goo worms seized will also be released. Goo Immortal's investigative methods were much stronger than Goo Master's. After the wound was opened, they immediately saw the danger inside the wind veil. It was also because of the existence of these formless hands that they did not dare to enter the wind veil and take the risk. Is that so? He Bai's eyes immediately brightened, but he soon thought of something. Then nephew He Lulan, He Chung did not speak, his expression becoming even more gloomy. He Lulan did not grasp this excellent chance to escape the wind veil of assimilation. This made Fang Yuan secretly shocked. But at this moment, Fang Yuan did not have time to think. He threw everything to the back of his mind. He tightly stared at the falling immortal essence of Giant Sunday. His mind was filled with Giant Sun's immortal essence. Goo Masters could not use other people's primeval essence. Goo Immortals could not use other people's immortal essence. After Fang Yuan obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he also obtained a lot of Hu Immortal's green grape immortal essence. But only the little fox land spirit could use this immortal essence. Land spirits were formed from Goo Immortal's obsessions. Giant Sun's immortal essence could only be used by Giant Sun's will. Even if Fang Yuan obtained this immortal essence, he could not use it at all. But this did not affect Fang Yuan's determination to snatch Giant Sun's immortal essence. Although I can't use it, as long as I snatch all of this immortal essence, the threat of Giant Suns will drop to 20 to 30%. Fang Yuan flew into the sky, activating all kinds of movement goo and using all his strength. This excellent opportunity was created by wisdom goo. If Fang Yuan did not grab it tightly, he would be a demonic path overlord. You dare? After being tricked by his own descendant, Giant Suns will sensed Fang Yuan's intention and immediately became anxious and furious. Without immortal essence, he could not activate immortal goo. He could only use his special will to fight. He knew the severity of this situation better than anyone else. Fang Yuan's speed was so fast that it was unprecedentedly fearful. Damn it, it's too late. The will gathered again. A large hand slammed down like a falling meteor. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. In this short period of time, he was already less than 100 steps away from Giant Sun's immortal essence. No matter how fierce Giant Sun's will was, Fang Yuan was not worried about it. Because above Fang Yuan's head, between Giant Sun's will and Giant Sun's will, there was a rank 9 wisdom goo. Wisdom goo counters Giant Sun's special will. To get around wisdom goo, I will need to spend a lot of time. He Lulan cannot move fast enough and is carrying Tai by Yunsheng. How can she keep up with me? The only thing I need to worry about is formless hand. All kinds of thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. He understood the situation clearly. Chapter 645. Seeing that he was about to succeed, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. But there was no harm in another change. Wisdom goo rapidly descended, the light of wisdom enveloping Fang Yuan. Once he entered the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan's thoughts rapidly formed and disappeared, rapidly aging. Fang Yuan was shocked. He quickly raised his head and saw wisdom goo rapidly descending, flying towards him. Giant Sun's will, whose body had shrunk greatly, shrunk into a ball and followed closely behind. It turned out that Giant Sun's will knew that if he went around wisdom goo, he would not be able to stop Fang Yuan in time. Thus he disregarded his own safety and forcefully approached wisdom goo, using a nimble technique to send it flying. Although wisdom goo countered Giant Sun's will was thick enough after paying a heavy price and risking his life, he could still forcefully approach Wisdom Gu. This way, Wisdom Gu was like a ball, rapidly flying towards Fang Yuan, instead becoming a huge problem for Fang Yuan. What a great giant sun! Seeing Wisdom Gu flying towards him, Fang Yuan could not help but praise Giant Sun's Will's decision. He laughed heartily, his heart filled with boundless resolution. You, Giant Sun, can sacrifice yourself to this extent. Why can't I, Gue Fang Yuan? Immediately, Fang Yuan endured the radiance of the light of wisdom and used his methods to sweep away all of Giant Sun's immortal essence. Next, he used Windflower Gu to change his direction, moving to the side and getting away from Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu directly fell. Fang Yuan almost brushed past it. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Yuan coughed continuously. He had finally escaped from the light of wisdom. But his face no longer had the appearance of a young man, and anyone who saw him would feel a chill run down their spine. Anyone who saw him would think he was a middle-aged uncle. The closer he got to Wisdom Gu, the stronger the light of wisdom. Earlier, Fang Yuan was 10,000 steps away from Wisdom Gu in true inheritance secluded domain. In just a few breaths of time, he lost 2 years of lifespan. Just now, he was so close to Wisdom Gu, and after enduring the light of wisdom for so long, he lost over 10 years of lifespan. Ordinary people only had 100 years of lifespan. In order to snatch Giant Sun's immortal essence, Fang Yuan paid a heavy price. Little thief, die for me! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Giant Sun's will swooped down like a hawk. Fang Yuan only felt his vision blur. An intense sense of danger assaulted him. At the moment of life and death, he only had time to activate 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Boom! With a loud bang, Fang Yuan was swatted down like a fly. He fell like a meteor until he smashed into the ground. He smashed a deep pit. Dirt and stones flew everywhere. Smoke and dust billowed. Fang Yuan lay at the bottom of the pit and only reacted after 3 breaths. 6 of his 8 arms were broken. His entire back was too horrible to look at. His spine and ribs were exposed. His mind was in a daze, and he could only barely think. The impact of Giant Sun's will had not only targeted his body, but a large amount of special will had also entered his mind, wreaking havoc. It affected his thoughts. Fang Yuan, who only had a trace of sobriety, did not even think about it. He quickly turned around and dodged. At the next moment, Giant Sun's will turned into a golden axe that swooped down from the sky, chopping down fiercely and chopping off Fang Yuan's left arm and left leg. If not for Fang Yuan turning around in time, he would have been chopped into 2. His mind clearing up slightly, Fang Yuan quickly used his remaining hand to push himself off the ground, the huge force propelling his body out of the pit. But immediately, Giant Sun's will turned into a golden hammer that flew into the air and smashed down on Fang Yuan. Bam! Fang Yuan felt like he was hit by a charging elephant. His ribs were all broken, and most of his organs were crushed into pieces. At the same time, his mind was invaded by Giant Sun's will again, and he fell into an even greater state of unconsciousness. Fang Yuan was like a rubber ball that was hit by someone. He rolled all the way and left a long mark on the ground. The huge friction caused his clothes to be tattered, and he was covered in dust. Eventually, he laid on the ground powerlessly, not moving, his broken bones pierced through his skin and flesh protruding out. Blood slowly flowed out. It was not red, but the deep green color of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. His expression was twisted, his fangs were exposed, and he looked like he was struggling in pain. At this moment, Fang Yuan's mind was in a chaotic battle. The wills were competing intensely, and Giant Sun's will had the upper hand. Fang Yuan was passively taking the beating. He resisted with all his might. He could not even think clearly. Only by destroying giant suns will in his mind could he regain consciousness. But giant suns did not give him any chance. It condensed into a golden sword that was 15 feet long and 18 feet wide, emitting an inviolable aura of condemning all living beings. This is Giant Sun's Will's true battle strength. This is too terrifying. Far away, He Lulan held the unconscious Tai by Yunsheng as she clicked her tongue. Giant Suns will continue to refine immortal Gu. He was plotted against by Wisdom Gu. He was attacked by over 20 Gu immortals, but he disregarded his own sacrifices and forcefully charged forward, sending Wisdom Gu flying. From start to finish, he had suffered many injuries. His current size was less than a millionth of when he was asleep. But even so, Fang Yuan had no way to retaliate. Without using an immortal Gu, it was no wonder He Lulan was sweating profusely. This battle strength was too terrifying. But soon, He Lulan calmed down. No, a true special will is not this strong. But just now, Ancestor Giant Sun's opportunity was too good. He directly dealt a heavy blow when the enemy was unprepared. The thief wanted to retaliate, but he could not think. His mind was already invaded by the special will. It was in a mess. If both sides were on guard and had enough time to react, this would not have happened. The main thing is that he inherited Ancestor's battle experience. He is ruthless and decisive. Once he finds a flaw, he will attack continuously, not giving the enemy any chance to turn the situation around, especially when his will invades the mind. This effect is terrifying. He simply cannot retaliate. It seems I need to guard against this when fighting against Wisdom Path Gu Masters. He Lulan reminded himself as he slowly descended to the ground. He looked at the Sword of Will, slowly floating and finally hovering above Fang Yuan's head. The tip of the sword pointed at Fang Yuan's head. This guy is finished. He Lulan lightly muttered. The great enemy in his eyes had ended up like this because of a mistake that could not be considered a mistake. His heart was filled with relief, joy, and also a faint sense of sadness. The strength of Giant Sun's will was because he had inherited Giant Sun Immortal's battle experience. Although Fang Yuan had 500 years of rebirth, in this aspect, Giant Sun's will was much stronger and more experienced than him. Once Giant Sun's will found a chance, he would attack continuously, firmly occupying the advantage and rapidly expanding the battle results, not giving Fang Yuan any chance to turn the situation around. Giant Sun Immortal not only had good luck, from this aspect, one could see a trace of his invincibility, as well as his firm and domineering battle talent. It's over. He Lulan looked at Tai, by Yunsheng in his hand. In the wind veil of assimilation, he was Fang Yuan's only ally, but he was still unconscious. He Lulan casually threw him on the ground, his gaze fixed on the Sword of Giant Sun's will. Without any hesitation, the Sword of Giant Sun's will fell like lightning, the tip of the sword aimed at Fang Yuan's head. Even though Fang Yuan had transformed into 6-armed heavenly zombie king and had the body of a zombie, once his head was pierced, Giant Sun's will would directly enter and destroy his mind before completely destroying his soul. This was a true fatal blow. Tai by Yunsheng was unconscious. Fang Yuan was unconscious. They had no strength to retaliate. But just as the sword tip was an inch away from Fang Yuan's head, a wall of water suddenly formed. At the same time, a sharp female voice shouted, "With me here, don't even think of taking his life." "Who is it?" He Lulan lost his voice. He looked at the wall of water rippling. The surface of the wall of water formed a whirlpool, wrapping around the sword tip and blocking the Sword of Giant Sun's will. At the same time, a powerful and dense aura rose from Fang Yuan's body. Giant Sun's will retracted the sword, retreating at lightning speed, retreating a few hundred steps in an instant. He quietly floated in the air. His voice was deep as he thought of something. "It's you. Tens of thousands of years ago, you barged into 88 Point Shinyang Tower. and the fortune rivaling heaven goo was released by you. Mo Yao giggled. It is hard for you to still remember. As she spoke, the wall of water turned into a water armor, quickly covering Fang Yuan's body. A light blue light enveloped Fang Yuan. His injuries rapidly healed. His severed limbs grew back. His bones and flesh recovered rapidly. Giant suns will naturally remembered, because there were goo worms in 88-point Xinyang Tower that recorded everything. When Mo Yao explored 88-point Xinyang Tower, he did not awaken Giant Sun's will. But after Fang Yuan awakened Giant Sun's will, he immediately used the relevant goo worms to browse through the records and learn of everything that had happened. Mo Yao's voice and appearance, Fang Yuan's name, as well as all the bad things he had done in 88-point Xinyang Tower. Giant Suns will knew all of them. Thus he exposed Fang Yuan's disguise as Chang Shanin. Giant Suns was furious. You bunch of despicable and shameless thieves. You have been eyeing Truyang Building for tens of thousands of years. Die! Giant Suns attacked furiously. His golden sword flew like lightning, piercing through the air and drawing golden rainbows in the air. These golden rainbows landed on the water armor, creating waves, but they could not penetrate the armor's defense. Fang Yuan finally woke up. This is Rank 7 Immortal Goo House Water Pavilion. He looked at the water armor on his body and came to a realization. As it turned out, at some point in time, Water Pavilion had been attached to his body. He was in a daze, his life hanging by a thread. It was Mo Yao's will that activated Water Pavilion and protected him. Giant Suns could control 88-point Xinyang Tower. Mo Yao's will could also control Water Pavilion. There was yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun, immortal in 88-point Xinyang Tower. How could Water Pavilion not have red date immortal essence left behind by Fairy Mo Yao? Chapter 646. Humph. It is all thanks to you that I was able to escape with my life. Fang Yuan squinted, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He moved his muscles and bones, rubbing his palms. His newly formed bones were creaking as his battle-intent soared. If you want to repay me, just return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yao's will heaved a long sigh. Let's fight. Ha ha ha. Good. Fang Yuan growled, jumping up like a fish. He had transformed into 6-armed Heavenly Zombie King. His body was filled with majestic strength. He had green eyes and sharp fangs, extremely vicious and cruel. The water armor shrunk into a ball, turning into a helmet that protected his head. He was no longer afraid of Giant Suns attacking his mind. Without any worries, Fang Yuan took a step forward, raising his fist and punching towards the sword rainbow of will. Swoosh! The expected sound of impact did not occur, but a soft sound was heard. Giant Suns was extremely shrewd. He did not clash head-on with Fang Yuan. Instead, at the crucial moment, the sword rainbow turned into a golden ribbon, coiling around Fang Yuan's wrist before turning into a ray of light and flying away. As for Fang Yuan's bowl-sized fist, it was cut off at the wrist, falling to the ground. Even though Fang Yuan's 6-armed Heavenly Zombie King had outstanding defense, it could not withstand the cutting of Giant Sun's will. Fang Yuan quickly rolled on the ground, picking up his fallen wrist. Only a drop of green blood was seeping out of the wound on his arm. Fang Yuan paid attention to Giant Sun's will as he pressed his fist into the wound. The flesh on the wound immediately healed. Even the bones started to connect. This was the strong recovery ability of 6-armed Heavenly Zombie King. But why would Giant Suns give Fang Yuan time to recover? The sword rainbow of will suddenly turned around, shooting towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan squinted. His legs shook, bringing his body flying into the sky. The sword rainbow chased after him relentlessly. Fang Yuan activated 4 Eagle Rise Goo at the same time. But the sword rainbow was even faster, rapidly closing the distance. Fang Yuan activated Windflower Goo again. He had already lost count of how many windflower goo he had used, but he had used up a lot of them. The windflower goo caused Fang Yuan to change directions rapidly, but the will sword rainbow was more agile. Not only did the distance not increase, it used this chance to catch up to Fang Yuan. All of a sudden, both sides fought fiercely in midair, exchanging blows. The intent sword streaked through the air and circled around Fang Yuan's body. From time to time, he would fly and cut. Fang Yuan was completely at a disadvantage. The originally strong defense of the six-armed heavenly zombie king seemed weak under the sword rainbow of will. Chunks of flesh fell from the sky. These were all cut by the sword rainbow of will on Fang Yuan's body. Fortunately, he had transformed into the six-armed heavenly zombie king. Fang Yuan had completely lost his sense of pain. It was also because of the helmet that Water Pavilion had transformed into. Giant Sun's will did not succeed in attacking Fang Yuan's mind again. You're showing some improvement. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not succeed after a long time, getting hit most of the time, and attacking less and less, Mo Yao's will was getting anxious. Easy for you to say. Fang Yuan snorted, his gaze becoming more and more ruthless. Giant Sun's will was different from ordinary enemies. It had almost no weight and was extremely fast, even changing directions very quickly. Fang Yuan's flying master attainment was not enough. In front of it, it was not enough. Giant Sun's will did not have a fixed form. Sometimes it was like a sword rainbow cutting, sometimes it was like a saber or axe chopping. Sometimes it was like a drizzle, sometimes it was like a heavy hammer. What was more troublesome was that it could split and regroup. Suddenly, it would split into 2 or 3 sword rainbows, circling around and attacking, causing Fang Yuan to lose sight of the other. Sometimes, it would turn into a hammer and a sword. The huge hammer smashed through Fang Yuan's arm defense, and the sword rainbow shot out like lightning. All sorts of transformations complemented each other. It was extremely exquisite. It could be said that the specialty and essence of the Battle of Wills was fully displayed. As for Fang Yuan's rebirth, he walked the strength path and enslavement path. He was proficient in fighting head-on, or the path of gathering people to suppress others. Suddenly encountering such an enemy, it was hard to have any methods to restrain him. For a moment, he was at a disadvantage and could only passively take a beating. It was normal. In the sky, Fang Yuan's green-black figure and Giant Sun's will's golden rainbow fought, forming the largest battle. Large numbers of goo worms were still flying around. Their survival instincts made them avoid Fang Yuan and Giant Sun's will while avoiding the formless hand's pursuit. Even after so many goo worms flew out, there are still countless goo groups. It is hard to imagine how many immortal goo were used in 88-point Shenyang Tower. Yi Lui Sang raised his head and heaved a long sigh. Most of his injuries had already healed. At the crucial moment, the reputation of a super tribe was still useful, allowing Yi Lui Sang to obtain the help of other goo masters. There are not many formless hands left. Although we lost many goo worms, we have so many goo worms with us we can capture them and recover our battle strength. A goo master suggested loudly. This suggestion was quickly agreed upon by other goo masters. We need to cooperate. Sincerely, we need to move quickly. The wind veil of assimilation is getting thicker and spreading. The space inside will become smaller and smaller. At this time, He Lulan carried the unconscious Tai by Yunsheng and walked over. The wind veil of assimilation is not something we mortals can deal with. To escape with our lives, we need to rely on Ancestor Giant Sun's strength. Everyone was silent. In the sky above them, Fang Yuan and Giant Sun's were fighting intensely from time to time. There were explosions and furious roars. It was like a raging fire. Whether it was Fang Yuan or Giant Sun's the terrifying battle made everyone's hearts palpitate. They subconsciously avoided them. not wanting to take the initiative to participate in the battle between these two experts. But He Lolan's words were extremely correct. Just relying on the mortal goo they subdued, no matter how many, would not be able to break through the wind veil of assimilation. He Lulan continued, "Don't worry. How can this scoundrel be Ancestor's match? Can't you see Ancestor has already gained the upper hand?" Everyone's eyes brightened. The battle situation in the sky was very clear. Everyone could see it clearly. He Lolan's words changed, but although Ancestor has the upper hand, he is unable to turn it into a victory. In the end, Ancestor's immortal essence was completely taken away by this scoundrel. Ancestor has over 10 immortal goo, but is unable to activate them. Everyone nodded, agreeing with He Lolan's analysis. Yi Luiseng asked, "Then what should we do next?" He Lulan laughed heartily, showing Tai by Yunsheng in her hand. "This old scoundrel is that guy's senior brother. They have a very close relationship. Our abilities are limited. We can only try our best to assist Ancestor. It is still the same words. We need to capture goo worms to increase our strength. I suggest that in order to cooperate, we should all report the goo worms on our bodies in full detail. I will go first." Goo masters usually kept their own goo worms a secret. This was an extremely important information. Once it was leaked, they would be targeted by others and might even lose their lives. But the situation now was special. They might not even be able to keep their lives. This was the only way they could maximize their chances of survival. He Lulan was a formidable character. She had high prestige and had taken the initiative to expose her goo worms. The surviving goo masters agreed, and with a few words, He Lulan once again took in these people for his own use. As for He Lulan, he had even greater ambitions. He wanted to ascend to goo immortal, and to obtain a strength path immortal goo, he needed the help of Giant Sun's will. And these people were powerful pawns for him to realize his ambitions. The intense battle in the sky had already reached its climax. "Caught you!" Fang Yuan growled, pouncing down like a tiger. His 6 hands were harder than steel pincers, grabbing at the sword of Giant Sun's will at lightning speed. But Giant Sun's will instantly dispersed, and the counterattack that Fang Yuan had prepared for a long time could only destroy a few golden thoughts. Damn it! Fang Yuan could not help but curse. Giant Sun's will could split and reunite. It was extremely agile. Fang Yuan lacked methods. He could only be a punching bag most of the time, and the few times he counterattacked, the effect was not good. Sigh, if there is no other way, we can only engage in a battle of attrition. Mo Yao's will said, "Giant Sun's will is like water without a source. When fighting, he needs to think hard. This will accelerate the collision and consumption of his thoughts." Fang Yuan focused on the battle, while rejecting Mo Yao's suggestion in his mind. "We cannot afford to drag this out. Don't forget the weakness of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. It can only be used for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the killer move's after effects will completely transform my body into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Once I completely transform into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, my entire body will turn rigid. My aperture and immortal aperture will lose all life force. My cultivation will be cut off." Mo Yao said, "You are underestimating yourself. Don't forget that you are already a strength path goo, immortal. Your life essence has been elevated. Thus, the time needed to use the killer move has been greatly extended. It is far from 15 minutes. A rough estimate would be at least an hour. Even so, we cannot afford to drag this out. Don't forget that the wind veil of assimilation is continuously getting thicker, compressing the space inside. My methods cannot restrain. The special will. Does your water pavilion have any good methods?" Fang Yuan asked. Mo Yao heaved a long sigh. Water pavilion might be a rank 7 immortal goo house, but it is not specialized in intense battles. It is specialized in concealment and movement. Most importantly, my main body only left 20 beads of red date immortal essence. After so many years of supporting the Immortal Goo House's operation, only 5 beads are left now. If you want to rely on Water Pavilion to turn the situation around, give up on this idea. Be careful. Mo Yao suddenly shouted a warning, but it was already too late. Giant suns will feign an attack and attracted most of Fang Yuan's attention before suddenly making a turn and moving to his back, attacking fiercely. Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of green corpse blood. The 8 eagle wings on his back were smashed into pieces, and his spine was completely broken by this attack. His entire back was caved in, and his chest was protruding out. The huge force caused him to descend rapidly. Fang Yuan quickly mobilized his backup goo worms, attempting to fly back to the sky. But how could giant suns will give him this chance? He attacked while he was down. Golden light flashed like a rainbow as he circled around Fang Yuan and attacked. Fang Yuan raised his 8 arms and curled up his body, barely protecting his body. Giant suns will changed according to his will, slashing, smashing, stabbing. All sorts of attacks quickly caused Fang Yuan's 8 arms to wither. The 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's body was in a terrible state, with many wounds on its body. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had turned into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Otherwise, his flesh body would have already died. Chapter 647. Fang Yuan had just conversed with Mo Yao's will. These few sentences flashed through his mind like lightning. But giant suns will manage to grasp this extremely short period of time and caught the dazed Fang Yuan and gave him a vicious beating. Giant Sun's will's grasp of opportunities was even better than Fang Yuan's. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. Fang Yuan fiercely smashed into the ground. Rocks and soil flew, and the whole ground shook slightly. Giant Sun's will followed closely behind, taking advantage of someone's weakness. It turned into a golden sword again. The sword tip was extremely sharp and fast, leaving behind a trail of light in the air as it stabbed down. Fang Yuan could not resist at all. At the crucial moment, it was Mo Yao's will that controlled Water Pavilion to turn into the water armor again, barely protecting Fang Yuan's life. Giant suns will slashed and slashed again and again, hitting the water armor and creating huge waves. Quickly stand up. Mo Yao's will shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and struggled, using his only remaining arm to support himself from the ground. He withstood Giant Sun's will's powerful attacks and slowly stood up. It's no use, you can't kill me. Your Giant Sun immortal essence has already been placed in my immortal aperture. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed wildly, attempting to destroy Giant Sun's will's fighting spirit. But these words only made him even angrier. The frequency of the slashes increased by several times. Crack, crack, crack. Because it exceeded the limit, Giant Sun's will's thoughts were self-destructing. But because of the frenzied attacks, the water armor could not withstand it. It was pierced by the will's sword from time to time. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He protected his head, as long as he protected his mind, and did not let Giant Sun's will invade his mind, no matter how many times his organs were pierced. He did not care. The water armor continued to be pierced, and then regenerated. The blue light it emitted nourished Fang Yuan's body, causing his injuries to recover rapidly. Quickly dodge. If this continues, my immortal essence will be expended too much. Mo Yao's will reminded anxiously. No, this is a rare opportunity. You have to hold on. Fang Yuan refused to give in and remained standing in the same place. If you run out of immortal essence, you can lend me Water Pavilion if you want to use up your immortal essence. I still have more than 20 green grape immortal essence beads. Giant Sun's will had gone crazy. It had done a foolish thing. It had actually consumed its own body in exchange for a powerful attack. If this goes on, it will destroy many more thoughts than I destroyed in battle. If that's the case, Mo Yao's will hesitated. The two sides fought fiercely. Another stalemate. Should we go and support the ancestor? Gu family patriarch Gu Guolong asked. While Fang Yuan was fighting with giant sons, He Lulan led the group and captured many Gu worms, greatly recovering their battle strength. The reason why he was able to capture the Gu worms so easily was mainly because there were many Gu worms in the wind curtain, and the number of formless hands was getting fewer and fewer. With a Gu in his hands, he was not flustered, especially when they saw Fang Yuan being smashed to the ground and being suppressed by giant sons. It wasn't just Gu Guolong. There were also other Gu masters who were excited and eager to give it a try. He Lulan did not speak. He looked around. The wind curtain of assimilation continued to spread, the wind walls thickened and continued to compress the space inside. The Gu groups had survival instincts and could only fly towards the inside. Thus, they were densely packed, almost covering the sky and covering the eyes. There were even times when a Gu master stretched out their hand and casually grabbed the Gu worms around them. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the ground beneath his feet. This was a sign that it was on the verge of collapse. Far away, a huge sphere of light expanded once again. Wisdom Gu, which had been sent flying by giant sons earlier, seemed to have sensed the danger of dying and used all its strength to resist fate, preventing other existences from getting close. All of this showed there was not much time left. He Lulan decided not to wait any longer. He nodded and shouted, "Everyone, listen to my command. Attack together. Don't let any internal friction cause our offense to weaken." Everyone immediately nodded with a solemn expression. To them, killing Fang Yuan was a chance to survive. However, just as He Lulan and the others were about to attack, giant sons suddenly laughed. "Oh, Fang Yuan, you have fallen into my trap." Saying so, he retreated. The will had almost no weight. It retreated as fast as lightning, retreating 1,000 steps in the blink of an eye. What? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he saw a formless hand grabbing towards him. He could not help but exclaim, "Seven-fingered formless hand." It turned out that giant sons had pretended to clash with Fang Yuan and did not hesitate to self-destruct to lure Fang Yuan to resist, attacking crazily to attract all of Fang Yuan's attention, and at the same time obstructed his vision. It was to lure a formless hand. Inside the wind curtain, although the formless hands were decreasing, there were still some remaining. Giant sons lacked immortal essence and could not use immortal Gu, but he did not place his hopes on He Lulan and the others. His plan was to use the formless hands as an external force. He secretly split out a portion of his will and wrapped it around many immortal Gu to lure the formless hands. The formless hands were faster than giant sons so giant sons passed the formless hands layer by layer. He split out 10 portions of his will and wrapped them around immortal Gu, not far from each other. Once the formless hands got close, they would destroy the immortal Gu. If the formless hands did not succeed, they would sense the aura of the next immortal Gu and pounce over. Like this, after giant sons lost 8 immortal Gu, he finally succeeded in luring the formless hands over. "Quickly dodge!" Mo Yao's screamed. "It's too late!" Fang Yuan was already running, activating Eagle Rise Gu at the same time. But it was no use. He needed time to increase his speed, and the formless hands had already reached him. At the moment of life and death, Mo Yao's sighed faintly. He suddenly swept up Water Pavilion and broke away from Fang Yuan, fiercely crashing towards the 7-fingered formless hands. The 7-fingered formless hands grabbed and immediately snatched away the rank 7 immortal Gu water milk Gu that formed Water Pavilion. Water Pavilion was a rank 7 immortal Gu house. It was formed from over 3,000 Gu worms. Each Gu worm was interconnected and indistinctly resonated with each other. Its core was the rank 7 water milk immortal Gu. Other than that, There were two supplementary immortal goo. They were the rank 6 movement immortal goo worldly wave trace and the wisdom path immortal goo delight in water and mountain goo. Right now, the only and also the biggest core was watermilk immortal goo. After being grabbed by the formless hands, Water Pavilion immediately crumbled and disintegrated. Ha ha, let's see how you can block me this time. Giant Sunswill laughed continuously. He had paid a huge price and finally obtained the result he wanted. The formless fists carried watermilk goo and soared into the sky. Quickly destroy it. Mo Yaozwill screamed. The remaining 3,000 goo worms were wrapped in red date immortal essence beads. They coiled around Fang Yuan. Without her reminder, Fang Yuan had already done so. He activated almost all of his movement goo and chased after the formless fists. At the same time, he released a majestic attack. Giant Sunswill snorted coldly and continued to block. Let's attack too. Hey Lulan and the rest saw an opportunity and rushed to join the battle, ruining Fang Yuan's plan. You guys came at the right time. Giant Sunswill praised. He changed his tactic, no longer blocking. He turned into a rainbow light and sneak attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not care about the Goo Master's attacks. He could use 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King to block them. But Giant Sunswill's attacks made him extremely wary. Giant Sunswill did not obstruct Fang Yuan at all. He showed his tactic, chase, I'll let you chase. In the process of chasing, I can kill you. Water Pavilion was broken, and Mo Yaozwill could no longer provide the same defense as before. Fang Yuan fell into an even more dangerous situation. He Lulan and the rest's attacks were also troublesome, greatly hindering his speed. Slap! Giant Sunswill attacked fiercely, turning into a crescent shovel. He suddenly changed his target and cut the goo worms around Fang Yuan into two. Oh no, my red date immortal essence. Mo Yao was caught off guard. Not only were many of his goo worms destroyed by Giant Sunswill, his red date immortal essence was also snatched away. He did not have much red date immortal essence to begin with. Now that it was gone, Mo Yao was immediately silenced. Mo Yao, I will open my aperture. Quickly come in. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind, at the same time retreating rapidly. Giant Sunswill had used up his moves. He could not chase in time. Thus Fang Yuan managed to pull some distance away. He snorted coldly and immediately flew over. But using this time, Mo Yaozwill controlled the remaining immortal goo and entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Quickly lend me worldly wave trace goo. Fang Yuan urged anxiously. Mo Yaozwill did not hesitate, saying, I have no immortal essence left anyway. I will lend you these goo worms. Although Fang Yuan had obtained many immortal goo earlier, he did not have time to refine them. He could only temporarily suppress them with his will. There were only two that he did not suppress with his will. They were Tai Bai Yunqing's landscape as before and man as before. Unfortunately, without Tai Bai Yunqing's permission, Fang Yuan could not borrow them. Now that he had obtained Mo Yao's confirmation, Fang Yuan immediately used one of the rank 6 immortal goo. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind, using a bead of green grape immortal essence to activate worldly wave trace. This goo was like a jellyfish, the size of a baby's fist. It wrapped around a bead of green grape immortal essence and slowly swallowed it. Swoosh! A huge wave appeared under Fang Yuan's feet, moving Fang Yuan rapidly, immediately pulling away from Giant Sunswill. Worldly Wave Trace was a rank 6 immortal goo. Even though Fang Yuan was not a water path goo immortal, he was already a rank 6 goo immortal. He had the qualifications to activate it. Giant Sunswill was stunned. This was the first time Fang Yuan had escaped from him since the start of the battle. But he was only slightly shocked. He sneered. If this was the outside world, I would not be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, under this wind veil of assimilation, space is getting more and more limited. Just run. As time passes, I'll catch you one day. Give up struggling. You destroyed 88-point Shenyang Tower. You destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. You still want to leave? Humph, don't be delusional. You are already dead. Don't worry. Even if I die, I will drag all of you down with me. Don't think about having an easy time. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His green face and fangs looked even more sinister. Then come and fight. Don't keep running if you have the guts. Although giant Sun's will could not catch up to Fang Yuan, he chased after him with surging killing intent. Fang Yuan did not dare to fight him. He no longer had Water Pavilion to protect his mind. Once giant Sun's will found a flaw in the battle, he would be able to attack his mind. At that time, he would fall into chaos again, unable to think. He would be at the mercy of others, unable to retaliate. However, what Giant Sun's will said earlier was not wrong. Chapter 648. Giant Sun, I admit you are powerful, but don't forget your Giant Sun immortal essence is in my immortal aperture. Without immortal essence, how can you activate your immortal goo? With just your special will, you cannot break the wind veil of assimilation. Fang Yuan's mind worked rapidly, trying to negotiate with Giant Sun's will. You want to negotiate with me? Ha ha ha. Giant Sun's will laughed. He could not conceal his anger. Why would I negotiate with you? I can kill you and take back the immortal essence from your immortal aperture. Isn't that the same? I suggest you try destroying your immortal essence. Maybe you can succeed. Giant Sun's will was fearless. It was not that immortal essence could not be destroyed, but it was not possible at this moment. If Fang Yuan destroyed it in his immortal aperture, the immortal essence would cause great harm to the immortal aperture. It would be suicide. If he destroyed it outside his body, the emitted immortal essence would instead help Giant Sun's will activate the immortal goo. Fang Yuan, I will not compromise. You can't beat me, but you can't escape either. What else can you do? You should just die. Giant Sun's will chased as he sneered. Fang Yuan was silent. He only focused on escaping. As time passed, the wind veil of assimilation spread. It was silent, but it devoured and assimilated everything. The space that Fang Yuan could dodge became smaller and smaller. He was surrounded by Giant Sun's will. He was surrounded by danger. Giant Sun's will, I am standing here. Do you dare to come? Fang Yuan stood still. He stopped activating worldly wave trace immortal goo. Giant Sun's will also stopped. He was a few hundred steps away from Fang Yuan. He did not get any closer. Humph, I expected you to make such a choice. He sneered in disdain. But so what? You are only delaying your death for a while. I will watch you die of old age. So it turned out, the place where Fang Yuan was standing was covered by the light of wisdom. The light of wisdom countered Giant Sun's will. Thus Giant Sun's will stopped his pursuit. After this intense battle, his remaining will was only the size of an adult. It could not withstand such intense consumption. Fang Yuan, your lifespan. Mo Yao's will reminded. There's no other way. Under these circumstances, what do you think I can do? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and said in a resentful tone. He also felt extremely helpless. Standing in the halo of wisdom, Fang Yuan could clearly feel his lifespan decreasing. However, he was forced to do so. Giant Sun's will hated him to the core, not giving him any chance to compromise. Sigh. Mo Yao's will sighed heavily. You're just struggling at death's door. Maybe at the next moment, wisdom goo will retract the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan remained silent. Giant Sun's will suddenly shouted to He Lulan and the rest. All of you go and deal with this thief. The defensive goo on his body. He had already used up more than half of his energy in the battle against me. You are forcing him towards wisdom goo. The closer he got to wisdom goo, the brighter and stronger the light of wisdom, and the faster his lifespan was consumed. I want to see just how much lifespan he can use up. He Lulan and the rest responded loudly. Even He Lulan, who had the great strength, true martial physique, did not want to fight close combat with Fang Yuan. They had already discussed this, and now they attacked together, launching long-range attacks. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, standing in the halo. He activated his defensive goo while retaliating with long-range combat goo. His body was covered in 4 to 5 layers of light barriers. Dozens of bone shields danced in the air, and from time to time, stone doors rose from the ground, blocking the fierce firepower of He Lulan and the rest. Ordinary defensive mortal goo were not useful against Giant Sun's will, but against these mortal goo masters, they were still very effective. Fang Yuan was a strength path cultivator and was not proficient in long-range combat, but he had many long-range combat goo. It was just that they were not systematic. Most importantly, he had unlimited primeval essence. Thus, he was not at a disadvantage against everyone, and his situation was many times better than when he fought against Giant Sun's will. Hurry up and attack. Don't stop for a moment. Even if he has unlimited primeval essence, mortal goo cannot be used continuously. He Lulan shouted. That's right. Mortal goo are not immortal goo. They also have a limit. Activating them continuously will cause the goo worm to collapse. Yi Lui Sang added. They were the leaders of He tribe and Yi Lui tribe respectively. They knew a lot. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, carriers of the great Tao. In essence, they were tools. Every tool had a corresponding usage. If a tool was used too much, it would be unable to bear the burden and collapse. When mortal goo masters used mortal goo, because of their limited primeval essence, they could only use it a limited number of times. Thus, this disadvantage was not obvious. When goo immortals used mortal goo, this problem would be obvious. However, after a while, He Lulan and the rest's hopes were dashed. How can he have so many goo worms? Someone shouted in disbelief. Fang Yuan's number of goo worms was beyond their imagination. In the battle, he continuously changed goo, using them alternately, like moving clouds and flowing water. Even if his origin is mysterious and he prepared many mortal goo for his immortal ascension, it is impossible for a mortal aperture to carry so many goo. But it is impossible for a mortal aperture to carry so many goo. Everyone was puzzled and bewildered. Don't tell me. Giant Suns will thought of the scene of Fang Yuan opening the Stargate. Fang Yuan opened the Stargate at 88 Point Shinyang Tower. Thus, Giant Suns will knew it clearly. It seems he used that door to leave Imperial Court blessed land and obtained great support. Giant Suns was experienced and knowledgeable. Thinking of whole earth goo and connecting heaven goo, he immediately guessed the use of the Stargate. Thanks to Fang Yuan's immortal blessed land, he had indirectly purchased large numbers of mortal goo through jewel yellow skies, although most of them were given to Tai by Yunsheng. But he also had a lot of them. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. There was no harm in being prepared. It was finally put to use now. Humph, you borrowed a good external force. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Giant Suns will snorted and suddenly moved. He was as fast as lightning piercing through the sky. He did not charge into the light of wisdom, but shot through the group of goo worms. After a few breaths of time, he returned to the sky above He Lulan and the others, scattering a large number of mortal goo. You have all been connected. Next, I will impart a killer move to you. Giant Suns will said as he split into a dozen or so goo worms and sent them into everyone's apertures. Everyone had 38 goo worms. These mortal goo had already been refined by Giant Suns' will. Under the cooperation of Giant Suns' will, everyone immediately refined the goo worms and received special pointers to learn the killer move. This killer move, after He Lulan and the others comprehended it, they showed expressions of pleasant surprise and admiration. It is just a small piece of work that my main body created when I was free. I never had a name for it. Giant suns will set in differently. Right now, it is indeed useful. So let's call it the 38 sealing technique. After obtaining the killer move, He Lulan and the others immediately activated it, breathing out streams of purple light chi. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, trying his best to dodge. But the space was limited. The purple light chi was mixed in with other attacks and could not avoid being hit. So that's it. This killer move's effect is like this. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. 38 sealing killer move targeted goo worms. This concept was not strange. Most of a goo master's battle strength came from their goo worms. Thus, many goo worms targeted this point, like rank 4 flattening the bone goo, rank 5 crow 7 goo. But this 38 sealing killer move's effect was much stronger than the crow 7 goo. When a goo master was hit by it, all of their goo worms would be sealed. This killer move naturally could not seal a mortal goo. But for mortal goo, the higher the target's rank, the shorter the sealing time. But it was completely sealed. The goo worms that formed it were ordinary and could be easily collected. It involved chi path, and even offensive goo worms could follow the chi path and be sealed immediately. This was an exceptional killer move and was especially suitable for the current situation. After Fang Yuan was hit, his defensive goo were sealed one after another. The stone door was invaded by the purple light chi, and the stone door shield goo was immediately sealed. The white bone shields floating around Fang Yuan were enveloped by the purple light chi and fell to the ground, turning back into flying bone shield goo. Fang Yuan's wind blades, as long as they came into contact with the purple light chi, even if the corresponding wind blade goo was stored in Fang Yuan's aperture, a layer of faint purple chi would appear on the goo worms, and they would also be sealed. Historically, it was easy to seal defensive goo, but difficult to seal offensive goo because defensive goo were easy to come into contact with. But the 38 sealing killer move treated all goo equally. Fang Yuan's goo worms were getting fewer and fewer as he used them. He did not have many defensive goo to begin with and could not resist the purple light chi. He could only move around and dodge. But this place was only so big. There would always be a time when he could not dodge. At this time, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack the purple light chi. He would rather have more offensive goo sealed and use defensive goo to protect himself. Once the purple light chi came into contact with his 6-arm heavenly zombie body, the corresponding goo worms might be sealed, and the killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king would be destroyed. Soon, Fang Yuan's firepower thinned, and he was suppressed by the other goo masters. "Kill! I'll kill you, you devil!" Yi Lui Sang shouted excitedly and shot out hundreds of fireballs with a wave of his hand. The fireballs exploded one after another, causing rocks and rocks to fly and thunder to rumble. Fang Yuan dodged everywhere and was caught in the explosions. His skin and flesh were torn open. "You demon, your sins are too heinous. You actually overthrew True Yang Building. We ended up like this. It is all your fault." Gu Guolong shouted angrily. The wind blades he shot out were like blades. They were endless and had the ability to track, cutting open wounds on Fang Yuan's body. Rays of purple light chi were also shot out from time to time and did not stop at all. The surviving dozen or so goo masters gritted their teeth. They were filled with anger. They wanted nothing more than to eat Fang Yuan's flesh and drink Fang Yuan's blood. They had worked so hard and fought in the battlefield, taking huge risks, and finally arrived at Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was supposed to be a huge, fortuitous encounter, but they ended up in such a state. Their clansmen and friends were all dead. This difference was too great. Facing the culprit who caused all of this, it was easy to imagine how furious they were. "You are destined to die today. This is the result of offending ancestor Giant Sun." Some goo masters did not forget to flatter Giant Sun's will. Unfortunately, Giant Sun's was not in human form, and no expression could be seen. Chapter 649. Giant Sun's was too strong, not only in battle strength, but also in his deep foundation. He had inherited a portion of the immortal Venerable's experience, and just a killer move that he created unintentionally forced Fang Yuan into a desperate situation again. Damn it, is it time to use Spring Autumn Cicada again? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, a thought emerging in his mind. His first aperture was filled with heavy pressure. The aperture walls were filled with spiderweb-like cracks. Spring Autumn Cicada floated in the center, its body flickering with alternating yellow and green light. Fang Yuan did not hold back. His aperture had clearly reached its limit. It might shatter at any moment. But he quickly dispelled the thought of using Spring Autumn Cicada. His goo worms were getting more and more sealed. His firepower was getting weaker. Fang Yuan was gradually getting beaten up. Come, fight back. The goo masters laughed wildly. Why are you scared now? Come out and fight if you have the guts. Some sneered. You demon, to think you would have such a day die? Someone cursed in pain. Seeing Fang Yuan being suppressed by them, they felt incomparable joy. Suddenly, Mo Yaozwil's anxious voice resounded in Fang Yuan's mind. Oh no, Fang Yuan, zombie black spots have appeared on your body. The death energy has already started to corrode your body. If the black spots spread all over your body, you will become a 6-arm heavenly zombie king. An even worse situation appeared. The originally estimated time limit of an hour had not even reached, but Fang Yuan had already turned into a zombie. The zombie state had already been permeated by the death energy and could not be restored. Unless the killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king was dispelled, the zombie black spots would continue to spread. No, once I dispel the killer move, Giant Sun's will suddenly attack. At such a short distance, I will not be able to react. I had no time to react. Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression extremely grave. Although he had defensive goo worms, these mortal goo were not worth mentioning in front of Giant Sun's will. Only 6-arm heavenly zombie king. Only then could Fang Yuan gain a firm foothold. Right now, although Giant Sun's will did not go deep into the light of wisdom, that was because the price was too high. The gains were too small. Giant Sun's will could definitely give up. To lure the 7-fingered formless hand, he lost 8 immortal goo at once. If I stop my killer move, Giant Sun's will most likely go all out and kill me. As long as I die, then it would be able to take back Giant Sun's immortal essence. We cannot take this risk. Fang Yuan's attitude was firm. But your body, Mo Yao's tone was hesitant and full of worry. Fang Yuan was silent, his gaze steely. At first, it was only a small spot on his back, but in a short span of a dozen breaths, it had spread to the entire back. The speed at which it spread was getting faster and faster. Soon after, Fang Yuan's chest was corroded into a deep black color. The goo masters were slightly stunned at this situation. Giant Sun's will laughed. So that's how it is. You've been a zombie for too long. The balance between the death chi and life chi has been broken. Now, the death chi is overflowing. You will completely become a zombie, a living dead, a monster that is neither human nor ghost. You will never be able to advance in your cultivation. Giant Sun's was experienced and had broad horizons. He immediately saw through Fang Yuan's situation. The goo master's morale immediately rose. Someone laughed heartily. Ha ha, evil is doomed to destruction. Demon, you have committed too many evil deeds. You brought this upon yourself. Now, even without us doing anything, you are finished. Humph! Demonic path people are greedy for strength. They disregard everything. Now, you have finally tasted the bitter fruit. What a pity. Even if you became an immortal by luck, in the end, you still became a zombie, a monster. This is the result of scheming and scheming, harming the common people, going against ancestor giant sun, us, and the righteous path. Mo Yaos will also urged, Fang Yuan, the price of your actions is too high. In my opinion, giant sons might not dare to come in. He does not have much left. You have extraordinary talent and outstanding talent. You should not end up like this. It is not too late for you to stop now. Once you become a 6-armed heavenly zombie king, the chances of you returning to your human body are too slim. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, his thoughts fluctuated, and his expression fluctuated. But in the end, he did not loosen his tightly clenched teeth. He had completely transformed into a 6-armed heavenly zombie king. The zombie black spots caused his body to turn pitch black. Inside the strength path immortal aperture, the clear world had turned into dark gray, white stone mountains had collapsed into ruins. The sky was gray, the earth was decaying, there was no longer a trace of life. And the first aperture was also deathly silent. The purple crystal aperture wall no longer had a clear and lively feeling. It was like a piece of gray stone. But precisely because of this, the pressure from spring-autumn cicada was no longer so dangerous. He had just become a goo immortal, but he had degenerated into a zombie. His past accumulations and all his achievements had become nothing. From now on, his cultivation could no longer advance. He had no potential to advance further. From this point, the current Fang Yuan could not even be compared to a mortal. Even with Fang Yuan's iron will, he felt disheartened. The thought of using spring-autumn cicada appeared in his mind again. If I use spring-autumn cicada, I can restart everything and retreat in time. I can naturally avoid this situation. But Fang Yuan forcefully suppressed this thought. The wind veil of assimilation was already very close. There was no sound of wind. It only quietly spread and compressed the space, but it gave everyone an even heavier mental pressure. Fang Yuan faced everyone from afar. He suddenly made a shocking move. He stopped all his goo worms. He had completely turned into a 6-armed heavenly zombie now. He no longer needed goo worms to activate it. He allowed the purple light chi to land on his body, but this 38 sealing technique had no effect. As long as Fang Yuan did not activate his goo worms, the purple light chi would not be able to follow his aura and trace back to the source, sealing the goo worms. Everyone was stunned. Even giant suns could not help but gasp in surprise. But soon, the goo masters burst out with even more intense attacks. Kill this demon. He actually stopped his goo worms in front of us. He is courting death. Everyone shouted and shouted with all their might. Fang Yuan retreated step by step, relying on 6-armed heavenly zombie king's defense and recovery ability to resist everyone's attacks. Be careful, don't affect wisdom goo. Seeing that Fang Yuan was getting closer to wisdom goo, He Lulan quickly reminded. The goo master's firepower was slightly restrained. It was no longer vast, but it was more precise, targeting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's appearance was unrecognizable. His chest was lacerated, his bones were broken, and his organs were damaged. He had no choice but to turn around, his back facing everyone as he continued to take the attacks. Boom! A bolt of lightning fiercely struck Fang Yuan's back. A huge force pushed him to the ground. Cheers came from behind. Ha ha ha! I defeated him. This goo worm that I just caught is not bad. It should be rank 5 lightning hammer goo. Fang Yuan got up with difficulty. His back was lacerated. There were traces of lightning coiling around the wound. His spine was exposed in the air. Take my wind path killer move. Someone shouted. Swoosh! A huge sawtooth wind blade flew over, coiling around Fang Yuan's arm and cutting it off. It fell to the ground. This person was breathing roughly. His primeval essence was almost used up, but his eyes were shining with a cruel and excited light. He shouted, "Did you see that? Did you see that? I cut off one of his arms." Humph, you just grabbed his weakness. If not for the flesh on that arm being cut off with only a single bone left, would you be able to cut it off? Someone scoffed. Even though six-arm heavenly zombie king's body was strong, it could not block such frequent and heavy attacks. Everyone laughed, shouted, and ravaged Fang Yuan, taking pride in inflicting deeper injuries on his body, competing with each other. Fang Yuan was knocked down again and again. His tall and sturdy body became short and crooked, but he got up again and again. Even though he only had one arm left out of his 8. Even though he did not have any intact skin on his body, green zombie blood splattered everywhere, his organs were exposed, and his right shoulder was only left with a pale white scapula. Why? Why? Mo Yaozhuo cried. Fang Yuan was silent. Enough. Giant Sons will suddenly spoke. The Gu masters did not dare to disobey. Their attacks stopped. At this point, you are still not willing to give up. Humph, your spirit is truly admirable. Giant Sons will said in a gentle tone. Enough, it is not easy for you to reach this point. Give up, I will give you a chance to surrender. As long as you acknowledge me as your master, I will allow you to atone for your crimes. What? Ancestor Giant Son, you want to spare him? Ancestor, please reconsider. Everyone was in an uproar. Surrender? Fang Yuan chuckled. Let me think about it. Giant Sons will continued. You destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. Your crimes are unforgivable, but I will give you a chance to turn over a new leaf, acknowledge me as your master, and help me rebuild 88-point Jinyang Tower. Only then can you wash away your sins. After Truyang Tower is rebuilt, not only will I return you your freedom, I will also teach you how to get rid of your zombie identity and regain your flesh and blood body. If others heard this, their hearts would have already wavered. Giant Sons will give Fang Yuan a way out, and more importantly, gave him hope to continue cultivating. Fang Yuan muttered, "Let me think about it." Giant Sons will smiled lightly. I will not give you any chance to stall for time. I will count to 10, and you will give me an answer. 10. Fang Yuan, lad, are you really going to surrender? Be careful of Giant Son's will's tricks. As long as you leave the light of wisdom, you will be his prey. He can do whatever he wants to you. Mo Yaozhuo worriedly warned in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. How can I be stupid enough to believe a word of it? Shortly after, he sighed. Sigh, to think that I still have to use my final trump card. You still have a trump card? To speak the truth, I have a spring autumn cicada. What? Spring autumn cicada? Don't tell me it is that world's 7th-ranked mystical goo, the one that can reverse the flow of time and make people return to the past, the spring autumn cicada that can change history? Mo Yaozhuo cried out in shock. Chapter 650. That's right. As Fang Yuan said that, he sneered inwardly and asked Mo Yaozhuo in return, haven't you always wanted me to use it? Fang Yuan, what do you mean by that? How would I know that you have the spring and autumn cicada? Mo Yaozhuo was startled, and he immediately denied it. He. Fang Yuan let out a long laugh. Mo Yao, I'm a cautious person. Before I think about winning, I think about losing first. So, from the first day you lurked in my mind, I had already imagined the worst-case scenario. What's the worst-case scenario? That is, I have the spring-autumn cicada and, the secret of my rebirth. I think that when I first entered the water pavilion, you already knew about this secret, right? Mo Yaozhuo appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. With a sincere expression, she shook her head and said, Fang Yuan, have you misunderstood something? Fang Yuan ignored her and continued, You knew this secret, but you pretended to be ignorant and showed yourself. Next, you pretended to feel guilty for letting Spirit Affinity House down, purposely giving me the mission of returning Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. In fact, this is just a cover for you. You've put in a lot of effort to win my trust. You helped me conceptualize six-arm heavenly zombie king, taught me ink transformation and other refinement path killer moves, helped me sneak into true Yang building, and also repeatedly warned me during the battle, acting as an advisor. These actions were all to lower my guard. At the same time, you have been tampering with my thoughts, subtly influencing my thinking. You truly have sinister intentions. Mo Yao's willpower raised its voice and showed a displeased expression. Little guy, what's wrong with you? How could you think of me like that? Did you take the wrong medicine? He. Mo Yao, you're amazing. I've had a big fall because of you. You acted so well that I almost believed it. When giant suns will awaken, you advised me to leave this place and return to the central continent. But on the other hand, you influenced my thoughts and made me continue to take risks. When facing Ma Hongyun, on one hand, you persuaded me to help Ma Hongyun, but on the other hand, you tampered with my thoughts and stimulated my killing intent. It triggered my rage and fanaticism, causing me to impulsively try to kill Ma Hongyun, causing the destiny of my black coffin to increase greatly. To be fair, under normal circumstances, I would only calculate benefits. How could he be so brainless? This is the first time I've seen the Frost Jade Peacock. After learning the conditions for becoming the master, after exiting the True Yang building, I actually recalled some things from my previous life. A certain person, my personality isn't weak to such an extent. These are the memories of my past life that I have suppressed in the deepest part of my heart. This is also your doing. You wanted to secretly attack me and pry into the memories of my past life while my state of mind was slightly fluctuating. Mo Yao's will widened its eyes and said in an unfriendly tone, as if it had been wronged. Fang Yuan, kid, all of this was clearly your choice, yet you ended up like this. Not only did he refuse to admit his failure, he even blamed it on me. Fang Yuan laughed. Ha ha, admit my failure. Of course I have to admit my failure. My foundation is still too shallow, especially when compared to you. Mo Yao and Giant Sun, experience and vision are no longer my advantages. But do you know where your greatest weakness is? Mo Yao's will snorted coldly, crossing its arms. Kid, if you say that again, I'm going to get angry. I have helped you so much. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear to him and continued. Your greatest flaw is actually using Water Pavilion to take the initiative to collide with the rank 7 Formless Hand. You gave me this mission to return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Why did you give up the favorable position to protect me at the critical moment? Could it be that after these days of interaction, you have changed your principles and are leaning towards me? I don't think my charm has reached such a level. This is enough to prove that the mission you said you were going to return was just a cover. Fang Yuan's tone was plain, but Mo Yao's will's voice was like thunder. She fell into silence. This time, she did not retort. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, continuing, Other than this, you have other flaws. First, you attached Water Pavilion to me, but concealed this. You clearly had ill intentions. You wanted to use this rank 7 immortal goo house to restrict me at the crucial moment. Second, if you really wanted to cooperate with me, why did you hide your will? This means that once your will's identity is exposed, I will be suspicious. Third, you purposely miscalculated the time and made me turn into 6-arm heavenly zombie. I actually felt discouraged after becoming a zombie. This was also your doing. Fourth, you played tricks on me many times, secretly influencing my thoughts and making me think of using spring-autumn cicada many times. My will has always been firm. I do not hesitate. I plan before taking action. Once I make a decision, I will execute it. How could I have the same thought over and over again? Fifth, since you had little immortal essence and I had become a goo immortal. Why didn't you lend Water Pavilion to me earlier? You clearly had other plans. He he. Mo Yaozwil raised her head and laughed, retorting, Fang Yuan, you are speaking incoherently. Don't forget, I saved your life. If I did not use Water Pavilion, you would have been killed by giant suns will already. Now you are saying that I purposely harmed you and miscalculated the time and made you turn into six-arm heavenly zombie king. I saved you and harmed you at the same time. Am I crazy? Of course you are not. You have always been clear-headed, harming me and saving me at the same time. This is all part of your plan. As long as I put myself in your shoes, it is not hard to guess your motives. After pausing for a while, Fang Yuan continued, If I am a will that has remained in this world for 10,000 years, but my main body is already dead, and my loved one has failed the tribulation. At this time, if I saw a spring-autumn cicada, what would I do? The answer is self-evident. I would naturally want to use spring-autumn cicada to go against the river of time. Spring-autumn cicada's effect is to sacrifice the goo master completely, leaving only the goo master's consciousness in the goo worm. At the crucial moment, I would sneak into spring-autumn cicada and destroy the goo master's will, replacing it and returning to the past to be reborn, changing my own history. Fang Yuan's analysis was powerful and resonant, showing his extraordinary confidence. The pupils of Mo Yaozwil shrunk, falling into silence again. Fang Yuan said, However, there are many difficulties for you to achieve this goal. There are two main obstacles. First, you are only a will. No matter what your will is, you are unable to activate most goo worms independently. Spring-autumn cicada is not only one of these, it requires even more. It requires the goo master to self-detonate, sacrificing their primeval essence, flesh and blood, as well as the other goo worms in their body as a source of power. The stronger this power is, the more ancient the past it can return to. Second, spring-autumn cicada is my goo worm. It is also my vital goo. It is not ordinary. You are not a formless hand. It is not easy to forcefully snatch it. Later, I found many wisdom path goo worms that can produce many kinds of wills, thus it is even harder for you to snatch it. This way, you can only feign civility with me and act according to the situation. On one hand, you need to strengthen me, help me, and raise my foundation so that when I self-detonate, I can obtain a stronger force to activate spring-autumn cicada. On the other hand, you need to take advantage of the situation and create a desperate situation, making me have no choice but to use spring-autumn cicada despite the huge risk. Saying so, Fang Yuan sighed. I was wary of you before, but as you gradually influenced my thoughts, I eventually fell into your schemes and arrangements. You secretly influenced me, causing me to constantly take risks in true Yang building. You also encouraged me to deal with Ma Hongyun, Giant Sun's Will, and He Lulan. Many things were clearly not beneficial and were not rational, but I was impulsive again and again. You made me create strong enemies everywhere. It was to make it easier to create a desperate situation. But on the other hand, you were afraid that if you did not handle it well, I would die. Thus, at the crucial moment, when my life was hanging by a thread, you had no choice but to take action and expose Water Pavilion to protect me from Giant Sun's Will's fatal attack. Thus, when I was about to be captured by the formless hand, you drove Water Pavilion to crash into it. It was because you were afraid that it would randomly grab my spring-autumn cicada and expose it. The communication between wills, although there was a lot of content, was extremely fast. But after Fang Yuan finished speaking, Mo Yaozwil did not reply for a long time. His mind was silent, and outside, Giant Sun's Will had already counted down from 10 to 6. Finally, Mo Yao broke the silence. He clapped and laughed. Good analysis. It was truly meticulous and well organized. To think that after planning for so long, I still could not deceive you. You really made me look at you in a different light. Lad, even if you have been reborn, your talent is still outstanding. If I were alive, we might become good friends. Who knows? What a pity, what a pity. Fong Yuan saw through everything. He laid his cards on the table with Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao's will could not hide it anymore. At this moment, she chose to be honest. Her figure was graceful. Her face was covered with a black veil. Although she was a will, she was like a blooming night lotus, elegant and graceful. Her temperament was superb. As expected of the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, a rank 7 Gu immortal and a refinement path grandmaster. Even though her scheme was exposed, she did not feel embarrassed. Seeing that there was no hope of concealing it, she was very frank and straightforward. She sighed. Back then, my main body took a risk and entered 88-point Jinyang Tower. I obtained a true inheritance in True Inheritance' secluded domain, creating this will of mine. I left behind Dichio inheritance. On one hand, it was to be prepared to preserve the possibility of refining calamity beckoning immortal Gu. On the other hand, it was a trap mainly targeting Spirit Affinity House. Back then, I had betrayed the sect for Bo Qing. But I did not expect that after 10,000 years, the person I waited for would be you. Actually, when you were refining calamity beckoning immortal Gu, I had already discovered the spring autumn cicada in your body. I am a refinement path grandmaster. I had tampered with the immortal Gu refinement process. My will was already hidden in the refined calamity beckoning immortal Gu. This arrangement was to deal with Spirit Affinity House's pursuers, because no one could find an opportunity to refine the immortal Gu and did not grab it. Chapter 651. Just like you said, when I found out you had Spring Autumn Cicada for the first time, I was extremely excited and immediately thought of using Spring Autumn Cicada to revive. I used Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu to lure you to Water Pavilion. The 10% refinement of Water Pavilion was also a facade I made to make you lower your guard. After you go out, I will immediately activate the Water Pavilion and hide in the sweat on your skin. But regarding this point, how did you confirm that the Water Pavilion was on you from the very beginning? Fong Yuan replied, "This is not hard to guess. Firstly, you had to ensure my safety. Just your will alone was not enough. The rank 7 Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion was the strongest guarantee. Secondly, thinking expended thoughts and damaged your will. I asked you to think of strength path killer moves, but I did not see your will weaken. After that, you fought with Giant Sun's will in my mind, refining True Yang Building's supreme true inheritance, and also receiving the light of wisdom, but I still did not see any signs of your will weakening. The only explanation is that Water Pavilion is close to you. Your will was constantly replenished in the building. Back then, when I inspected the goo worms that made up Water Pavilion, I did not notice it at first glance. The crucial goo worm should be that wisdom path immortal goo delight in water and mountain goo, right? You guessed half right. Mo Yao's will said, delight in water and mountain goo can only produce joyful will, but this will of mine is not joyful will. It is transformed from joyful will through some other goo worms. This kind of will can indeed influence one's thoughts, making people do things that go against their nature. That means you purposely could not defeat Giant Sun's will. Fong Yuan laughed. Giant Sun's will is indeed very strong, but the difference in battle strength between us is not so great. When I woke up from my daze, when I realized that Water Pavilion had already transformed into a suit of armor to protect me and save my life, I realized that something was wrong. Although I was vigilant earlier, but because of your secret influence, it gradually dissipated. But although I felt something was wrong, I did not dare to confirm it. When giant suns will attack me, I guessed his tactic. This battlefield is only so big, there are only a few external factors that can affect the situation. How could I not pay attention to formless hands? Thus, I decided to take a risk and beat him at his own game. I purposely moved slowly and took a hit from the formless hands. The result proves that you indeed have ulterior motives. Later on, although the water pavilion was in ruins, however, I was still worried about its power. Thus, I deceived you into entering my immortal aperture and borrowed your goo worms. Afterwards, when he fought with them from afar, he purposely got hit by their killer moves, and most of the goo worms he borrowed from them were sealed. It was to prevent anyone from entering. Do you have any goo worms that don't require primeval essence to activate? Mo Yao's heard this. Shaking his head, he lamented, Fang Yuan, you're too smart. Once you realized something was wrong, you calculated to this extent. Your acting skills are even better than mine. But there's still something I don't understand, Fang Yuan said. Oh, please. Earlier, I had fixed immortal travel taken away by a six-fingered formless hand. I know that fixed immortal travel is an immortal goo that you want to get rid of secretly. It will affect your plans too much. But why are you so sure that the six-fingered formless hand will snatch the fixed immortal travel, and not other immortal goo that are inferior to spring, autumn cicada? Mo Yao's will smile bitterly. Kid, I am only the will left behind by my main body for 10,000 years. Do you really think I can control the situation? The situation was so chaotic back then. The moment the formless hand grabbed you, I hesitated, afraid that Water Pavilion's appearance would arouse your suspicions. But after it snatched fixed immortal travel, I was overjoyed. I quickly interfered with your thoughts and made you make the decision to help Tai by Yunsheng. This delayed your time and caused you to lose fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan was stunned. Your luck is really good. Mo Yao shook his head, smiling bitterly. Back then, I sneaked into True Yang Building and wanted to snatch fortune rivaling Heaven Goo, but I let it escape. Ever since then, my luck has been bad. Later, when I blocked the seven-fingered, formless hand for you, my intention was to sacrifice the rank 7 calamity-beckoning immortal goo in Water Pavilion. Unfortunately, the formless hand grabbed the core Water Harmony immortal goo. If your spring, autumn cicada had a mortal's consciousness, I would have made a move long ago. But it had your goo immortal will inside, so I did not dare to act rashly and could only infiltrate it secretly. I was lurking in your mind, paying attention to your thoughts, and prying into your memories. But after fighting with Giant Sun's will, I could not split my attention. All my will was used to control Water Pavilion to protect your life. Otherwise, when you realized something was amiss, I would have sensed it. In fact, I might have even interfered with your thoughts and made you overlook this. Also, I really did not have much immortal essence left. Most of it was used to nurture my will. Your battle of attrition was very effective, but if I had 5 or 6 more beads of red date immortal essence, the situation would be different. Fang Yuan nodded. Sigh, actually, I had an unfair advantage. Just a will cannot think as comprehensively as the main body. Especially when wills have their own characteristics, their actions will be biased. A will is a will after all. It cannot replace the main body. If your main body were to deal with me, I would have fallen for it long ago. Fairy Mo Yao, you truly live up to your reputation. Just by relying on your will, you were able to reach this step. Fang Yuan sighed repeatedly. After revealing his cards, he instead consoled Mo Yao's will as if he had forgotten that they were enemies, as if he and Mo Yao's will had been good friends for many years. He continued to sigh. This plan of yours is too difficult to execute. It is like walking on a tightrope. You need to pay attention to the balance of the situation at all times. If it was before, when you dealt with me, I might have been deceived by you. Unfortunately, not long after I came to Northern Plains, I made a similar mistake. And my aim is to not make the same mistake again. Saying so, the image of a white-clothed girl appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Actually, it is all thanks to Wisdom Gu's help. Without using it actively, just the passive light of wisdom allowed me to think so quickly. I was able to think through many things and see through your scheme. As expected of a rank 9 immortal Gu. After saying so much, I have a question for you. What is your will? Mo Yao chuckled. There is no harm in telling you now. Anyway, you already know my methods. You will get the answer sooner or later. And in this situation, even if you find out my true motive, it is already too late. You using spring-autumn cicada to self-detonate is already a foregone conclusion. This will of mine is called fake will. Fake is real. True is fake. Fake will disguise as other people's thoughts and participate in the collision of thoughts, secretly changing the result of their thoughts and influencing their decisions and actions. Fang Yuan realized at once. No wonder I could not find out where you were hiding after searching my mind so many times. So you were disguising as my thoughts. But you are wrong about one thing. I will not use spring-autumn cicada. Are you sure? He. Mo Yaozwell laughed. I was the one who helped you perfect 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move. I purposely underestimated the time limit and turned you into a zombie body. You have already lost the possibility of advancing further. You have no future left now. I have been by your side for so long. I have a deep understanding of you. You no longer have any trump cards. In the current situation, the wind veil of assimilation is pressing down. You have lost fixed, immortal travel. Do you think you can maintain the Stargate stably? Don't be unrealistic. You are currently being attacked by everyone. Although you purposely acted low earlier, your battle strength is still lower than Giant Sun's will. After all, this is not true inheritance secluded domain. In true inheritance secluded domain, wills and thoughts will be suppressed. As for worldly wave trace immortal Gu, I will not lend it to you anymore. Also, other than Giant Sun's will, you still have a huge hidden threat that is great strength, true martial physiques. He Lulan. Rank 5 peak stage. Think about the power of his self-detonation. Right now, you are only relying on the light of wisdom, Gu, to maintain the light of wisdom. Strong enemies are waiting for you. You have no way out. Mo Yaozwell laughed for a while before speaking in a gentle tone. You are not willing to use spring-autumn cicada because you are worried about your black coffin luck. Actually, you don't have to be nervous. Spring-autumn cicada's weakness is this. It will make the host's luck worse and worse. Back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable suffered from this. Luck is indeed a huge influence, but it cannot decide everything. It also depends on who is facing it. You have so much bad luck, but you used your own strength and intelligence to contend against it, and still had such accomplishments. Ma Hongyun had so much good luck, but he could not grasp it. Even though he escaped, he must have fallen into the hands of Northern Plains Gu immortals and become a prisoner. Fang Yuan sneered. You have planned for so long, you must have made ample preparations. You definitely have the confidence to win. A contest of wills is my weakness. If I self-detonate, I will be using my weakness to fight against your advantage. How can I be so stupid? Mo Yao also laughed. To think that you also have a timid moment. Unfortunately, your guess is not completely correct. I indeed want to use spring-autumn cicada, but your foundation is not enough to go back to 10,000 years ago. I plan to go against the river of time and find Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. Using the power of the inheritance, I will go against the flow of time for 10,000 years. Don't you want to see what Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance is? Mo Yao revealed a shocking news. She actually knew about Red Lotus Demon Venerable's secret inheritance. But Fong Yuan did not reply. He only remained silent. In the outside world, giant suns will finally count it down from 10 to 1. It seems you are stubborn. You want to resist till the end. Not obtaining Fong Yuan's surrender, Giant Sun's Will's voice was very deep. There's no pity for this demon to die. Ancestor Giant Sun was merciful and gave him a chance to turn over a new leaf. But he is still stubborn. Yi Lui Seng shouted, but inwardly he let out a sigh of relief. Kill this demon, cut off his head, and use it as our urinal. Today, we will get rid of this evil for the people. The crowd was boiling. Not good. The wind veil of assimilation is less than 100 steps away. Ancestor Giant Sun, what do we do? Someone was panicking. Chapter 652. The wind veil of assimilation was getting closer. This was the main reason why Giant Suns will wanted Fong Yuan to surrender. If Fong Yuan surrendered and offered his primeval essence, everything would be easy. But Fong Yuan was stubborn and did not surrender. Giant Suns will had no choice but to fight with his life on the line. Hey Lulan, this is a strength path immortal goo for you. Release your dark path seal and display the true battle strength of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Your great strength true martial physique has the best recovery speed in the world, far above the other 9 extreme physiques. Don't worry, even if you self-detonate, I have my own methods to save you. Giant Suns will said as he handed a strength path immortal goo to He Lulan. After obtaining the immortal goo that she had yearned for day and night, He Lulan could not conceal her excitement. Thank you, Lord Ancestor. At the same time, Giant Suns will promise the other goo masters many benefits, giving out goo worms one by one. Giant Suns will raise the morale. This scoundrel has done many evil deeds. Get rid of him. You will all be great heroes of Northern Plains. You will bring benefits to the common people. You will be respected wherever you go. We all know that being exposed to the light of wisdom will reduce one's lifespan. But in this situation, if we continue to drag on, we will be killed by the wind veil of assimilation sooner or later. Compared to death, what is the loss of a bit of lifespan? Moreover, as long as you hold him back, I will definitely make a move and kill him. Everyone looked at each other. Giant Suns will had unparalleled prestige. He was left behind by his ancestor. With threats and promises, the situation forced them. Everyone mustered their courage and looked at Fong Yuan. Strange. Why is he not dead yet? After being exposed to the sun for so long, he should have lost his lifespan a long time ago, right? Someone suddenly asked, if Fong Yuan died of old age, they would not have to fight anymore. That is because he is already dead. He is completely turned into a zombie monster, a living dead person. The dead have no lifespan. Thus, no matter how long he is exposed to the light, he will not die of old age. He Lulan explained, shattering everyone's fantasy. So it is like this. Everyone was shocked. They finally understood that they had to fight. The air seemed to have frozen. The Goo Master's killing intent surged. No doubt this was the final battle. They wanted to kill Fong Yuan. He had great confidence. After all, he had the great strength, true martial physique, and Giant Sun's will. But they were also nervous. Fong Yuan's terrifying battle prowess was also deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Killing this demon is a given, but there are bound to be casualties in battle. Please don't let it be me. This was what everyone was thinking. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive, and the battle was on the verge of breaking out. At this moment, there was another change. Wisdom Goo suddenly retracted the light of wisdom. He plunged into the group of goo flying in the sky. Earlier, it used all its strength to release rank 9 aura, but now it completely concealed it and hid among the goo group, quickly vanishing without a trace. Everyone was taken aback. Giant Sons was the first to react, laughing loudly. Wonderful! This wisdom goo's wild had just been born. It was still very immature. Previously, he had been holding up a halo to prevent other life forms from approaching him. Now that he sensed that a great battle was imminent, he wanted to avoid being implicated. He ran away first. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. There was no better situation than this. Without the obstruction of the light of wisdom, Giant Sons could directly participate in the battle. Demon, the wisdom goo that you relied on as a barrier has already escaped. Your death is here. Accept your death obediently. Demon, you have committed too many sins and have finally fallen to this state. You are dead meat. Everyone shouted. Their morale was high. Giant Sons was even more restless. Ha 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 ha. Fang Yuan broke the silence, laughing loudly. His laughter shook the wind and clouds. It was arrogant and overpowered all other sounds. He had a green face and sharp fangs. His eyes were shining with a fierce light. Although his recovery ability was strong, his injuries were too severe. His body was still in tatters. He only had one arm left, his body was crooked, but his aura burst out, causing everyone to take a step back. Damned demon! Why are you still so arrogant when you are about to die? What are you laughing at? He Lulan took a big step forward. His body was like a bear. He stared with his eyes wide open. Demon, those who commit too much evil will only bring about their own destruction. Now you are dead. Fang Yuan, I have already given you the only chance to surrender, but you did not grab it. Right now, you have nowhere to go. Giant Sons resolutely shouted. Mo Yao's also said, Lad, don't try to be mysterious. The aura of nothingness cannot stop them. Don't you want to see Red Lotus Demon Venerable's secret inheritance? There will be a huge battle soon. If Giant Sons gets to your head, I will not be able to save you. Give up. This is a hopeless situation. There is no way out. Quickly use Spring Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan's laughter stopped. He said in a hoarse voice, Isn't there a saying that heaven never seals off all paths? As long as I want to leave, the path is under my feet. Everyone was stunned. These words were very familiar. After thinking for a while, they realized it was a story from The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 3. Luopa Valley was a vast and complicated maze. Renzu searched for the missing northern dark ice soul, but he himself also lost his way in the maze for several days and nights. He could not find the exit. He was extremely tired. He collapsed on the ground, his back leaning against the wall of the maze. Boundless loneliness quickly engulfed him. This was because he had given his original heart to hope. What he had now was a heart of loneliness. The feeling of loneliness was unbearable. Renzu was afraid of loneliness. He had once dug out his eyes and turned them into a son and daughter to accompany him. But now he could only endure the torture of loneliness. In the loneliness, Renzu felt boundless coldness, confusion, and pain. Time seemed to have stopped. He was the only person left in the world. A lonely person, there was no one to rely on, no fire to warm himself. Renzu felt suffocated, but as time passed, he gradually got used to the loneliness. He even started to savor it. He started to feel that loneliness was not scary. In the loneliness, he felt peace. Tranquility, peace. He muttered to himself, Oh, human, what exactly are you struggling in this world, coming and going in such a hurry? Then he heard a voice from inside his body. Oh, human, you are the spirit of all living beings. You are lonely, thus you wish to be comforted, understood, and proven. What you want to do now is to find a way out, leave this godforsaken place. Renzu was shocked. Who is talking to me? The voice laughed again. I am a goo called myself. Look at your inner heart. Examine your inner heart, and you will discover me. Ren Zhu quickly examined his heart of loneliness, and indeed, in the deepest part of his heart, he saw a goo worm. This goo worm was vivid and lifelike. It was exactly the same as him, but it had shrunk by 1,000,000 times to the size of an ant. Ren Zhu was surprised. This goo worm of yours, how did it get into my body? Self-Goo said, ever since you gained life, I have been in your body. You just did not discover it. It is not easy to discover me. You need to examine your inner heart in loneliness. Is that so? Ren Zhu had no interest. He did not mind. He was still thinking about Northern Dark Ice Soul. Self-Goo saw Ren Zhu's waning interest and smiled. Ren Zhu, you should be happy. You need to know discovering yourself and understanding yourself is the most important thing in life. You are the most reliable person in the world. Let me help you leave this place. You can help me leave this place? No way. Can you bring me out of Luopa Valley and cross Reverse Flow River? Ren Zhu was surprised and joyful. Self-Goo laughed loudly. Oh, Ren Zhu, why must you walk this path? The exit and entrance of the door of life and death are the traces left behind by Fate Goo when it visited Fairness Goo. When you walk on it, you will be arranged and manipulated by fate. If you want to revive and leave this place, it is best to walk a completely new path. Ren Zhu was confused. Didn't you say there is only one path? Wisdom Goo already told me. Where is there a second path? Self-Goo said, oh, Ren Zhu, as long as you want to walk, the path is under your feet. Ren Zhu was even more confused. Then how do I walk? Self-Goo said, didn't I say it? You need to think about walking first. Think. Ren Zhu tried to use his brain, thinking about how to walk. He thought for a long time until his head was spinning. Finally, a goo jumped out of his mind. Ren Zhu recognized this goo. It was Ren Zhu's good friend, Cognition Goo. Where there is cognition, there will be me, Cognition Goo said. Oh, human, you are in a predicament again. Let me help you. Saying so, Cognition Goo let out radiance and enlightened Ren Zhu. Cognition Goo had an ability. It could enlighten all living beings. Living beings enlightened by Cognition Goo would obtain wings. Back then, Verdant Great Sun obtained self, wings, and flew into the sky. After the radiance faded, Ren Zhu obtained a pair of wings. This pair of wings grew from his ankles. It was very small. Cognition Goo guided. This pair of wings is called Ren Zhu. It will help you walk on a new path. You need to be careful. New paths are hard to walk. Other goo cannot be relied on. You can only rely on self-goo. Saying so, Cognition Goo vanished. Ren Zhu was still confused. How should I walk? Walk forward and create your own path. This is a path that belongs to you alone. You can only walk alone. Self-Goo's tone was excited. Ren Zhu took a step forward. Boom. At the next moment, his vision changed. Everyone heard Fang Yuan's words and reacted. They were furious. This demon has lost his mind. Kill. Let's work together and kill him. He. Who do you think you are? You dare to compare yourself to Ren Zhu? Then walk. I want to see what path you can walk on. Everyone finally lost their patience. They shouted and charged towards Fang Yuan. Guh. At this time, He Lulan suddenly showed a painful expression. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Good timing. Fang Yuan grinned, giving off an eerie aura. He raised his only remaining arm and swung his fist at her. Boom. Chapter 653. This strength path phantom's facial features resembled the young Fang Yuan. It was vivid and lifelike, about the same size. It blocked the path of the Goo Masters. It was alone, appearing small and lonely. Isn't that He Lulan's killer move? In his mind, Mo Yaozwa was stunned. Oh, I remember you took his crucial goo worm. But how did you copy his killer move? While he was speaking, The Goo Masters had already charged forward. Fang Yuan's strength path phantom only lasted 3 rounds before it was torn to pieces. The remaining fist energy was about to condense, but Yellow Sang burned it with a mouthful of fire. This demon is a paper tiger. There's no need to be afraid of him. Humph, the only thing he's relying on is stealing Lady Hei Lolan's name. This strength path phantom only has the form. At most, it only has half the power of Lady Hei Lolan's killer move. What is there to fear? Everyone's morale soared. After a slight delay, they rushed toward Fang Yuan at an even faster speed. Only Hei Lulan had a bewildered expression as she slowed down and fell behind. Did he use my vital goo to send out a strength path phantom? How is this possible? This strength path phantom actually looks like him. Although his vital goo was seized, his injuries recovered rapidly. The recovery ability of the great strength true martial physique was dozens of times stronger than that of the 6-arm heavenly zombie king. It was above the other 9 absolutes. It was not strange that Fang Yuan forcefully refined Hei Lolan's vital goo. Fang Yuan had already become an immortal. With the help of immortal essence, even mortal goo had a huge advantage. But the strength path phantom that Fang Yuan struck out was actually exactly the same as his original appearance. This surprised Hei Lulan. Even if you snatched Hei Lolan's goo and roughly recreated his killer move, you won't be able to do anything to him. However, it was only in form, although it also had the ability to condense fist chi. But compared to Hei Lolan's original killer move, it's a far cry, Mo Yao's commented bluntly. At this time, everyone had already arrived in front of Fang Yuan. On the outside, giant suns had shrunk into a ball and was slowly moving, waiting for Fang Yuan to reveal a flaw in the chaotic battle so that he could deal a fatal blow. Well, then, Mo Yao, open your eyes wide and watch. Fang Yuan's smile widened. He swung his fist, using his only remaining arm. Fist chi gushed out. It turned into a strength path phantom. The phantom did not stop, immediately pouncing towards the charging Goo Masters. Fang Yuan punched again. It was another strength path phantom, but this time it was different. This strength path phantom looked like the young Fang Yuan. Dansheng had 2 arms. He was also much stronger than before. Fang Yuan's breathing was thunderous. His fists were like the wind, the shadows of his fists interweaving to form a screen. Boom, boom, boom. Punches after punches hit the air, creating continuous explosions. Fist chi surged and gushed out, forming a whirlwind. Wind and clouds surged like the roars of dragons and tigers. In the blink of an eye, over 100 strength path phantoms appeared out of nowhere, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. They protected Fang Yuan in the center. The Goo Masters had just killed the 2 strength path phantoms and were preparing to fight with Fang Yuan. They raised their heads. Everyone's expression changed greatly. How can there be so many strength path phantoms? Someone's eyeballs almost popped out. Damn it, there are still more appearing. Someone cursed loudly. Fang Yuan punched continuously. The fist chi seemed to be endless, forming one strength path phantom after another. The Goo Masters could not believe it. This number greatly surpassed Hei Lolan's limit, and the number was still rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, there were already close to 1,000 strength path phantoms. Fang Yuan was alone just a moment ago, but now there was an army standing beside him. This can't be fake, right? Some people even doubted what they saw, thinking Fang Yuan had used a goo worm to create an illusion. But next, the strength path phantoms' attacks made everyone painfully understand the reality of these phantoms. Kill. We will let you have a taste of our power. These strength path phantoms could actually speak human language. They had extraordinary intelligence. They attacked together, forming a stream of people. The Gu masters who had the advantage in numbers were actually drowned by the strength path phantoms. They seemed to be drifting in a rapid river, being hit by the waves from all directions. Defend. Stabilize the formation. They are only strength path phantoms. Damn it, these strength path phantoms can actually cooperate with each other. They can use battle tactics. The Gu masters shouted. They formed a formation like a reef on the shore. But after fighting, they found the power of these strength path phantoms had already surpassed their imagination. These strength path phantoms cooperated with each other without any regard for sacrifice. Although they only had one method of attack, they gave the Gu masters enormous pressure. The Gu masters' formation soon showed signs of being unable to hold on. What killer move is this? My strength path phantoms cannot cooperate with each other like this. This is simply an army that will fight to the death. He Lolan's heart shook with unease. Fang Yuan retreated while punching. The number of strength path phantoms continued to increase rapidly. This killer move of yours. Mo Yaozwil stammered. She was completely shocked. She analyzed. Mortal Gu absolutely cannot have such power. You must have used an immortal Gu. Don't tell me you were hiding a trump card that I did not discover? No, impossible. You must have refined an immortal Gu. How could you refine an immortal Gu so quickly? Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Why do you think I tried so hard to get close to Wisdom Gu? Of course it is to use its rank 9 aura to help me refine the immortal Gu. If it was someone else's immortal Gu, it would not be easy to deceive them. Thus I could not refine man as before and landscape as before. But my young Wildwool could not tell if this aura came from me or not. Gu worms that were 2 ranks higher would have pressure. Back then on Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had used Spring Autumn Cicada's aura to assist in Gu refinement. That means you purposely turned into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Mo Yaozwil realized this and immediately felt something amiss. The light of wisdom consumed lifespan, but after turning into a zombie, one would already be dead. Thus they could spend more time being illuminated by the light of wisdom. Mo Yao continued to observe. She discovered this killer move of Fang Yuan's. It followed a certain characteristic of strength path. His strength path phantoms were usually 2-arm phantoms, but sometimes he would use 4-arm phantoms. Occasionally, he could form 6-arm phantoms. The more arms, the stronger the strength path phantoms. 2-arm phantoms only had ordinary battle strength, comparable to 100 Beast King. 4-arm phantoms were comparable to 1,000 Beast King. 6-arm phantoms were comparable to a myriad Beast King. This is simply the reappearance of a beast group. Mo Yaozwil realized this, and her body shook. She said in disbelief, You lad, you actually did it. You solved an ancient problem and achieved the fusion of enslavement and strength path. Enslavement path, controlling myriad beasts, gathering numbers to crush. Strength path, single-handedly. The essence of 2 completely different Gu master paths were perfectly harmonized in Fang Yuan's killer move. Fang Yuan had started to solve this problem a long time ago, but there was no progress, and he was even mocked and persuaded by Mo Yaozwil. However, he had never given up on this aspect. He would never give up because of others' denial, mockery, or persuasion. The most crucial breakthrough was during the process of immortal ascension. He used this extremely precious opportunity to raise his strength path attainment level. Natural imitation, giving up on everything else. He wholeheartedly sought the answer of the fusion of enslavement and strength path from heaven and earth. This was opening his heart to heaven and earth, imparting him the supreme profundity. Finally, he had to thank Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan had been exposed to the light of wisdom for a long time. expending his lifespan and turning into a living dead person. He paid such a heavy price, but his gains were also huge. He could finally use the goo worms he had, and use them to the best of his ability to unleash killer moves. How could he gain anything without paying any price? Of course, he also had to thank He Lulan and his vital goo. This was one of the crucial parts of Fang Yuan's killer move. Other than that, there were some other immortal goo, the goo worms used to assemble Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King, and Fang Yuan's second vital goo, all-out effort goo, also played an important role. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Yuan purposely turned into Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. He needed Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King's goo worms to assemble this new killer move. Even if he had the Black Coffin Death luck, was surrounded by strong enemies, and was isolated by the wind veil of assimilation, heaven would never seal off one's way. There were no desperate situations in this world, only people who were in despair. The answer to the problem was in our own hands. When we look into our hearts, we will find that the power of miracles is within us. To discover ourselves, to recognize ourselves, to rely on ourselves. The convergence of enslavement and strength path. This is a difficult question that has baffled countless heroes and geniuses throughout the ages. To think that you would actually obtain the perfect answer. Lad, you have indeed walked a new path. Developing along this path, you can even truly unite enslavement and strength path, forming a brand new path. This path will definitely be unprecedentedly powerful. Mo Yao's will side. Her magnanimity as a refinement path grandmaster allowed her to not be stingy with her praises towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was just about to say something when giant suns will suddenly appeared in front of him. This was a sneak attack. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan dodged the attack from Giant Sun's will, using his left shoulder to receive the attack from Giant Sun's will. With a loud bang, Fang Yuan fell to the ground, creating a trench that was tens of steps long. It seems that there is still a lot of your will in my mind. You were influencing my thoughts earlier. Fang Yuan was furious, seeing through Mo Yao's scheme. Mo Yao's will shed all pretense of cordiality, screaming, "Lad, I asked you to activate Spring Autumn Cicada obediently, but you refused. Fate sent you to me. It was to give me a chance to rebirth. I will definitely grab this chance." Humph. Most of your will and goo worms are imprisoned in my immortal aperture. Red Date Immortal Essence is already under my control. You can no longer receive the replenishment of your will. Since you are influencing my thoughts, you will have to participate in the clash of thoughts. I want to see how long this will of yours hidden in my mind can last. Fang Yuan attacked Mo Yao's while staring at Giant Sun's will. The strength path phantoms around him moved, quickly filling up the gap and protecting Fang Yuan again. Giant Sun's will was in a difficult position. It was fine when Fang Yuan was alone, but now he had so many helpers. Giant Sun's will excelled in speed and transformation, but he was afraid of consumption. Fang Yuan's combination of enslavement and strength path killer move countered it. No matter how fast you are, I will defend with my life. No matter how many transformations you have, I will self-detonate. There were too many strength path phantoms. They surrounded Fang Yuan in layers. Not only were there strength path phantoms in all directions, even the sky was filled with them. There was no space to attack. This killer move actually fused the essence of enslavement and strength path. The strength path phantoms can not only reform their remnant chi, they can also self-detonate to kill the enemy. This lad must have made preparations in this aspect. Otherwise, just the time of the light of wisdom would not have allowed him to create something out of nothing. Right, he succeeded in his immortal ascension. It is very likely that he received guidance from heaven and earth during the process. Damn it! Giant Sun's will thought intensely for a while before stopping. He did not have much left. He could not think for too long. It would cause a lot of internal friction. Chance! Suddenly, he turned into a golden rainbow. He weaved through the strength path phantoms and fiercely slashed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan grinned. "Old man, what are you so anxious for?" This was a flaw he had purposely revealed when he directed the strength path phantoms to position themselves. Giant suns will fell into Fang Yuan's trap. Immediately, 3 strength path phantoms appeared in front of him. Giant suns will thought intensely. He moved like a snake and avoided 2 of them, but he could not avoid the final strength path phantoms. So he directly slammed into it. Bang! With a loud sound, the strength path phantoms were smashed into pieces. "Old man, do you really think I'm a sick cat?" "Humph, I've been waiting for a long time." Fang Yuan was already waiting behind him. He raised his fist and smashed it towards Giant Sun's will. Chapter 654. Fang Yuan finally displayed his true strength. His fist speed was extremely fast. Giant Sun's will was caught off guard and was hit. With a loud sound, the condensed golden will was smashed into pieces, splitting into countless parts. But at the next moment, the will condensed again. Its size had shrunk by 1/5. Giant Sun's will, who had suffered a huge loss, was about to retaliate in anger. Fang Yuan had already retreated, as the heavy strength path phantoms protected him again. Giant Sun's will, who saw this, was so angry that he almost collapsed again. He could not think much, otherwise he would have seen through this trap, thus falling into Fang Yuan's trap. "Hey Lulan, what are you hesitating for?" Giant Sun's will shouted. How can he use the same strength path phantoms as him? Hey Lulan was in a dilemma, but when he heard Giant Sun's will shout, he shook and finally came to his senses. Fang Yuan's killer move was vast and sharp, suppressing everyone into a disadvantage. They could not even raise their heads. Even Giant Sun's will could not make any progress. This was a moment of life and death. His great strength, true martial physique, was the crucial battle strength to change the situation. Thinking of this, He Lulan's eyes widened in anger as he stood up. Boom! An ordinary punch had a terrifying effect. The biting, cold fist chi almost broke through the encirclement of the strength path phantoms. Human figures flew, the phantoms shattered one after another. This was the true battle strength of the great strength, true martial physique. At this moment, He Lulan unleashed his full strength, no longer holding back. The strength left behind by immortal Gu Dark Limit on his body formed a thin layer of black membrane. He Lulan tore this layer of black membrane. His image changed. The surging aura of the 10 extreme physiques soared to the sky. The formless aura shook the air and formed a shockwave that engulfed the surroundings. What's going on? Lord, He Lulan has actually turned into a woman. The rumors were true. Su Xian's night elopement. She gave birth to a young lady, with He tribe's supreme elder, He Chung. No wonder Giant Sun's will had chosen He Lulan and Ma Hongyun to be the owners of the Frost Jade Peacock. It turned out that she had long since seen through He Lulan's true gender. He Lulan turned a deaf ear to the crowd's exclamations. Her eyes were fixed on Fang Yuan, and her killing intent was boiling. She was wild and unruly, like a vigorous female black tiger descending the mountain. He was brave and fearless, as if he wanted to devour someone. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Fist chi kept surging around him, condensing one strength path phantom after another. The army's momentum was already dense. He was very confident in his killer move. He was not afraid of He Lulan. The self-detonation of the 10 extreme physiques can indeed kill immortals. But my killer move, you can do the same. The strength path phantoms shouted one after another. Like a surging river, it surged towards He Lulan. He Lulan, who had revealed her true appearance, slaughtered all gods and Buddhas in her way. She was like a Valkyrie that could repel an army of 1,000. No matter how the Strength Path Phantom army attacked, she did not budge. "Save me!" Yi Lui sang, and the others shouted for help. It turned out that Fang Yuan was multitasking, dealing with He Lulan on one side. He did not forget to take care of the other Gu masters on the other side, and also guarded against Giant Sun's will. The attainment of an enslavement path master was displayed without a doubt. The Strength Path Phantom army cooperated with tacit understanding. They were integrated as one and did not care about sacrifices. Yi Lui sang, and the others were already in a precarious situation, but now they could not hold on any longer. The final line of defense was broken. He Lulan wanted to go back and save them, but was firmly held back by the Strength Path Phantoms. These Strength Path Phantoms actually have the intelligence of a normal person. How did he do it? He must have snatched my vital goo, but he can actually create Strength Path Phantoms that are exactly the same as him. He Lulan was extremely shocked. The more she fought with the Strength Path Phantom army, the more she could sense their power. A single Strength Path Phantom was not enough to worry about, but with 3 Strength Path Phantoms working together, they could slightly resist them. With 6 Strength Path Phantoms forming a small battle formation, they could hold back He Lulan. 9 Strength Path Phantoms attacked one after another. They could even put pressure on He Lulan. The more Strength Path Phantoms there were, the stronger their battle strength. This was all thanks to their perfect coordination. Even beast groups could not do this, but Fang Yuan's enslavement path army was his own Strength Path Phantoms. They came from the same source and were connected to his heart. He Lulan could not save them in time, and Yi Lui sang, and the others were killed by the Strength Path Phantoms. Facing the bloodline descendants' call for help, Giant Sun's will made the opposite choice from He Lulan. He turned into several arrows and tried to kill Fang Yuan in the chaos. Fang Yuan mobilized the guards around him and fought an intense battle with Giant Sun's will. The battle was extremely short, but it was exceptionally explosive. Giant Sun's will saw that he could not get what he wanted, so he left immediately and did not continue fighting. He really did not have much left. An intense battle would bring about intense thinking. He was gradually unable to endure this kind of internal friction. And Fang Yuan was also in trouble. In his mind, Mo Yao's will would occasionally disturb him, causing him to have distracting thoughts. He repeatedly made mistakes in mobilizing the Strength Path Phantoms. His master-level enslavement path attainment could not be fully displayed. But as time passed, Fang Yuan gradually gained the upper hand. His Strength Path Phantoms army increased in number. The narrow space in the sky and on the ground were filled with these Strength Path Phantoms. There were already over 10,000 of them. At the same time, the influence of Mo Yao's will on him became weaker and weaker. Giant Sun's will attacked many times, but did not succeed. He was left with less than the size of a human head. The only one who was still fighting was He Lulan, but she was a monster with unlimited stamina. The great strength, true, martial physiques, battle strength left people speechless. If not for the layers of Strength Path Phantoms, he might not have been able to restrain her. Child, be careful. I researched this Strength Path killer move for you. Even though it is powerful, it has a flaw. The Strength Path Phantoms you release are actually the image of your subconscious. Mother Su Xian was on the verge of death. She used an extremely weak voice to warn him with worry. He Lulan sat at the head of the bed, grabbing her hand as she nodded while sobbing. The legends of Rinzhu told us long ago, everyone has a version of themselves in their heart. Child, your Strength Path Phantoms are the version of yourself in your heart. From this, we can see that you thirst for power. You desire to leave your female identity and become a man. Try to use this killer move as little as possible. Be careful that the killer move will subtly influence you eventually turning you into the cruel nature of the strength path phantoms. Su Xian nagged, almost using up all of her strength. Mother, I know, don't worry. Bean-sized teardrops rolled down He Lolan's cheeks. One day, when the strength path phantoms you release are completely in your appearance, Mother will be at ease. Remember, you have to find yourself. Also, be careful of your father. Father, after Su Xian said this, she used up the last of her strength and passed away. Mother! In the room, He Lolan's heartbroken voice echoed. He Lulan, what are you doing? You are actually absent-minded at this time. Giant suns will roared angrily, breaking He Lolan's memories. He Lulan woke up. She stared at Fang Yuan. Her emotions were very complicated. This guy had actually found her. How did he do it? It is the final moment. The wind veil of assimilation is approaching. He Lulan, self-detonate. I will save you. I swear on the glory of Giant Sun. Giant Suns will ordered. Fang Yuan's gaze focused, although he had the phantoms to protect him. He was sure he could hold on for a period of time to open the Stargate. But at this moment, he was not willing to take the risk. He quickly tried to sow discord. He, Lulan, you are an outstanding talent of your generation. Even if Giant Suns will has an immortal goo, his immortal essence is still in my hands. What can he use to save you? Why don't you surrender to me? I have a way to escape this wind veil of assimilation. Fang Yuan had only wanted to give it a try. He did not have much hope. But after He Lulan heard this, her movements slowed down. Her battle intent also clearly dropped. Giant Suns will saw that the situation was bad. He quickly shouted, "Don't listen to this demon's nonsense. He cannot be trusted. He Lulan, don't hesitate. This is our final chance to turn the tables. Don't tell me you don't trust your ancestor. Don't forget, I am only lending the strength path immortal goo to you. It still has my will inside. As long as I willed it, the immortal goo will self-detonate." He Lulan shouted, her battle intent rising again. "Demon, you have a glib tongue. You are as crafty as a fox. Damn it, what goo did you use on me earlier? I will make you pay the most disastrous price. Hand over your life." He Lulan erupted, like a raging dragon entering the sea. She carved out a path of blood from the encirclement of the phantom army. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Good. I want to personally experience the power of the great strength, true martial physique." Saying so, he took the initiative to face He Lulan in close combat. Although 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was strong, it was not the match of the 10 extreme physiques. And this was under the situation where Fang Yuan had unlimited primeval essence, and large numbers of mortal goo were constantly activated. He Lulan's feelings were even more different. Fang Yuan's strength, together with the coordination of the surrounding strength path phantoms, made her feel heavy pressure. She was continuously injured. But the recovery ability of the great strength true martial physique was even stronger than 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. The pain made He Lulan even more fierce. At once, both sides exchanged blows, evenly matched. Giant Sunswell did not wait for long. He finally saw a flaw in Fang Yuan's defense and attacked at lightning speed. Fang Yuan took a step back. His body turned around and punched back. He clearly hated Giant Sunswell to the core. Giant Sunswell gritted his teeth and fiercely collided with Fang Yuan, creating an even bigger flaw. He shouted, "He Lulan!" As long as she grasped this flaw, He Lulan would definitely be able to heavily injure Fang Yuan or even capture him alive. At this moment, Giant Sunswell finally saw hope. Here it comes. He Lulan charged forward, activating her goo worms and unleashing an unprecedented fierce attack. Suddenly, over 10 strength path phantoms jumped out to protect Fang Yuan. "You!" Giant Sunswell shouted in shock. He Lulan's attack did not hit Fang Yuan, but hit him instead. Giant suns will collapse, revealing 3 immortal goo. Hey Lulan opened her mouth and actually swallowed the 3 immortal goo in one gulp. With a gulp, she swallowed the 3 immortal goo into her stomach. Fong Yuan laughed loudly. The dozen strength path phantoms that came to reinforce him changed their formation and surrounded giant suns will, before exploding. Chapter 655. Why? The golden thoughts betrayed him. He shouted in anger. He could not understand. Humph. Old thing, I was only following your orders because I had a motive. Now that I have obtained the strength path, immortal goo, why should I listen to your orders? Hey Lulan sneered. Her beautiful face was filled with arrogance and coldness. You ingrate, unfilial descendant, you dare to betray your ancestor. The golden thoughts screamed in anger. Be quiet, don't make a ruckus. Sure enough, you cannot think when you have too few thoughts. Is that why you are so shallow? Hey Lulan crossed her arms in front of her chest, her gaze filled with disdain. You want me to self-detonate, and now you say you can save me. Why? Because of your slavery goo, divert disaster goo, and fixed immortal travel. These are your only 3 remaining immortal goo. Tell me, which immortal goo can bring me back to life? Humph, you think you can deceive me with such a childish trick? If you were strong enough, I would listen to you and obey the strong. But now, what right do you have to order me around? Just because you are a will left behind by a dead person? Even if you are giant sun immortal, so be it, you are finished. This is a new era. Why is a dead person like you still jumping around? Her words were filled with the attitude of a formidable person. Hey Lulan, she was still that Hey Lulan. Even if I am only left with a thought, I can destroy the immortal goo. The golden thoughts cursed loudly, but Hey Lulan was calm. Go ahead and try. How can this be? You actually suppressed 4 immortal goo. Even though you have the great strength, true martial physique, you do not have the will of an immortal. How can you suppress 4 immortal goo? The golden thought's body flickered with light as it shouted in disbelief. Evidently, its plan to destroy the immortal goo had failed. There are many things you do not know. The current Hey Lulan was unfathomable. Hey Lulan, you have the Huang Jin bloodline. The tribe leader of a super tribe actually colluded with outsiders to harm your ancestor. You 2 despicable and shameless things. When did you collude with each other? Why didn't I notice it all this time? The golden thought angrily rebuked. As expected, it's much easier to deal with them if they can't think. Sigh, you're really embarrassing the giant sun immortal with your ugly behavior. Fong Yuan sighed. The corners of his mouth parted slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. In fact, the 2 of them had just joined forces. Previously, Hey Lulan roared, Devil, you have a glib tongue and are as cunning as a fox. Damn it, what good did you use on me just now? I will make you pay the heaviest price. Give me your life. Fong Yuan did not use any goo worms. However, Hey Lulan said that Fong Yuan had used a goo. This was the code. Whether it was Fong Yuan or Hey Lulan, they were both meticulous, suspicious, and ruthless heroes. The 2 of them had worked together and experienced the struggle for the imperial court, so they understood each other better. They both knew that the other was ambitious and unwilling to be inferior to others. Precisely so. Fong Yuan was willing to take a gamble. After all, he had the strength path phantom to protect him. The risk was not high. The 2 swindlers worked together sincerely. Hey Lulan seized the opportunity and successfully plotted against giant suns, taking away all the immortal goo. I am not resigned to this. I am not resigned to this. I am the strongest, but I was plotted against and ended up in such a state. You won't have it easy either. My main body left behind many arrangements. Once 88-point Shenyang Tower falls, the other arrangements will be activated. True Yang Building will be rebuilt, and you will be hunted down endlessly. I did not lose to you, if not for dealing with Ma Hongyun and spoiling my luck. How could I lose? In the end, I lost to luck. The golden thought screamed, hysterically, bam, bam, bam. At the next moment, it self-detonated, self-destructing. It was after all left behind by Giant Sun, immortal, no matter how few thoughts it had. It was still decisive. It was worried that its secrets would be exposed, so it chose to self-detonate. The self-destruction of the thoughts was extremely fast. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to stop it, he had no way to do so. Different from Blood Path, Strength Path, and Enslavement Path, his Wisdom Path attainment was still very shallow. Unless he lured Giant Sun's will into his own immortal aperture, like Mo Yao's will, he could easily suppress it. This way, the strongest existence in Imperial Court Blessed Land, the strongest existence, turned into ashes at this moment. Not a trace of it was left behind. He Lulan let out a breath of turbid air, looking at Fang Yuan with a calm gaze, saying solemnly, "Now it is time for us to talk. I believe we have the foundation to cooperate." Fang Yuan nodded, sneering, "Let's not talk about anything else. The immortal Gu fixed immortal travel that you took was originally mine." It turned out that the formless fist that took away fixed immortal travel was broken by Giant Sun's will. After Giant Sun's will took it, he forcefully suppressed Fang Yuan's consciousness in the Gu worm, not having time to refine it, or maybe he did not have the strength to do so. Thus, Fang Yuan did not sense the existence of fixed immortal travel. He had lost sight of the target earlier, thinking that the formless fist had already flown away. "I know, this is one of my conditions. Now, I am suppressing your immortal Gu, but time does not allow me to forcefully refine it. I need you to lend me this fixed immortal travel." He Lulan said, shockingly. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. "Why should I lend it to you?" "Humph, the Gu is with me, without fixed immortal travel. How can you leave this place? Only if we cooperate sincerely can this be possible." He Lulan said. Fang Yuan chuckled. "Who told you that I have no other methods to leave this place?" He Lulan's pupils shrunk, looking deeply at Fang Yuan. "The wind veil of assimilation isolates heaven and earth. Whole earth Gu and connecting heaven Gu cannot be used. You actually have other methods, but you are not using them. Heh, this method has its flaws." She was a formidable person after all. She quickly calmed down and even made a probing counterattack. Her tone was very certain, but she was not sure in her heart. She was just probing. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. His Strength Path Phantom Army was beside him. He was not afraid of the great strength, true martial physique's self-detonation. But the enemy in front of him was not an ordinary great strength, true martial physique, but He Lulan. This person could not be underestimated. She had fought with Fang Yuan many times at 88-point Shenyang Tower and was evenly matched. She had even given Fang Yuan a lot of trouble. Now, she was clearly immortal, but could suppress 4 immortal Gu at once. Even Giant Sun's will was shocked. If Fang Yuan did not lend her fixed immortal travel, she would be dead for sure. If she risked her life to counterattack, Fang Yuan would still have some reservations. Without the interference of Mo Yao's will, Fang Yuan regained his nature. He calculated his gains and asked the question he was most concerned about. "Then what do I get?" "Immortal Gu Dark Limit." He Lulan replied calmly, but she was actually relieved. "Oh, please tell me the details. I will help you obtain this Gu. This Gu is in the hands of Gu Immortal Jiang Yu. It can isolate aura and deceive heavenly secrets. It can defend against deductions. My great strength, true martial physique, was sealed by the power of Immortal Gu Dark Limit. You committed such a huge crime. Northern Plains Gu Immortals will definitely investigate and find trouble with you. Not just them. There are also the arrangements left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. But with Immortal Goo Dark Limit, you will not be able to find out your location. Interesting, what else? Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. He Lulan smiled lightly. We are all smart people. Frankly speaking, I have a huge grudge. I will not self-detonate and die with you. But I am sure you do not want to see me being forced into a corner and dragging you down with me, right? Humph, not to the extent of dying together. It will bring me a lot of trouble. But it is true. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He Lulan's pupils shrunk. From your words, it seems you have not fully displayed the power of this killer move. However, I have another trump card. Fang Yuan nodded. He Lulan had already displayed it earlier. She could actually suppress an immortal goo. The great strength, true martial physique alone could not do this. As long as there were enough benefits, why would there be a need to fight? Fang Yuan was not afraid of He Lulan's self-detonation, but there was no need to push it too far. It would not benefit either of them. He Lulan continued, I will help you obtain Immortal Goo Dark Limit. After I use fixed immortal travel, I will return it to you. I will also give you my Strength Path killer move. I believe it will be helpful to your new killer move. Also, I have not killed your senior brother Tai, by Yunsheng. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over. The unconscious Tai, by Yunsheng, was still lying on the ground. His body was covered in a defensive light barrier. This was clearly set up by He Lulan. He could not help but raise his evaluation of He Lulan by another level. He Lulan was not simple. She actually preserved Tai, by Yunsheng's life, until now. Evidently, she had long been dissatisfied with Giant Sun's will and had a plan. Most importantly, she had stated so many conditions. Immortal Goo Dark Limit was the main point, fixed immortal travel was the secondary point. After that was the Strength Path killer move. And finally, Tai by Yunsheng. Such an arrangement showed her understanding of Fang Yuan. Then what are your conditions? Fang Yuan asked. Help me become an immortal and help me kill my father with my own hands. Saying this, He Lulan's eyes revealed deep hatred. Fang Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He did not ask why. He did not need to. Ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, looking at the surrounding wind veil of assimilation. His gaze finally landed on He Lulan. After tearing open Dark Limit's seal and revealing her true appearance, He Lulan was no longer the fat, violent bear He Lulan, but a stunning beauty with a fiery figure, sharp eyebrows, and heroic eyes. She was domineering and powerful. Interesting. Then why don't we cooperate for the time being? Fang Yuan praised and agreed. The benefits of cooperation moved his heart. In any case, fixed immortal travel was in her hands. Fang Yuan could do nothing about it. They might as well cooperate and see. Next, Fang Yuan stated his conditions and reached an initial agreement with He Lulan. The wind veil of assimilation had shrunk to its limit. Large numbers of goo worms were piled up in the narrow space, squeezing each other. Even more goo worms had been devoured by the wind veil of assimilation, becoming a part of it, and Calamity Tribulation Formless Hand had finally disappeared completely. We don't have enough time today. Let's talk another day. After reaching an agreement, He Lulan activated fixed immortal travel. A jade green light shrouded her body. She was not a goo immortal, but she could activate immortal goo. Before leaving, she looked deeply at Fang Yuan, seemingly asking casually, "What is the name of your killer move?" "Myriad Self." Fang Yuan replied. He Lulan nodded, engraving this name in her mind. She knew that sooner or later, this killer move would become famous throughout the 5 regions. At the next moment, fixed immortal travel activated. He Lulan's figure vanished on the spot. Once she left, Fang Yuan immediately destroyed the environment here, preventing her from using fixed immortal travel to return. The wind veil of assimilation was already closing in from all directions. Fang Yuan's location was only the size of a small house. Large numbers of goo worms had already been devoured by the wind veil of assimilation, but there were still a few flying around. Fang Yuan released starlight goo and opened a stargate, but he did not leave immediately, instead using a deep gaze to look at these flying goo worms. He did not have confidence, but he still wanted to give it a try. A few breaths later, a goo worm flew in front of him. Rank 9 wisdom, goo. Ha ha ha. In the narrow space, Fang Yuan's laughter echoed. It was precisely spears in the open and arrows in the dark interweaved into a net, scheming and scheming in the dark. Misfortune befalls one's heart and changes one's mind, gaining a glimmer of hope from danger. Immortal zombies are half dead with no lifespan. Myriad Self has no hesitation. Countless piles of bones. Dual demons will have endless mysteries. Chapter 656. Slowly opening his eyes, Fang Yuan woke up. What entered his vision was a glowing pink light and a crystalline mountain wall. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before reacting. He had already passed through the Stargate and returned to the immortal blessed land from Northern Plains. But this trip to Northern Plains was extremely tiring and dangerous. It could be said to be a narrow escape from death. Even though Fang Yuan had the body of a 6-armed heavenly zombie, his heart was filled with fatigue. After returning to the immortal blessed land, he made some arrangements before falling into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he slept for before he slowly woke up. He was too tired. Even now, Fang Yuan only wanted to lie down and not get up. My body is filled with death energy. I have completely turned into a zombie. I do not know fatigue. But my soul is the original soul. It has its limits and can be damaged. A thought flashed in his mind as Fang Yuan slowly sat up. His mind was at peace. There was a comfortable feeling. Sleeping also had the effect of calming and nurturing the soul. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and stretched his limbs. He felt like his entire body was rusty, giving him a heavy and inflexible feeling. He did not find it strange. He knew that this was the aftereffect of using the killer move Myriad Self. His soul had been greatly consumed. Thus, it was difficult for him to control such a strong zombie body. "Where is the land spirit?" Fang Yuan asked. His voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant to listen to, like the sound of sand rubbing against ice. It gave off a dry and cold feeling. "Master." At the next moment, little Hu Immortal's voice resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. Her voice was still pleasant to listen to, but now it was mixed with worry and sadness. Fang Yuan turned around. He saw little Hu Immortal's eyes were red as she appeared on his left. "How long did I sleep for?" Fang Yuan nodded and asked, "Master, you have slept for 2 days and 3 nights. Little Hu Immortal answered. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment. 2 days and 3 nights. This was the time in Hu Immortal blessed land. 5 days in Hu Immortal blessed land was equivalent to 1 day in the 5 regions outside. In other words, less than a day had passed since Fang Yuan left the wind veil of assimilation and returned to the Northern Plains. Fang Yuan calmed down. He had not slept. He had already discussed with He Lulan and confirmed their temporary cooperation. Soon, he would return to Northern Plains. Little Fox Immortal saw that Fang Yuan was silent. Thinking that he was sad, she opened her small mouth and comforted him. "Master, Master, don't be sad. Although your current appearance is very ugly, there will definitely be a way to change it back." She believed him. "One day, Master, you will return to your original form. Master, you need to pull yourself together." Fang Yuan laughed involuntarily as he stretched out an arm and patted Little Fox Immortal's head. Little Fox Immortal dodged for a moment, but in the end, she allowed Fang Yuan's terrifying zombie hand to land on her head. She hung her head and said nothing. Fang Yuan gently rubbed her head. Little Fox Immortal finally could not hold it in any longer and started crying. Master, although your hand is cold, I still like it very much. With that, she hugged Fang Yuan's thigh and cried. Little Fox Immortal was still so cute, like a 5 to 6-year-old girl, tender and pure, petite and exquisite. She was dressed in a colorful dress, and her snow-white foxtail was drooping on the ground, showing her disappointment. Land spirits were formed from the combination of obsession and heavenly power. They were different from wills and would not deceive people. Little Fox Immortal's words were the truth. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. He did not speak, but the fangs that protruded from his mouth were slightly retracted. His action of patting Little Fox Immortal's head also became more gentle. He split a portion of his consciousness and looked inside. His first aperture was deathly silent. There was not a trace of primeval essence inside, only Fang Yuan's first vital goo. The originally transparent purple crystal aperture walls had turned into a gray stone texture. The stone walls were filled with small cracks. The culprit behind these cracks was the spring-autumn cicada in the center of the aperture. Spring-autumn cicada's body flickered, alternately in green and yellow colors. The surging aura of a rank 6 immortal goo filled the entire aperture. If it was the original rank 5 peak stage aperture, it might have already burst. But now that the aperture was dead, it could instead bear the pressure of the immortal goo. Although there was a limit, it was quite far away now. At the same time, Fang Yuan noticed that the aperture was almost empty. It could no longer produce primeval essence. This is the price of turning into a zombie. The aperture is dead. It can no longer produce primeval essence. Fang Yuan thought. He could not help but think of Guyue's generation. Guyue's generation had turned into a blood-white zombie. Their aperture could no longer produce primeval essence. Thus, they had a huge demand for goo worms like Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. My current situation is much better than Guyue's generation. I had already ascended to a goo immortal. I have 19 beads of green grape immortal essence. I have unlimited primeval essence. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's mind moved from the first aperture to the second aperture. The newly formed strength path immortal aperture had already turned into ashes. The blessed land was now a dead land. The sky was overcast. White stone mountains had already collapsed. The ground was black and rotten, emitting a foul stench. The ground was full of cracks. It was as if there had been a huge earthquake. This was caused by forcefully storing wisdom goo. In this immortal aperture, there were almost all of Fang Yuan's goo worms. The most eye-catching ones were naturally the immortal goo. There were as many as 7 immortal goo inside. If this number was known, it would definitely shock the jaws of everyone. Immortal goo were unique. They were extremely rare. Ordinary goo immortals often did not even have one immortal goo, including the fixed immortal travel goo that he lent to He Lulan, as well as spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan had a total of 9 immortal goo. This number was enough to make most rank 7 goo immortals feel ashamed. There were 3 immortal goo related to Water Pavilion: Worldly Wave Trace goo, Delight in Water and Mountain goo, and Calamity Beckoning immortal goo. As for the other 4 immortal goo, they were obtained by Fang Yuan after breaking the Formless Fist. Other than immortal goo, there were also mortal goo. Among them, the most valuable mortal goo was also obtained by Fang Yuan after breaking the Formless Fist. These goo worms came from the various true inheritances in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Each of them was of high quality and had their own differences from common goo worms. But in terms of importance, it was still his second vital goo, rank 4 all-out effort goo, as well as bitter strength goo, borrow strength goo, self-reliance goo, refine essence spirit goo, earth strength goo, water strength goo, wind strength goo, lightning strength goo, fire strength goo, lurking soul code goo, breath concealment goo, and others. It was these goo worms. They formed the foundation of the killer move Myriad Self, allowing Fang Yuan to obtain victory in the wind veil of assimilation. Other than these, there were other miscellaneous goo. For example, during Fang Yuan's trip to Northern Plains, he used Eagle Rise goo, which consumed the most energy. Wind flower goo that could quickly change direction. Soul Blade goo obtained from Soul Blade General Panping. Battlebone will goo, Stargate goo, Whole Earth goo, Connecting Heaven goo, Divine Sense goo, and others that goo immortals were equipped with. Among them, the most numerous were beggar moths. There were close to 1,000 of them that could store primeval essence. At the final juncture of his trip to Northern Plains, they helped Fang Yuan a lot. After inspecting his aperture and immortal aperture, Fang Yuan looked at his own body. He did not need to look in the mirror to know that he had completely turned into a monster, 20 feet tall, green face and fangs, blood-red eyes, muscles bulging all over his body, like hard rocks. The most eye-catching thing was he had 8 arms, other than the original 2 arms. The other 6 had sinister appearances. They were respectively from rank 5 Flying Zombie Goo, Azura Zombie Goo, Heavenly Demon Zombie Goo, Blood White Zombie Goo, Nightmare Zombie Goo, Plague Zombie Goo, and Earth Chief Zombie Goo. Whether his appearance was ugly or beautiful, Fang Yuan did not care. Land Spirit Little Who Immortal cared because she was the female Goo Immortal Fairy White Fox's obsession. Fang Yuan cared because his zombie body's cultivation was stagnant, unable to advance a single step. This was the most serious obstacle to his pursuit of the demonic path and his dreams. He was ambitious. He wanted eternal life. Eternal life represented the strongest, invulnerable to all calamities, invulnerable to all tribulations. No one could harm his life. He had an endless lifespan. Although the zombie body had no lifespan, the soul would still be damaged and would perish in the face of even stronger attacks. It had many drawbacks and weaknesses. Many Goo Masters and Goo Immortals would often turn into zombies when they had no other choice. This method could only be said to be struggling at death's door, like looking up at heaven from hell. How can I get rid of my zombie body and revive from death, having a fresh body again? Fang Yuan asked himself. Evidently, this was a difficult problem that had to be solved. Although he did not have an answer, he had a plan. Interrogating Mo Yao's will in his immortal aperture was one method. Using Wisdom Goo was the second method. Little Who Immortal's cries gradually stopped. Fang Yuan retracted his arm and calmed his thoughts, asking, "Did anything happen while I was unconscious?" Little Who Immortal heard her master's question and immediately stood up, wiping her tears and answering sensibly, "Master, there are 2 main matters. First, your senior brother, Lord Tai, by Yunsheng, has already woken up. He has been wanting to visit you these last 2 days. Sometimes he is so anxious that he even cries. But Master had given orders earlier, so I stopped him. Second is Crane Gate. They have stopped their Rockman trade with us." Fang Yuan heard this and frowned slightly. Fang Yuan was well aware of the reason why Crane Gate suddenly stopped their Rockman trade. Who Immortal Blessed Land had Dang Hun Mountain. This was something that the 10 great sects of Central Continent knew. Crane Gate coveted Dang Hun Mountain, but they could not directly attack Who Immortal Blessed Land. Thus, over a year ago, they sent Fang Zheng to negotiate, and they reached an agreement on the Rockman trade. But their main target was Dang Hun Mountain and Guts Goo. Afterwards, Crane Gate urged and emphasized many times, requesting Fang Yuan to open up the Guts Goo trade. But they were all rejected by Fang Yuan. Over the last year, Who Immortal Blessed Land did not relent. Crane Gate's patience was finally exhausted. Thus they stopped the Rockman trade. As for whether they wanted to express their anger and force Fang Yuan to negotiate again, or if they had other motives, it would depend on the development of the situation. Who Immortal Blessed Land is not a paradise. It is located on Tian Mountain, and its external situation has always been worrying. This time, Crane Gate is making trouble. There must be a reason behind it. I need to be careful. If Feng Yuan had an immortal aperture, his reliance on who immortal blessed land would be greatly reduced. He could even directly annex who immortal blessed land and escape. Unfortunately, he was now a zombie. His immortal aperture had become a dead aperture. There was no point in talking about it. Feng Yuan thought about it, but could not think of anything for the time being. Chapter 657. The stagnation of cultivation was only the main drawback. Apart from that, there were other small drawbacks. One of the reasons was that he could not feel pain at all. Rigid thinking was the second reason. In this world, Wisdom Path had already explained the mysteries of human thought. When a person thinks, thoughts will appear in his mind. Intelligent people generate ideas faster and more, while stupid people generate fewer and slower ideas. These thoughts collided, merged, or destroyed each other, and finally one or several brand new thoughts were formed. These new ideas were the result of thinking. The mind was where thoughts were born, and it was the key domain for life to think. And this domain was determined by two aspects. One was the body, while the other was the soul. If a human soul were to reside in a wild beast, then this wild beast would become very smart. This level of intelligence was far higher than that of wild beasts, but slightly weaker than the human body. Gu is the essence of heaven and earth, while man is the spirit of all living beings. Humans are the smartest among all living things. In order to achieve this, a human body and a human soul were needed. Now, Feng Yuan was completely dead. Only his soul remained. As a result, the number of thoughts generated in his mind and the speed of his thinking decreased by a large margin. Intense thinking would cause the number of thoughts to decrease rapidly. The zombie's brain produced fewer thoughts, and the speed at which it produced thoughts could not keep up with the speed at which it consumed energy. If Feng Yuan was a brute, then so be it. It just so happened that he was an ambitious schemer who was used to thinking. After turning into a zombie, he immediately felt very uncomfortable and inconvenient. No wonder most of the zombies, such as Guyue's generation, died. Will choose to sleep. When he was asleep, he didn't have to think much, so he didn't have to waste as much of his thoughts. More and more thoughts would slowly accumulate in his mind. When it's time to fight, I'll think about it intensely and use these thoughts. Feng Yuan came to a realization. This was the same reason why giant sons will choose to sleep. If you think too little, you will appear clumsy and shallow. I never thought that one day I, Guyue Feng Yuan, would also become an idiot. He. Feng Yuan mocked himself in his heart and collected his thoughts. He said to Little Fox Immortal, "Bring my senior brother Tai by Yunxing in. I want to see him." Little Fox Immortal agreed obediently and disappeared on the spot. It was a land spirit. It could move freely into immortal blessed land. In the span of 10 breaths, Little Fox Immortal appeared with Tai by Yunxing again. "Junior brother, you... Sigh, what should we do now?" As soon as he saw Feng Yuan, Tai Bai Yunxing was stunned, and then his eyes turned red. He choked with sobs. He knew that Feng Yuan had completely turned into a 6-armed heavenly zombie. He already had some understanding. This was also what Feng Yuan had specifically asked Little Fox Fairy to tell Tai by Yunsheng. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. "Originally, I had advanced to a strength path Gu Immortal, but now that I have become like this, there is no helping it. I have to continue calling you senior brother. Come on, senior martial brother. This place is simple and crude. Please find a stone block to sit on." The cave Feng Yuan was in was dug out by Fairy White Fox in the middle of Dang Hun Mountain years ago. The ruins of Dang Hun Palace. After Dang Hun Mountain was destroyed by Gruel Mud Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had the help of Tai Bai Yunsheng. It was restored. The restored Dang Hun Mountain retained this cave. But Dang Hun Palace's golden brick walls, silver brick floor, pink curtains, round bed, golden silk bedding, incense burner, and wind chimes were all gone. Rank 6 Immortal Gu landscape, as before, could restore mountains and rivers to their previous state. Dang Hun Palace's furnishings were not in the category of mountains and rivers. Of course, Fang Yuan did not want to recreate Dang Hun Palace. After all, it was Fairy White Fox's chamber. The smell of cosmetics was too heavy. It was not suitable for Fang Yuan. There was no furniture in the cave. It was very simple and crude. Tai Bai Yunsheng chose a stone block closest to Fang Yuan and sat down. Right now, he was filled with gratitude and friendliness towards Fang Yuan. He trusted him unconditionally. Because he and Fang Yuan had gone through life and death together, they had gone through too many trials and tribulations in northern plains, they had seen each other's sincerity. Not to mention that in true inheritance secluded domain, Fang Yuan had helped Tai Bai Yunsheng twice without hesitation or blinking. The first time, he saved landscape as before Immortal Gu. The second time, he abandoned man as before Immortal Gu to save Tai Bai Yunsheng's life. At that time, Tai Bai Yunsheng was so moved that he almost shed tears. He had a Gu immortal inheritance. He naturally understood the attraction of an immortal Gu to a Gu immortal. Fang Yuan abandoned the immortal Gu to save him. Tai Bai Yunsheng, it was enough to prove Fang Yuan's sincerity. Later, Tai Bai Yunsheng was captured by He Lulan. Fang Yuan immediately changed his direction and snatched back man as before. Tai Bai Yunsheng also approved of Fang Yuan's choice. He felt relieved. This was a rational decision. When he woke up, he found he was already in Hu immortal blessed land. He was out of danger. Tai Bai Yunsheng was overjoyed. Being able to keep his life was naturally something to be happy about. But what made him even more surprised was that after he woke up, little Hu immortal returned the two immortal Gu, landscape as before and man as before, to him. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a kind and gentle nature. He had deep feelings towards these two immortal Gu. Regaining the precious treasures, he was extremely happy. But when he heard about Fang Yuan's situation from little Hu immortal, his heart shook. He could not feel happy anymore. His heart was filled with sadness, guilt, sorrow, and sympathy. Thus, he repeatedly requested to see Fang Yuan, trying to save his junior brother with all his strength. Right now, he was sitting on a rock. His face was filled with sorrow as he heaved a long sigh. "I am ashamed, junior brother. Not only did you save my life, when we meet, I still have to receive your consolation and consolation." Fang Yuan stretched out an arm and patted Tai Bai Yunsheng's shoulder, using his hoarse voice to laugh heartily. Fate is fickle. It is very likely that things will not go according to one's wishes. As a person, we need to be more open-minded. Although I became a zombie, I am at least half dead. I am much better than those dead people, and giant sons will. And at the final moment, I even obtained Wisdom Gu. I have already profited greatly. Senior brother, don't worry about it. You should be happy. Before Fang Yuan left, he opened a stargate. Wisdom Gu realized this was a passageway to the outside world. Its survival instincts drove it to fly towards Fang Yuan. This was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Stargate Gu was immortal Gu. It could not bear the might of an immortal Gu. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He stored Wisdom Gu into his immortal aperture. Even though Wisdom Gu concealed its aura, Fang Yuan's immortal aperture became a dead land. Its endurance rose sharply. It did not take long for Stargate Gu to pass through. Fang Yuan almost could not take it. The first thing he did after returning to Hu immortal blessed land was to quickly release Wisdom Gu. Hu immortal blessed land was also a rank 6 immortal aperture, but it was planted on Tian Ti Mountain, absorbing the earth chi of Central Continent. It was very stable. It could not be mentioned in the same breath as an immortal aperture. hidden in a Gu immortal's body. Regarding wisdom Gu, Tai Bai Yunsheng also knew. Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. Junior Brother's ability is something I admire from the bottom of my heart. But even the legendary rank 9 immortal Gu cannot cure your zombie corpse. Why don't you let me do it? Let's try using man, as before immortal Gu. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's emotions were sincere as he said this. He had already stood up impatiently, but Fang Yuan stopped him. Senior Brother, you are very clear in your heart. This man, as before immortal Gu, can only restore a person to their previous state, although it has the ability to revive. So much time has passed, who knows how many billions of seconds have passed. How can I be restored to my previous state? Even if I use it, it will be a waste. Why waste the precious green grape immortal essence? Tai Bai Yunqing's expression was ashen. His emotions were unstable. After Fang Yuan finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his palm. He fiercely slapped his own face. Slap, slap, slap. 5 to 6 times. Tai Bai Yunsheng actually slapped himself. Senior Brother, stop. Why are you doing this? Fang Yuan was caught off guard. He hurriedly stood up and stretched out his arms, grabbing Tai Bai Yunsheng's hand. Tai Bai Yunsheng could not match Fang Yuan's strength after being restrained. He cried bitterly, Junior Brother, I have let you down, I have let you down. As he cried, his knees bent, he was about to kneel down. Fang Yuan quickly helped him up, asking in shock, Senior Brother, why are you like this? Junior Brother, if I had directly lent man, as before immortal Gu to you, you would have been able to use it at the crucial moment, and you would not have ended up like this. Tai Bai Yunsheng cried bitterly. He had a kind nature. Even though he had harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's lives, that was a human's survival instinct. To him, Fang Yuan was his benefactor. He was also his little junior brother. They belonged to the same sect, but he was both his benefactor and his little junior brother. But he was harmed by his own negligence. If Tai Bai Yunsheng had taken the initiative to lend his Gu to Fang Yuan would not have ended up in such an awkward situation. After Tai Bai Yunsheng woke up, this thought had been lingering in his mind, causing him to feel ashamed to death and be filled with remorse. Right now, Tai Bai Yunsheng was paralyzed on the ground, feeling sad and ashamed. He was relying on Fang Yuan to support him. Fang Yuan was 6 meters tall, looking down at Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was crying bitterly. A dark light flashed in his eyes. I am very happy that you can think this way. He smiled inwardly, but said sincerely, Senior Brother, you don't have to be so sad. Although it is hard to recover from a zombie body, I still have many flaws. Don't forget that we have wisdom Gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng shook his head, saying intermittently, Wisdom Gu is rank 9. It followed you here because of its survival instinct. Junior Brother, even if you are a rank 6 Gu immortal, you will never be able to refine it. You will not be able to control it. Of course I understand this. But even so, just a little bit of its light of wisdom will bring me great benefits. Speaking of which, my zombie body has no lifespan. It is more suitable to be close to wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan stretched out his third arm and patted Tai Bai Yunsheng's back, consoling him. Moreover, I still have Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao? Tai Bai Yunsheng was puzzled. This is my other gain from 88 Point Xinyang Tower. Mo Yao was once a refinement path master, a certain generation's fairy of Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a native of Northern Plains. He had never heard of the name Mo Yao, but he had heard of Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. A certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House, and also a refinement path master. It seems this Mo Yao is not simple. Tai Bai Yunsheng's sorrowful expression eased slightly. Fang Yuan laughed again. And most importantly, Senior Brother, have you forgotten that we still have Master? Master will definitely have a way. I won't hide it from you. After Master gave me the mission to investigate 88 Point Shenyang Tower, he gave me a consumable goo to notify and report to him. 2 days ago, when I had just returned to immortal blessed land, I had already used this goo. Fang Yuan had searched Tai by Yunqing's soul in 88 Point Shenyang Tower. He knew all of Tai by Yunqing's experiences and secrets. Tai by Yunqing had once met a mysterious old beggar. He had obtained a time path goo immortal inheritance from him. Fang Yuan had swindled and deceived him. Using his glib tongue and acting skills, he had successfully convinced Tai by Yunqing in 88 Point Shenyang Tower, making him believe that he and Tai by Yunqing had the same master, that old beggar. Fang Yuan had even casually given the old beggar the name of Zishan Makoto. Tai by Yunqing, however, had no doubts about this. Now that Fang Yuan mentioned this matter again, Tai by Yunqing's eyes brightened. So Junior Brother has a way to contact Master. This is great. Others might not have a way, but Master has great abilities. He will definitely have a way. The fire of hope ignited in his heart, listening to his tone. The old beggar held an extremely important position in his heart. Tai by Yunqing was filled with confidence in the old beggar. If he knew the truth now, who knew what expression he would have? Fang Yuan did not reveal the slightest flaw. He said in all seriousness, "Senior Brother, don't be impatient. I believe Master's letter will definitely come in a few days. We just need to wait patiently." Tai by Yunqing nodded. Fang Yuan's mention of Zishan Makoto's name finally calmed his mind. He stood up straight, and Fang Yuan let go of his arm. Tai by Yunqing took a step back, his gaze meeting Fang Yuan's red eyes. He suddenly raised his palm. He placed his hand on his chest and said solemnly, "Junior Marshal Brother, don't worry. I will engrave your kindness in my heart. I will never forget it. I swear to longevity heaven, even if Master has no way, Tai by Yunqing, will use all my strength to revive Junior Brother." Ha ha ha. Longevity heaven is giant sun, immortal's grotto heaven. We just tore down this old guy's true young building. You swear to it. Isn't that too fake? Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. "Senior Brother, I won't be polite with you. We're on the same side, and I've saved your life before. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. You have to repay this kindness." "Say it." Tai by Yunqing answered immediately without a trace of hesitation. He had already decided to repay the kindness. Even if Fang Yuan asked him to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, he would not refuse. These days since he woke up, his conscience had been heavily reprimanded. Paying and sacrificing for Fang Yuan would make his conscience feel better. So Fang Yuan also said solemnly, "I have been brooding about this for a long time. That is the problem of our seniority. I was Master's true disciple before, but now that you have become an immortal, you have surpassed me, but I am not convinced. I was originally a strength path goo immortal. Although I am a zombie now, I will return to that sooner or later. So, according to seniority, I am the senior brother, and you are the junior brother." Tai by Yunqing stared. He had never expected that Fang Yuan's solemn request for him to repay the kindness was actually such a small matter. A feeling of gratitude welled up in his heart. Fang Yuan was clearly not trying to force him to repay the kindness, but was he, Tai by Yunqing, a vile person who did not know how to repay kindness? Tai by Yunqing sighed inwardly. He stretched out his palm and patted Fang Yuan's rock-hard thigh. The thick leg hair pricked his palm and caused some pain. 10 feet was equivalent to 3 meters on Earth. Fang Yuan was 6 feet tall. He was a 6.5-meter giant. Tai by Yunqing could only pat Fang Yuan's thigh. He was silent for a while before raising his head and looking at Fang Yuan's face. He sneered, "Oh, junior brother, in your dreams." How can seniority be messed around? Unless Master rearranges it. I will definitely be the senior brother. Ha ha ha. Tai Bai Yunxing was a proud person. How could he repay the kindness he owed others so easily? Hey! Fang Yuan shouted, venting his dissatisfaction. Old Bai, how can you be such a vile person? Did you forget what you said just now? I will absolutely not call you senior brother. Ha ha, junior brother, I can understand you. I don't mind. Tai Bai Yunxing laughed, but he was moved to tears. How many years had it been since he laughed so heartily like this? He had finally found the group. Although he had not known Fang Yuan for long, he felt very close to him, as if they were family. Chapter 658. Only Fang Yuan was left in the cave. Tai Bai Yunxing had already left. He sat on a stone stool. His 8 monstrous arms were hanging down. Some were behind his back, and some were crossed in front of his chest. Together with his huge body, just sitting there made him look like a towering mountain, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Fang Yuan had thought deeply about how to deal with Tai Bai Yunxing. Fang Yuan only believed in himself. He never truly believed in others. If he killed Tai Bai Yunxing, he would obtain man as before immortal Gu, landscape as before immortal Gu, as well as a rank 6-time path immortal aperture. But using him like this would not maximize his benefits. He had to admit, Tai Bai Yunxing was a very useful chess piece. This useful could be seen in 2 aspects. Firstly, he was very useful. Before he became an immortal, he was a famous healing master in Northern Plains. Now that he had reached rank 6-time path, his blessed land was a high-grade blessed land, and don't forget, he was also a flying master. His value was huge. Secondly, he was very easy to control. Fang Yuan had once soul-searched him, thus he had a thorough understanding of him. Tai Bai Yunxing was a good person, he had a conscience, and knew how to repay kindness. He was indebted to Fang Yuan. He had helped him several times in True Yang building, especially when he brought him out of the wind veil of assimilation when he fainted, and returned the 2 immortal Gu to him. He had already obtained Tai Bai Yunxing's complete trust. This could be seen from how Tai Bai Yunxing chose his seat earlier. There were many stone stools in the cave. Fang Yuan had an ugly appearance and a huge body. Ordinary people who got close to Fang Yuan would feel pressure and subconsciously avoid him. But Tai Bai Yunxing chose the seat closest to Fang Yuan. This meant, in his heart, Fang Yuan had already become one of his closest people. He was not worried that Fang Yuan would harm him. Tai Bai Yunxing had once harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. This was the most crucial point. At that moment, his survival instinct took over. This was human nature. After the incident, Tai Bai Yunxing felt guilty and couldn't forget about it. He looked haggard and suffered greatly under Fang Yuan's scheme. He was on the verge of becoming a demon and impulsively ascended to immortality. His original goal was to seek death. To seek death because of guilt, one could see his conscience. Coincidentally, Tai Bai Yunxing obtained the help of Giant Sun's will. After successfully ascending to immortality, he fell into a coma. Fang Yuan used the glass abode master token to enter a certain checkpoint of the True Yang building and wake him up. At this crucial moment, tell him the secret of the sect. This happened to strike at Tai Bai Yunxing's weak spot. Tai Bai Yunxing denied himself. Therefore, he was in extreme pain and felt extremely lost. At that moment, Fang Yuan had appeared and given him a sect, a sense of belonging, a sense of security and warmth. After that, she entered his time path immortal aperture and handed the immortal Gu to him for safekeeping. That was a sign of her initial trust in him. After that, everything that had happened in the True Yang building, she made Tai Bai Yunxing completely believe in Fang Yuan. In a way, he had to thank Mo Yao for interfering with Fang Yuan's thoughts. Otherwise, how could Tai Bai Yunxing trust him so much? Tai by Yunsheng harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's lives. This went against his values greatly. He has always felt guilty about it. He felt that he was not such a person, but he did such a thing. Now that I am his benefactor, he owes me, he will definitely repay me 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. This is not only because he knows how to repay kindness, it is also a chance for him to prove that he is a good person again. Fang Yuan analyzed calmly in his mind. Bad people would not know how to repay kindness. They would even bite the hand that fed them. The more Tai by Yunsheng sacrifices for Fang Yuan in the future, the more he would prove that he was a good person. This way, he would be able to offset the guilt he felt towards Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. This involved the psychology of balance and compensation on Earth. In a way, Fang Yuan gave Tai by Yunsheng a chance to prove himself again, a reason for him to live again. Fang Yuan knew this in detail. Thus he saved Tai by Yunsheng and even gave him man as before and landscape as before, these two immortal gu. I have too many immortal gu. The cost of feeding them will be very high. At this time, it is better to give man as before and landscape as before to Tai by Yunsheng. At the same time, the immortal aperture is dead. It cannot produce immortal essence anymore. I only have 19 beads of green grape immortal essence. The more I use them, the less I have. Although I still have some white fox immortal essence, if I can use Tai by Yunsheng's green grape immortal essence, why not? Thinking of the feeding of immortal gu, Fang Yuan felt a headache. Raising gu worms was like raising a mistress. Gu masters often could not afford to raise or use them. Ever since Fang Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land, feeding mortal gu was not a problem. But now that he had so many immortal gu, Hu immortal blessed land could not support such a high cost. This was a blissful worry. Many gu immortals did not have a single immortal gu, and were searching for them bitterly. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also struggled for a spring-autumn cicada. After painstakingly refining it, he was surrounded and self-detonated. Right now, Fang Yuan was racking his brains on how to feed so many immortal gu. Fang Yuan sat quietly by himself, trying to find inspiration from his previous life's memories. After trying for a while, he gave up. Sigh, after becoming a zombie, my thinking has become much more rigid. Just now, when I was talking to Tai by Yunsheng, I felt my thinking becoming slow. Now, I cannot keep up with my original rhythm when thinking. He summoned Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. How is Wisdom Gu? Where is it now? Little Hu Immortal was the blessed land's land spirit. All the changes and situations in the blessed land were basically under her control. Master, after Wisdom Gu was brought in by you, it went deep underground and found a Rockman cave. It seems to be hibernating now. Little Fox Fairy closed her eyes. After sensing for a while, she immediately opened her big watery eyes and replied. Fang Yuan nodded, ordering, "Bring me there." The underground cave that Wisdom Gu was hibernating in was very big. Fang Yuan was moved in by Little Hu Immortal. His 6 meters tall body could move freely. Sensing Fang Yuan's arrival, Wisdom Gu shone with 5 colors. Little Hu Immortal sat on Fang Yuan's shoulder, staring at Wisdom Gu curiously. This was rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Although Little Hu Immortal could sense every place in the blessed land, it was rare for her to be in such close proximity. "Oh, Wisdom Gu, I brought you out of the trap and saved your life. According to our previous agreement, it is time for you to fulfill a part of it." In the dark cave, Fang Yuan's voice echoed. Wisdom Gu was quiet after a few breaths. It slowly floated in the air. At the same time, it shone with the light of wisdom. So beautiful! Little Hu Immortal's eyes shone brightly. She laughed happily. The spherical light of wisdom shone with all sorts of colors, enveloping Fang Yuan and Little Hu Immortal. Fang Yuan immediately felt his thoughts colliding. His thoughts were like lightning. He was able to obtain the result of his thoughts at an extremely fast speed. This feeling is so comfortable. Little Who Immortal slowly opened her eyes wide. She was dazed, immersed in the pleasure of the sudden increase in wisdom. But after a few breaths, her figures started to fade. Little Who Immortal, you are formed from obsession. Although you have fused with the power of heaven and earth, Wisdom Goose still restrains you. You cannot stay here for long. Go back. Fong Yuan stretched out a finger and tapped on Little Who Immortal's head, waking her up. Little Who Immortal covered her small melon head, her fair cheeks flushed with excitement. Master, Master, I can actually become so smart. Such an amazing wisdom goo. She shouted like a child who had found a new toy. She was extremely happy. Master is the most amazing. You can even get wisdom goo. Just let me stay here for a while, okay? She actually started to flatter Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. It seems wisdom goo has activated your little brain. Go out quickly. Saying so, he stretched out 2 fingers and lightly pressed on Little Who Immortal's head. Little Who Immortal's cute head was pressed by Fong Yuan's fingers again and again. Little Who Immortal immediately frowned. She shook her head. Master, I will be leaving. She did not dare to disobey Fong Yuan. She flickered and disappeared. The underground cave calmed down. Fong Yuan did not sit cross-legged. His zombie body was tough and thick. There was no difference between sitting and standing. He stood in the light of wisdom. The first thing he did was to observe Mo Yao's will, which was suppressed in the immortal aperture. Mo Yao's will was not affected by the light of wisdom, even though he had observed it under the wind veil of assimilation. Fong Yuan was reassured after confirming it again. Since the immortal aperture is formed, it has become a small world. The walls of the immortal aperture are the walls of heaven and earth, isolating the inside from the outside. External forces are almost unable to affect the inside. Only then did Fong Yuan close his bloodshot eyes and start to meditate and comprehend. He had already become a zombie. The production of thoughts in his mind had fallen by several levels. His thoughts were also rigid, but the light of wisdom allowed thoughts to move rapidly and collide with each other, expending a large amount of thoughts in a short period of time to produce a result. If it was an ordinary zombie, they might become smart for a moment before turning into an idiot. But in Fong Yuan's mind, there were still wills. These wills were produced by wisdom path goo worms. They could think as well. In order to deal with Mo Yao, Fong Yuan had researched wisdom path and bought special will goo, deliberate will goo, sharp will goo, and other goo worms. These wills had helped him a lot in the final moments of his Northern Plains trip. Now, Fong Yuan's mind could not keep up. He could only use these wills as a replacement. His primeval essence was unlimited. His wills were also almost limitless. Under the cover of the light of wisdom, the originally stable wills were like snow melting under the sunlight. They shrunk smaller and smaller. Next, inspiration appeared one after another. The dusty memories became clear. As long as Fong Yuan concentrated his mind to recall, these vast and complicated memories would appear vividly in his mind. At this moment, the world seemed to have become bright. Chapter 659. In the underground cave, Fong Yuan was in deep thought under the light of wisdom. Although I have been reborn and have 500 years of experience in my previous life compared to old monsters like Mo Yao and Giant Sun, I pale in comparison. My past advantage is no longer there. In the long river of history, countless stars twinkled. How many heroes had there been? Giant Sun Immortal was an invincible character rarely seen even in 1,000,000 years in human history. Fairy Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster, a fairy of spirit affinity house back then, an influential person with shocking talent. She was one of the top 10 Gu immortals in the huge central continent at that time. Although Fong Yuan had a firm will and had unique experiences, he was just an unremarkable star among the stars. with his current foundation and strength, he could not stand shoulder to shoulder with all the experts in history. My trip to Northern Plains has exceeded my expectations. If not for the interference of Mo Yao's will, I would have stayed in Truyong Building and changed my identity every 10 years to slowly explore it. But the truth is already set in stone. Northern Plains will definitely be shaken. Countless experts and forces will come to find trouble with me. Fang Yuan summed up his experience. He felt that his disadvantage was in wisdom path. His strength was in scheming and planning, and with his rebirth experience, this advantage was even greater. But Mo Yao's will actually interfered with his thoughts, causing him to be unable to think properly. 88-point Jinyang Tower is the spiritual symbol of Northern Plains. I am the culprit behind its destruction. If I am caught, the consequences will be unthinkable. Although I am hiding in immortal blessed land now, it is not safe here. I have been plotting against Dang Hun Mountain's Crane Gate. Northern Plains Gu immortals might be able to use Wisdom Path to make deductions. They might be able to deduce my background. Fang Yuan was well aware that hiding in immortal blessed land seemed very safe, but it was actually waiting for death. He could only take advantage of the fact that they had not found out the truth. Only by making the first move could he save the situation. Dark, limit immortal goo. I have heard of its name in my previous life. It can indeed conceal aura and prevent deductions. If I can obtain this goo, I believe the situation will turn for the better. Fang Yuan thought of He Lulan. This woman was not to be underestimated. She was an unrivaled hero. See the wind and change the rudder, betraying his ancestors for his own benefit, and even wanting to kill his own father. This was a naked demonic nature. He had the great strength, true martial physique. He had also obtained a strength path, immortal Gu. Once he ascended to Gu immortal, he would soar to the sky. She was very similar to Fang Yuan, but it was precisely because of this. Work with her. He had to be extra careful, be it immortal Gu dark limit or fixed immortal travel. They were both things that Fang Yuan wanted. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's thoughts stopped. The willpower in his mind was almost exhausted. Fang Yuan was stunned for a moment before retreating from the light of wisdom and activating his Gu worm to create his will again. Very soon, his mind was filled with many wills. Unfortunately, mortal Gu do not produce many wills. Under the light of wisdom, it was easily depleted. If I use immortal Gu to create wills, the quantity will be huge and can last for a long time. I can think as much as I want. Fang Yuan felt regret in his heart. He had a rank 6 wisdom path immortal Gu with him. It was delight in water and mountain Gu that could produce boundless will. But Fang Yuan thought about it and did not use it. Activating immortal Gu required immortal essence. He did not have much green grape immortal essence. He only had 19 beads left. His immortal aperture had already become a land of death. One used meant one less. He had to save his green grape immortal essence as much as possible for emergencies. Thus, he could only use mortal Gu for now. After accumulating a certain amount of mortal will, Fang Yuan stepped into the light of wisdom again. This time, he did not think about the external situation. He concentrated on thinking about himself. I have become a zombie. Now, my cultivation cannot advance. How can I revive and return to my human form? This is the first problem. If only I could use yin-yang rotation Gu, but I am an immortal zombie. Yin-yang rotation Gu is only rank 4. The second problem is I am already bankrupt. Fang Yuan had invested almost all of his assets in his trip to Northern Plains. He was already unable to make ends meet. His finances were bankrupt. Right now, he did not even have a single immortal Yuan stone, even who immortal blessed land had become barren. Before the decisive battle in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan had already spent all of his remaining immortal Yuan stone. At the final juncture, he had no choice but to exchange for other items. The fox groups and wolf groups in whom immortal blessed land were sold as much as possible. In the vast grassland now, only sporadic fox and wolf groups could be seen. The 10,000 hairy men that Fang Yuan had bought were mostly sold to save the situation. Only 2,000 old hairy men with rich experience in gu refinement were left. They were not willing to sell them. The Rockmen's slave trade had always been a strong pillar of support for Fang Yuan's economy, but after Crane Gate stopped the large order, the pillar collapsed. The Rockmen trading market in jewel yellow skies had already been divided. Fang Yuan could not get involved. This made his situation even worse. Just having strong battle strength was useless. He had to use sufficient resources to support his cultivation. In the gu path, nurture, use, and refine, gu masters not only needed to use gu, they also needed to nurture and refine gu. Fang Yuan had become a zombie. Now, his cultivation had stagnated. He needed to accumulate more resources. Only then would he have a higher chance of reviving. 3 days later, Danghun Mountain's palace. Fang Yuan had rearranged this place simply, creating a rough hall with several stone chairs on the left and right. The main seat was as wide as a bed. The back of the chair was as tall as a monument, but it was perfect for Fang Yuan to sit on. Tai Bai Yunsheng was sitting on the first seat on the left, frowning deeply as he held a small white pigeon in his hand. This white pigeon was flickering with a faint light. It was a rank 5 messenger pigeon gu. Not long after, Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind came back from the messenger pigeon gu. He sighed deeply and said worriedly, that is to say, teacher does not intend to make a move, and will treat this encounter as junior brother's test mission. Fang Yuan nodded. That's right. In the letter, Master reprimanded me, saying I was greedy and did not listen to his advice before leaving, rashly activating Di Chiu inheritance. In the end, I fell into the trap of Mo Yao's will, resulting in this disastrous outcome. Thus, this time, he wants me to solve this problem myself. Sigh. Master's style is like this. It seems I can only work hard myself. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded, expressing his agreement with Fang Yuan's last sentence. Back then, after the old beggar gave him the gu immortal inheritance, he disappeared without a trace, not caring about him. This style was the same as the current test for Fang Yuan. Thus Tai Bai Yunsheng did not feel it was strange. Tai Bai Yunsheng pondered for a moment before asking, Junior apprentice brother, I heard you say that Master has accepted a total of 6 true disciples. You are ranked 5th and have grasped 2 gu immortal inheritances, strength path and enslavement path. That is to say, you still have 5 fellow disciples. Can we get help from them? Fang Yuan shook his head. What a joke! Of course it was impossible. The contents of this messenger pigeon, gu, were forged by Fang Yuan alone. The name Zishan Makoto was also casually made up by him. The 6 great true disciples did not even exist. How could he ask for help from people who did not exist? This is impossible. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, his gaze extremely sincere. First of all, I have only heard about these fellow disciples from Master. Not only have I not seen them personally, I also don't know their identities or where they are. Most importantly, this is a mission from Master. He has already acknowledged your identity in the letter and placed you as the 5th disciple. He wants you to help me solve this problem during this period of time. At the same time, he also wants me to keep and use the spoils of war I obtained in Northern Plains. This is all help from Master. If I ask for help from fellow disciples again, it might not be what Master wants. After all, he gave me a test mission. Tai Bai Yunsheng was worried and anxious. Even if teacher did not say it, I would still stay by junior brother's side and do my best to help you. What do we do now? Oh, Bai, you have also seen the contents of the letter. Master told me to join Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan answered. Zombie Alliance, what kind of organization is this? Tai Baiyunsheng asked. He had just ascended to immortal. He did not know much about Gu immortal level matters. Zombie Alliance, as the name suggests, is a zombie alliance. This alliance has a long history. It first appeared during the medieval antiquity era 300,000 years ago. Now, it has become a superforce spread throughout the 5 regions. Eastern Sea is the headquarters, while Northern Plains, Central Continent, Southern Border, and Western Desert each have a branch. Fang Yuan introduced. They are actually spread throughout the 5 regions. Are they stronger than the Huangjin tribes and superforces of Northern Plains? Tai Baiyunsheng was moved. Fang Yuan shook his head. Not so. Almost all of Zombie Alliance's members deal with zombies. The higher-ups are immortal zombies like me. Most of these immortal zombies are Gu immortals who have reached the end of their lifespan and have no choice but to turn into zombies to extend their lifespan. These Gu immortals' immortal apertures are dead. They cannot produce immortal essence or absorb heaven and earth chi. Every once in a while, a portion of their blessed land will shrink and collapse. Thus, their battle strength cannot compare to ordinary Gu immortals. Of course, some immortal zombies are an exception. All in all, Zombie Alliance's branches were weaker than the local superforces. But Eastern Sea's Zombie Alliance headquarters was a level higher than Eastern Sea's superforces. So that's it. Tai Baiyunsheng gained new knowledge. He asked in confusion, "Then why did Master want you to join Zombie Alliance?" Fang Yuan pondered. If a Gu immortal's lifespan is exhausted and they become an immortal zombie, they would obtain lifespan Gu. Next, he obtained lifespan Gu and wanted to revive. Back then, one of the goals of Zombie Alliance was to cooperate with each other and research a method to regain a body. So many years have passed. They must have made a lot of progress in their research. I think this is Master's intention. Tai Baiyunsheng was both happy and worried. This suggestion is really good. Then, how will you join Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Old Bai, don't worry. Joining Zombie Alliance is very simple. I just need to show my immortal zombie identity. So simple? Of course. Zombie Alliance is being suppressed by the superforces. They are not having a good time. They would love to have more members in the Alliance. At the same time, immortal zombie identities are not easy to disguise. Zombie Alliance has done a lot of research. They have many effective methods to distinguish them. I plan to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, but before that, we need to wait for someone. Hey, Lulan. Tai Baiyunsheng blurted out. Fang Yuan nodded. Chapter 660. Sigh, I have not seen a mirror willow for many years. Mo Yao's sighed. As she caressed the only mirror willow in front of her, she was filled with emotions as if she was recalling the past. As for Fang Yuan's will, he stood beside her and watched quietly, not disturbing her. This world was dark and decaying. It was Fang Yuan's immortal aperture blessed land. Fang Yuan had deceived Mo Yao's will into his immortal aperture and suppressed it. Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster. She was once a legendary Gu immortal. She had left behind a deep mark in Central Continent's history. Her will was of great value. Even though Fang Yuan was framed by Mo Yao's will and almost died in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan did not hate Mo Yao's will. In fact, he admired and even praised her. If he was the one making the plan, he might not be able to do it better than Mo Yao's will. He had planned to interrogate Mo Yao, but Mo Yao's will was very cooperative. Towards Fang Yuan's refinement path questions, not only did she answer everything, she even made an analogy, which benefited Fang Yuan greatly. But when Fang Yuan asked about Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yao's will made a request. I have been away from Central Continent for many years. I have been missing the people and things there. Please find me a mirror willow so that I can relieve my longing for home. mirror willow was an ordinary plant. It was the size of a normal willow tree, but its leaves were like mirrors. The leaves of this willow tree were the food of beggar moths. Earlier, during the Rockman trade, Fong Yuan had bought a batch of mirror willows from Crane Gate. They were now planted into immortal blessed land. Thus, he randomly picked one and placed it in his immortal aperture. Back then, my main body and brother Bo Ching met for the first time under this mirror willow. The mortal world is turbulent, romance is nothing. Mo Yao's will sighed. Then, she turned her head around. He looked at Fong Yuan's will and said, "Thank you for fulfilling my small request. Since you want to know about Spirit Affinity House, I will tell you. It's just that the information I have is outdated. You have to pay attention to this." Fong Yuan's will nodded. Mo Yao's will stood under the mirror willow and spoke, revealing a lot of inside information about Spirit Affinity House. As Fong Yuan listened, he compared it with his previous life's 500 years of experience. His understanding of Spirit Affinity House deepened. Your immortal aperture is dead. The mirror willow would be eroded by the death chi in less than 3 days, turned into a withered, rotten wood. It is a pity. After reporting Spirit Affinity House's information, Mo Yao sighed. But it was unknown whether the pity she was referring to was the mirror willow or Fong Yuan's immortal aperture. Come again, next time. Would you please bring me a cup of Qingpu tea? This was Spirit Affinity House's specialty tea. It was not rare. Even though I can't taste the tea, I want to take another look. Mo Yao said. Fong Yuan's will snorted coldly. It seems like you have no self-awareness as a captive. You actually want this, and that, don't tell me you have other plans? Mo Yao's will smiled charmingly. Fong Yuan, you are too cautious. My scheme was exposed by you, and I was tricked into being suppressed in your immortal aperture. I am already a fish on the chopping board. Under your surveillance at all times, you can do whatever you want to me, even if I have other plans. What can I do? However, let's not beat around the bush. Even though I failed completely, I cannot make a comeback. But if you use force, the things you obtain will be very incomplete. After all, soul searching is easy, but will searching is difficult. If you were a wisdom path grandmaster, it would work, but your wisdom path foundation is practically non-existent. You can only buy goo worms randomly from the market. Wisdom path is different from other paths. It is mysterious and profound. You have not even started on it yet. Mo Yao's will criticized Fong Yuan without holding back. Because she knew that Fong Yuan had a broad mind. He was an extraordinary demon. As expected, at the next moment, Fong Yuan's will laughed heartily. You are right. My wisdom path attainment is shallow, but thanks to your cooperation, you can live in my immortal aperture from now on. I will bring you the Qingpu tea. Saying so, her will soared into the sky. The immortal aperture opened a crack, allowing this will to fly up and reach Fong Yuan's mind. In an instant, Fong Yuan understood all the information this will had obtained in the immortal aperture. He indeed lacked methods to search wills. Soul searching was easy, but will searching was difficult. This was normal. If not for this, wisdom path goo masters would often use wills to fight. Once these wills were captured, they would be exposing their secrets to the enemy. Precisely because it was difficult to search wills, wisdom path goo masters used it to fight their enemies. As for Mo Yao, she is a character indeed. No wonder she left her name in history. Fong Yuan praised inwardly. Mo Yao's will scheme was seen through. She failed completely. She could not even self-destruct. She was imprisoned in Fong Yuan's immortal aperture and suppressed. But even in such a desperate situation, she did not give up. She cooperated with Fong Yuan and answered Fong Yuan's questions. She was showing her value and trying to stall for time. If one day Fong Yuan met with an accident and his immortal aperture broke, or he was captured or died in battle, Mo Yaozwell would have a chance to escape. Mo Yaozwell was not discouraged. She was still persevering. Fang Yuan admired her inwardly. Of course, if Fang Yuan had the correct method to search wills, he would have acted immediately. But now, Mo Yaozwell cooperated with him. It was more beneficial to him. If I could find a wisdom path inheritance, things would be much easier. Unfortunately, wisdom path is mysterious and profound. There are very few Gu masters and Gu immortals in the current world. There is no ownerless wisdom path inheritance in my memories. Previously, Fang Yuan had purchased some scattered wisdom path Gu worms from Jewel Yellow Skies. It could be considered as some progress in wisdom path. Unfortunately, he was bankrupt now. His purchasing power had fallen to rock bottom. He could not even make these small progress. As for Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, he did not ask about it, because Mo Yaozwell knew Fang Yuan did not have any methods to deal with her for the time being. Both of them were smart people. Forcefully asking would not yield any results. Master, Crane Gate's reply. At this time, Little Hu Immortal appeared beside him, holding a rank 5-letter Gu. Crane Gate had suddenly stopped trading in the Rockmen. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had sent a probing letter. Crane Gate's reply was very fast. Fang Yuan took the letter Gu and probed it with his mind. The content of the letter was very firm. It requested Fang Yuan to start trading Guts Gu. Otherwise, Crane Gate would declare Fang Yuan as a traitor of the sect and mobilize Gu Immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Over a year ago, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel and snatched Hu Immortal Blessed Land under everyone's watchful eyes. It was like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Crane Gate immediately reacted. Using the similarity between Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng, they announced that Fang Yuan was actually a disciple that Crane Gate was secretly nurturing. Only then did the other 9 sects admit Crane Gate's victory. Crane Gate's plan was to get rid of the other 9 competitors. Then, they would secretly deal with Fang Yuan alone, attempting to occupy Hu Immortal Blessed Land for themselves. Fang Yuan was happy to see this happen. After all, dealing with one Crane Gate and one of the 10 great sects were 2 different levels of difficulty. But this way, Fang Yuan tacitly agreed to Crane Gate's lie. He was Crane Gate's disciple. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is located on Tian-Ti Mountain. Even the 10 great sects cannot casually attack it. They will incur the wrath of the people of Central Continent. But if they declare me as a traitor of the sect and invade, they will have the right to do so. Fang Yuan's expression was dark. He pondered. However, he did not panic. He had already anticipated this plot more than a year ago. But he did not expect Crane Gate's patience to be exhausted so quickly. Fang Yuan smiled, saying to Little Hu Immortal, "Invite Tai Bai Yunsheng over." Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this news, and his face was filled with worry. What should we do? Crane Gate is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They are extremely powerful. They even surpass the super tribes of Northern Plains. If they really attack, we won't be able to stop them with just the 2 of us. Fang Yuan then smiled. Oh, Bai, I called you here, naturally to ask you about this difficult problem. But now that we have met, you are asking me a question. Tai Bai Yunsheng gasped. His expression was a little ashamed. He frowned, thinking hard. Finally, he thought of a solution. Didn't we ally with He Lulan? We can ask her to help us. Evidently, He Lulan's powerful battle strength had already been deeply engraved in Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart, although He Lulan has the great strength true martial physique. Even if she successfully advances to Gu Immortal with just the 3 of us, we will not be able to resist such a huge Crane Gate. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. What should we do? What should we do? Tai Bai Yunsheng paced back and forth, thinking hard. Fang Yuan looked at him, smiling without speaking. Suddenly, Tai Bai Yunqing stopped and patted his head. I got it. Didn't teacher ask you to join Zombie Alliance? We can definitely join Zombie Alliance and use its power to threaten Crane Gate. But Fang Yuan shook his head. Zombie Alliance's structure is loose. Central Continent's Zombie Alliance branch is far inferior to Crane Gate. There is no threat at all. Moreover, if I borrow Zombie Alliance's power, I will have to give up some benefits. I'm afraid it will not be Crane Gate, but Zombie Alliance will be the first to benefit. That won't do. Then what should we do? Tai Bai Yunsheng raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan. His expression was gloomy and worried. But when he saw the smile on Fang Yuan's face, he was dazed and finally reacted, pointing at Fang Yuan. What a good junior brother. You actually deceived your senior brother to watch a good show. You are so confident. You clearly have a good plan. Ha ha. Oh, Bai, your eyes are like a torch. I can't deceive you. Fang Yuan laughed and admitted it. What good method do you have? Why don't you tell me? Fang Yuan said, I have already told you the whole story. Crane Gate treats me as their disciple because they are afraid of the other 9 sects interfering. This is their weakness. I can use this to break through. What should I do? Fang Yuan did not hide it from him. I have already decided to send a letter to Spirit Affinity House and establish a preliminary connection. Previously, Fang Yuan had asked Mo Yao for information on Spirit Affinity House. Because of this, Tai Bai Yunsheng became worried. Establishing a connection now and relying on a letter, isn't it too late? Furthermore, the 10 great sects compete and cooperate with each other. Will Spirit Affinity House reject your letter and give it to Crane Gate to express goodwill? Chapter 661. Rays of inspiration flashed in his mind. Countless materials and goo worms combined into one plan after another. The consciousness in his mind was being consumed at an extremely fast speed. Such an intense consumption had far surpassed the limit of Fang Yuan's independent thinking. The power of a rank 9 goo worm is actually so strong. And this is because I have not refined wisdom goo. I have only rubbed against a bit of the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan exclaimed as he left the light of wisdom. He was currently thinking and perfecting the refinement recipe of gruel mud immortal goo, different from thinking about the situation or his own situation. There were many factors to consider in perfecting the immortal goo recipe. A set of similar goo refinement materials often had dozens or even hundreds of types, not to mention the combination of all kinds of goo worms. Precisely so, the willpower in Fang Yuan's mind was being consumed at an astonishing speed. The willpower that he had accumulated over the past few days was almost used up in a dozen breaths of time. The results of his thinking were not even enough to advance 1% of the gruel mud goo recipe. But at this speed, if I completed alone without the help of the light of wisdom, I would need at least half a year. Fang Yuan calculated, in his mind, a dozen breaths of time compared to half a year. This showed the vast power of wisdom goo. However, Fang Yuan was not satisfied. There were too many factors to consider when deducing the goo recipe. The consumption of willpower was too high and too fast. The willpower that he had accumulated over the past few days was expended so easily. The results of his thinking were not even enough to advance the goo recipe by 1,000th. Fang Yuan had originally planned to use wisdom goo to deduce the immortal goo recipe. Then he would sell it in jewel yellow skies for profit. But now he encountered a problem. Deducing the immortal goo recipe requires a huge amount of willpower, and mortal goo can produce too little willpower at once. I have been using mortal goo to produce willpower these past few days. I have almost reached the limit of using mortal goo. If I exceed this limit, mortal goo will be damaged and destroyed. Unless I use the rank 6 delight in water and mountain goo. Fang Yuan thought for a while and decided to give it a try. He used a bead of green grape immortal essence to activate delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Swoosh! The immortal goo floated above his head, giving off a dazzling light. The light poured down like a heavenly river, pouring into Fang Yuan's mind. The scale of this joy, it was so huge. For example, the will of a rank 5 wisdom path mortal goo was like a handful of water. Then this joy was equivalent to a large river. As expected of an immortal goo, Fang Yuan was overjoyed. The joy was endless. It poured in. After a long while, it finally came to a stop. A third of Fang Yuan's originally spacious mind had been filled with happiness. It was golden in color. It was like sand. On the other hand, joy was a bright yellow. That is to say, as long as I use delight in water and mountain goo 3 times, my mind will be filled. No wonder the market of jewel yellow skies has those wisdom path goo worms that can enlarge the brain. Fang Yuan gained a trace of understanding from his experience. Strength path goo worms to transform goo masters. Correspondingly, wisdom path goo worms focused on changing people's minds. Fang Yuan stepped into the light of wisdom again and began to think. Awesome. It felt so good. It was as if there were no shackles and everything was clear. No matter what problem he encountered, he could solve it in an instant. The only difference was that the more difficult the problem was, the more difficult it was, the more willpower it expended. A vast number of refinement path materials were filtered, and countless goo worms were assembled at lightning speed. Then they were split. Fang Yuan displayed his skills. He felt that there had never been a problem in this world that could not stop him. This feeling was too wonderful. When the joy was completely exhausted, Fang Yuan reluctantly left the light of wisdom. He felt that time was short. It was like a dozen breaths of time. But in reality, a full 10 minutes had passed. Huff! Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, shaking his head. After leaving the light of wisdom, he immediately returned to his original state. He was still that zombie with rigid thoughts. The huge difference was like falling from heaven to hell. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He quickly adjusted his emotions and inspected the results of this thought. The gruel mud immortal goo recipe had advanced by 1%. Compared to before, this was a huge improvement. Fang Yuan nodded, but then shook his head. He silently left the underground cave, returning to the palace in Danghun Mountain. Junior brother, how is the situation? Tai Bai Yunsheng had been waiting in the palace for a long time. He asked in concern after seeing Fang Yuan. He was travel-worn. He had just returned from inspecting the western region of Hu immortal blessed land. Sit. Fang Yuan called out. He took a few big steps towards the main seat and sat down. Tai Bai Yunsheng chose the closest seat and sat down, looking at Fang Yuan with an inquiring gaze. He knew that Fang Yuan had used wisdom goo to deduce the immortal goo recipe. Not long ago, he had followed Fang Yuan to the underground cave. He had seen wisdom goo from afar. He had obtained a lifespan goo from Fang Yuan with great difficulty. His lifespan was limited. He did not dare to get close to this legendary goo worm. Fang Yuan leaned on the stone-like chair, his legs wide open. A pair of hands were placed on his thighs. A pair of hands were placed on his dantian. A pair of hands were holding the armrests, and a pair of hands were crossed in front of his chest. He was imposing, like a giant standing quietly like a mammoth, a statue of a giant. He sighed, saying, "Mortal goo cannot be used. I tried using the wisdom path. Immortal goo delight in water and mountain. It produced a happy river. And under the light of wisdom, the goo recipe was deduced forward by 1%. When Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this, he excitedly stood up from his seat, beaming with joy. He said, 1%, as expected of the rank 9 wisdom goo. That means if we use it 100 times, won't we be able to deduce 1 immortal goo recipe? With these immortal goo recipes, we can sell them in jewel yellow skies. It will be an inexhaustible treasure trove. By then, we will have an endless supply of immortal yuan stone. To think that, junior brother, after becoming a zombie, there are such benefits. These days, Tai Bai Yunsheng had been worrying about cultivation resources. He found that after stepping into Gu Immortal Realm, he urgently needed more cultivation resources. Gu Master Cultivation was to nurture the aperture. Gu Immortal Cultivation was to nurture the immortal aperture. There were many different opinions on how to nurture the immortal aperture, but the aim did not change. That was to make the immortal aperture's small world more prosperous, plant more plants in the immortal aperture, move in more animals, establish a more complete ecological cycle, and nurture more Gu groups. The more prosperous the immortal aperture, the more vitality it would have, and the faster the immortal essence would be formed. This was the cultivation path of Gu Immortals, the path to progress. Thus, in Jewel Yellow Skies, not only did they sell Gu worms and Gu recipes, they also sold beast groups, plants, strange stones, precious water, and so on. Seeing Tai Bai Yunsheng's excited expression, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. It seems that letting you inspect Gu Immortal blessed land and familiarize yourself with the Gu Immortal cultivation path was very effective. You have finally realized the importance of cultivation resources. But unfortunately, although selling immortal Gu recipes is a very profitable business, we cannot do it for the time being. Why is that? Tai Bai Yunsheng was puzzled. Because the investment is too large. Fang Yuan sighed. To deduce a rank 6 immortal Gu recipe from nothing, the amount of green grape immortal essence needed to be over 100. Junior brother, didn't you advance the immortal Gu recipe by 1% this time? That is because I deduced the remnant recipe of the immortal Gu gruel mud. I told you before, when I was selling the immortal Gu gruel mud in Jewel Yellow Skies, I bought many remnant recipes of the immortal Gu gruel mud. After summarizing these remnant recipes, I obtained this 60% remnant recipe. Fang Yuan answered. Tai Bai Yunsheng was not stupid. He immediately understood Fang Yuan's meaning. With the light of wisdom, no problem could stump Fang Yuan. Under normal circumstances, when a Gu recipe encountered a problem, it was very hard to resolve. If one was lucky, they would have a flash of inspiration and find a way to resolve the problem. If one was unlucky, they would be stuck for years or even decades without any progress. But Fang Yuan had wisdom Gu. There was no difficulty in deducing the Gu recipe. Even if he encountered a problem that Fang Yuan could not solve with his foundation, he did not need to think too much. Using the light of wisdom to think and expend more willpower, he could usually overcome the problem. This way, the immortal Gu recipe would be easier to deduce later on. The general direction of the 60% remnant recipe was set. It also allowed Fang Yuan to eliminate a large number of Gu refinement factors. On this basis, he advanced it by 1%. That is to say, if he started from zero, from nothing, it would be very difficult to deduce the Gu recipe. At the start, it would not even be 1%. Fang Yuan continued. I only have 18 green grape immortal essence beads. You have 26 beads. And Gu Immortal Blessed Land has 64 beads of white fox immortal essence. But you and Gu Immortal Land Spirit cannot be in the light of wisdom. Even if I lend delight in water and mountain immortal Gu to you, I cannot use the joyful will that you use. Currently, the most promising gruel mud remnant recipe needs close to 40 beads of green grape immortal essence. But don't forget, we are not safe. Northern Plains Gu Immortals and Central Continent's Crane Gate all want to find trouble with us. If Wisdom Gu is discovered, I'm afraid all the Gu Immortals of the 5 regions will come to kill us. That's right, the investment is too large. And the green grape immortal essence needs to be saved to guard against strong enemies and accidents. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded. sighing as he looked at the ground, accepting this fact in disappointment. But soon he raised his head, his eyes shining with light. I thought of a way. Junior brother, I remember you told me about the land spirit of Langia. Master mentioned the secret of 88-point Jinyang Tower to you, and when you asked the land spirit of Langia for help, you said you deduced it yourself. Thus, the land spirit of Langia thinks you are a wisdom path goo master and wants to cooperate with you to perfect the goo recipe. Oh, Fong Yuan showed a look of realization, his face showing just the right amount of excitement. There is such a thing. As expected, after becoming a zombie. My brain is not working well. I actually did not think of this. Oh, your reminder is right. The best remnant recipe I have is the 60% gruel mud goo recipe. The land spirit of Langia definitely has many remnant recipes, and it is very likely that there are even more complete remnant recipes. Junior brother, the land spirit of Langia, and know the method to enter Langia blessed land. We can definitely cooperate with the land spirit of Langia. Tai Bai Yunxing thought of this and laughed heartily in excitement.